You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ahoy mateys, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot stoked to introduce you to today's Self-Liberation Saturday transmission here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. First and foremost, welcome. I do hope you're having a stellar Saturday. It's been a good one here at Veritas thus far. I had my breakfast and lunch of high-quality hash oil and am overlooking the wilderness, the PAZNIA Sea at present. Most certainly peaceful. But yes, my friends, this is the PAZNIA Radio Network, and today's schedule has shaped up to be an exciting one. In just a few minutes, we'll kick off the day with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. He'll do his usual first hour of the show, and then in the second hour, Dave, formerly of Start 9, will join. Then, 1 to 2 hours of PAZNIA DeProgramming, depending on whether or not Thane and Dave need to go into overdrive. And at 8 p.m. Eastern 7 p.m. Central, Shane/Rayo2 will be hosting a Vonu Podcast livestream with guest, Katerina Bonadin. Kat is one of the main organizers of the Acapulco event and is doing a lot of great work with a homeschooling-focused, long-standing intentional community called Greenbrier. Surely another liberating self-liberation Saturday here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. With that, my work is done. Enjoy the show? DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. This is Thane Riddle punching in for blah blah underpaid shift and the tricks with the ashwagandhas and all that stuff. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. I just checked the URL PAZNIA.com/football, and I'm sad to say that that's not a real thing. They should make a football page. Just redirects to the main page. Also, VL25, what is that? Some kind of vertebrum? What is that, like something in your spine or something? I got a shot in my VL25. Go to libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to figure out where in your spine that vertebrum is and consult your chiropractor. We're hopefully live on Zap.stream. What is that? If we haven't been live on Zap.stream for a year, why is this still in my notes then? Fire the person who makes my notes. That's me. Great. No longer have to do the show. Thank you and goodbye. Nonetheless, do Zappa silly with some gay lightning Bitcoin on the special cool kid network called Nostr. What's our name on Nostr? How do you find it? What's our public key on Nostr? How do you know you're sending it to us and it's not somebody who made the same name as us? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these things. I that's not my job. Okay. But if you're a little less gay than that, just go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. Send us some Monero through a centralized platform on the ClearNet, the way crypto was intended to be used. And go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio to get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX, so you can say things there and I'll like read them and stuff like that. The call-in link this week is PAZNIA.com/call2 in an hour at like what is that, 5 p.m. EST and 2 p.m. PST or whatever. There's going to be a guest on, okay? It's going to be Dave, formerly of Start9. I'm sure he likes being called that. I mean, how many years has it been since he worked on Start9? Let's find out in an hour. You can ask him that. You can call in and ask him yourself at PAZNIA.com/call2 in an hour. The teaser for today's episode, I actually have to actually make good time this episode because I have a fucking guest coming. Down to earth tip, whatever. I'll talk transportation privacy for the fucking 8th time or something. And building second realms. I'm going to talk about counter engineering, an exciting new buzzword that I came up with here. I hope you like it because I like it. I think it's pretty cool. The guest is Dave, formerly of Start9. Blah, blah, blah. There's going to be call-ins. Actually, not an hour. There's going to be call-ins in an hour and a half. See, I'm so used to saying an hour because there's no guest. There's actually a guest this time in an hour. So I'm actually going to talk to myself for a half hour, and then we'll open up to call-ins that you won't make. So I'll just talk to him for another half hour. And Pat, whatever. You can also write a message in PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. You can write a message on the fucking SimpleX chat and I'll read it to him. Okay. Here's some news. My God, you're making
This
sound.
is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
You see, I forgot about that, and I thought that ruffling sound was just like Rayo 2 rubbing his dick on the microphone or something. But it turns out that's supposed to happen on both counts. Anyway, digital news. A few shout out to Thought Crime Boss, because there's a few of these shows are like really old. A few of these stories are actually old stories that I only know about because they were on Thought Crime Trap House, which is his paragraph blog. So you can check that out. I wouldn't normally credit the people I rip off the news from, but this guy's a listener. Anyway, digital. I mean, actually, I think I might have heard something about this before, but Zcash dramas, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know before there was some trademark drama because it's totally cool, dude, for cypherpunk market anarchists to, I don't know, sue someone over a trademark or something, right? That's totally on brand. Great job, Zcash, always showing how cool they are. But the latest thing, I guess, I didn't even know this happened because no one pays attention to Zcash because it doesn't matter. Everyone just uses Monero. But apparently the core devs resigned from the nonprofit that did run Zcash development. I guess not anymore. And I guess they moved over to a private company. I don't know, so they could pay themselves more or something. Sounds good to me, really. But yeah, I guess the Zcash NGU took a hit. Price took a hit because whatever, it's all the price speculation's all retards. And no offense, but clearly it's especially like people who hold Zcash are clearly especially retarded because this price hit was like really hard. Like I guess it bounced back, but it was like it almost halved. So like that's not a good sign for the people who hold Zcash being like, very bright, I think. Mother Nature news. We have a first on the show this week. I'm actually going to tell you something about the weather before it happens. But it's something you've likely heard about already in the eastern North America. There's a bunch of snow and cold temperatures that are supposed to start, I guess, tomorrow. Now, in the more northeastern part of the populated North America, that's not really a big deal because it's like, yeah, whatever. It's like it's going to be more or less everyday winter weather, not a big deal. But for the southeastern United States, it's a once in a lifetime, once every 100 years, huge catastrophe. So you might want to watch out. Like if you live somewhere where folks don't know what winter tires are, then you better like stay inside or something for the next couple days, and have a backup plan for heating, because they're not ready. They're not all that beautiful state monopolized infrastructure to do with like the power grid and the roads, and there's this thing called a plow, and there's like salt and stuff that you put on the roads to make it not. They don't know what that is. Okay, if you're somewhere where they don't know what that stuff is and they don't have it, then no one's gonna shovel anything but you. And so like if there's like a slope near where you are, you might want to shovel this, you might want to do it yourself, because no one else is going to do it because they don't know what that is. They don't know what it is, and no one has winter tires. There's going to be a lot of car crashes. There's going to be a lot of dangerous drivers out there. Whether that wouldn't be a big deal somewhere else, hitting the South, it's going to be a huge problem. Things are going to break. Power grids might go down, like what happened in Texas. Who knows what's going to happen? But get ready for the worst, because that's like, it's bad. Not by the standards of people who live fucking 500 miles to the north or whatever, but yeah, you'd be shocked. It's all about just incompetence and people not being used to it. That's what's dangerous, not so much the whatever. Anyway, yeah, supposed to be like a foot of snow and a shitload of ice and whatever. It's going to be cold. It's going to be below freezing. In Ashwagandhan diaspora news, guy with knife reported in Portland to the cops, and some bludgies came, and the guy shot them. So that takes care of that. I don't know if the bludgies died, but they got like shot. So that guy, last I heard, he's at large, armed and dangerous. Flattery will get you nowhere, bludgies. I will nominate this strapping lad for the Ashwagandhan Red Medal of Bravery. He's a hero. Good job. Keep it up. Parties and party vans news. In case you thought I was, if you're listening to the show, probably not, but in case you thought I was like a little silly conspiracy theorist for saying Mossad had something to do, probably, with the Iranian protests. First of all, no offense, but are you fucking retarded? Of course they do. What the hell do you think Mossad does all day? Eat latkes and talk about the stock market? I'm sure they do that too, but who doesn't? Anyway, in case you weren't sure, Mossad literally posted a tweet, not only egging on the anti-regime insurgents and protesters, but outright saying that they would support them on the ground. But that's how spooks roll sometimes. They don't actually try very hard to do things like this in secret. They merely count on the media not to talk about it. And mostly that's good enough to keep it out of most folks' minds. Also, evidence of Israel shipping weapons to Iran, which explains a lot when you think about it. Of course, and state makes a lot of claims about how many whatever police and whatever military were killed by protesters. Of course, both sides are like lying left and right about this and spinning stories every which way. So it's kind of hard to tell what's true. But stuff's going down. South Korea news, South Korea parties and party vans news. It hasn't, I know we haven't talked about South Korea in a while, but it hasn't totally calmed down since the last time we talked about South Korea. They had like a silly joke of a coup d'etat. Guy, whatever, president of Korea. And South Korea is still kind of wacky, and now they're going after Christians, and they have kind of a pro-commie looking regime, which is weird, because that doesn't really jive with what South Korea is about. But I don't know, it's something to keep an eye on. I don't think the U.S. will abide something like that going too far in South Korea, but it could, I don't know, it could be of interest. It's something to watch because South Korea is an important place geopolitically, because something could be triggered, like with North Korea, China, the US has soldiers in South Korea, and so on. In Australia, parties and party vans, this is really a crackdown news, but I guess I'm confused by my own naming conventions that are changing all the time. Australia has a new hate speech and gun laws. Can Australia ban guns any harder? I guess they can. I don't know. You tell me. I didn't read that shit, but yeah, that's happening. Party van news, which I found thanks to Thought Crime Trap House. So it's an old story. The EU and the Canadian state, I guess, made a deal to acknowledge each other's state surveillance digital ID systems. This kind of speaks to stuff that has been spoken of behind closed doors since like at least the 90s. Having a global protocol, like a global government, like global surveillance protocol where everyone in the world or whatever, throughout a lot of countries anyway, has a digital ID system that can be identified globally. And of course, it's all they keep using the word wallets, kind of showing their hand a little, that, and not really hiding that they want it all to be connected to financial stuff, that they want it to be like a CBDC wallet is how you prove your digital identity. That's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, a lot fast. Another story from Thought Crime Trap House that I also didn't know about in the UK, and we need this because in the UK it's like it's actually kind of almost hard to get all the truth to come out of the UK because of the 1984 situation there. People are like banned just for saying stuff on the internet. So believe it or not, it actually seems to have a chilling effect on how news spreads out of the UK. But I guess in the UK now you need to say pretty please when you ask for your own cash from the bank, and you have to tell them why you want it, and so they can say no if they don't like your answer. That sounds good, right? That's all right. Maybe. See, and this is why when Thane Riddle says, get out now, exit the first realm, so-called first realm now. Don't wait till it's later, because it might be hard later. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. If they do anything, I'll just take all my money out of the bank. Oh, wait, too late. They won't let me have it. Don't wait for something like this to happen. Get your money out of that shit now. Get into the second realms now. Exit the first realm now. Do it 10 years ago, but this next best thing is do it now. Seriously, this is really serious. Don't wait until it's all fun and games until the stuff actually happens. So seriously, take this as this is the canary in the coal mine. Okay, the canary's dead. The canary's dead in the UK. It's time to move. Get out of the first realm now. They're going to do this in other places. Upcoming yearly National March for Life protest in DC is happening around the same time as all these anti-ICE riots and planned walkout protest, which means I guess people get to not go to work and pretend it's for like an activist reason. So that may mean that there could be more counter protesters at the March for Life than there are on years past. So if one wants to figure out where the parties are going to be, I'm thinking maybe DC for the March for Life. Somaliapolis PAZNIA news. There's a party, as you may have heard. There's a party heating up all the time in Somaliapolis PAZNIA, and everybody's invited. Do you have to be an ICE agent to be invited to the party? Not really. Maybe you're a guy with American flag shirt. You're going to be forced to strip by a mob. Maybe you're wearing a dress shirt. It looks like you have an office job or something. That's good enough. Maybe you're an ICE agent. Get them. You're wearing camo because you're a fucking anti-ICE protester. Looks like an ICE agent to me. Get them. And of course, you're Christian. Get them. Okay? Everyone's invited to the party in Somaliapolis PAZNIA. Very inclusive. It's a very inclusive party. Ice Bludgy Stronghold, downtown Hilton Doubletree, shuts down. That's right. Get out. It turns out that threats work, guys. If you just like terrorize a hotel and threaten the people who work there long enough, they'll actually shut down. So that's a win. because whatever. Well, they're housing bludgies. How much sympathy am I supposed to give them here? And it's the Hilton. Okay. The Paris Hilton sex tape. That's not morally acceptable. Okay. Party around the federal building dying down a bit because shit is fucking cold outside. Yucca. And also, it wasn't doing much of anything about the ICE presence anyway, but it was fun. More time to ramp up attacks on civilians, which is better because it's way easier anyway. This one's kind of, I don't know what to think about this. Like, there's like a national, there's like a national Antifa license plate database. It's supposed to have license plates of ICE agents, but it actually just has license plates from a bunch of random people in it. So yeah, kind of, it's a good idea in theory, but it's being done by a bunch of retards, and most of the submissions are coming from Somaliopolis, PAZNIA. Politicians and bureaucrats pushing us PAZNIans to attack churches. That's fine, right? This is fine. You know that stupid meme. This is fine. Yeah, they're telling us to attack churches. So that's good. We should just do it, right? If politicians and bureaucrats say it's okay, that's probably a good idea. What do they have to gain from that, right? Just do it. And then a few protesters at a big anti-church riot were nabbed and cuffed by the bludgies. Now that's interesting because out of all the riots and shit that have happened, this is the first arrest, huh? These are the first arrests in Somaliopolis, PAZNIA. That's a bit weird, huh? That none of those arrested were organizers so that they can immediately run another riot at a church, the same people. And, I kind of feel like they did this so that they could, because it's the most divisive possible thing, get them to attack churches and then arrest them so that you can turn the people arrested into martyrs, and then the Christians are also martyrs. So they're trying to get people excited, right, on both sides. So we'll see how that works out. Sure works out well for somebody. Funny how things unfold, isn't it? The rise of the mailmen. Mailmen are now communist activists, apparently. Who knew? The U.S. Postal Service. It's actually been slowly happening for years. The U.S. Postal Service is like some sort of weird. The Democrat socialists or whatever have got under their skin like years ago to be anti-ICE protesters now. So that's funny, and I've heard it's produced some funny clips about where mailmen are yelling at ICE agents, thinking that they can't be arrested because they're mailmen, which is not true. Now, this isn't truly Somaliopolis news, but as you know, systemic racism hurts Somalians, aka PAZNIans, elsewhere as well. And lately it's heating up in Maine, namely a town called Lewiston, where there are more baseless accusations of fraud being launched by the systemic racist white devils. And would you look at that, at the very same time raids by the DHS and ICE bludgies against undocumented migrants are now ramping up in Maine. Not likely a coincidence. Now, do you think ICE has been pissed off enough by the Somalians to merely retaliate against them on a national level? Or do you think it's even worse, a coordinated conspiracy on all sides to make the whole story unfold like this? I don't know. But either way, it looks to me like it's only the beginning of something bigger. And to throw more fuel on the conspiratorial way of looking at the story, there are literally over 100 NGOs and weird organizations in Maine trying to help undocumented migrants in Maine. Now, I know most of you are from Ashwagandha, so you may not know this, but Maine does not have a lot of folks in it, boss. Maine is like woods and hills and coastlines and shit. Nobody lives there. I'm not sure if there are even over 100 McDonald's in Maine. All right. So, I'm pretty sure some guy with a funny accent and billions of dollars might be behind those NGOs, Just a shot in the dark. It might be a guy whose name rhymes with Schmoros. Just saying. So where is a nice, young, strapping, principled libertarian lad such as yourself to stand on all this? The cops are bad, but so are the other thing. It's pretty tricky, but the good news is nobody has enough brain power to think about anything longer than the length of a tweet So you can just shut down your brain, not worry about it too much. There's better things to do anyway, like play video games, listen to the PAZNIA radio network, develop open source software and decentralized networks that empower the individual, or even just smile and say hi to that friendly beat cop who patrols your neighborhood and then stab him in the neck and take his gear. Speaking of which, I'm not seeing much about any good parties being thrown in Maine, but maybe the organizers are still getting ready to throw them. So let's see how it goes. Now, all of this is happening very close to our Ashwaubenon friends living in the Shire, west of Maine, which is a cool spot that has lots of hip libertarian cats in it. So I hope all you cute little porcupines stay frosty out there in more ways than one. In war news, 2 big U.S. amphibious assault ships scuttle over into the Cuban waters, very close to the northern coast of Cuba. This is a very serious threat, kind of out of nowhere-ish. It means the U.S. is either about to twist the Cuban state's arm somehow, or they're about to straight up attack Cuba. And I bet we'll see which one it is by next week's show. No word yet on whether any Russian submarines in the area feel like staging a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0. Now, this is a joke, by the way, and I think it's a pretty dumb one, but my jokes are often prophetic, so watch out, I guess. Maybe there really is going to be another Cuban Missile Crisis. U.S. aircraft carrier still making its way deeper into the Arabian Sea to threaten Iran. We'll see what happens over the next week between the U.S. and Iran, if anything. But either way, the U.S. and Israel will for sure attack Iran again sooner or later, and they likely will have to strike while the iron is hot with the whole civil unrest thing, which, of course, Mossad and CIA have something to do with to start with. The Iranian state answered these threats with a demo of their very first ICBM ever, an intercontinental ballistic missile that can hit the east coast of the U.S. Now, hopefully, Iranian state can quickly follow this little demo with a fleet of operational ICBMs. Otherwise, it will be merely symbolic. If the Iranian state is fast enough on this, it would be good for them. But the U.S. is crazy enough, and their missile defense systems are good enough. I don't think they care if their people are killed anyway. They could absorb a strike. They could defend against a strike. They don't care. They're just crazy. So I think this kind of thing is only going to piss them off more. It's like poking a bear. It'll give them more fuel for fear mongering against them. Still, it's good. It's a good move on their part. And the U.S. is bitching at the Mexican state about cracking down on drug cartels, blah, blah, blah. They may strike cartel targets in Mexico. Who am I kidding? They will strike cartel targets in Mexico. I already said that like last year, but it's hard to say quite when it will happen. The U.S. brigadiers steal another oil tanker from those commie beaners in South America, bringing it to 7 oil tankers altogether. No word yet on whether the 7 oil tankers were also being used to hold the 7 Chaos Emeralds. If the president of the U.S. will have to run through a square grid minefield with cat-like reflexes to get the Chaos Emeralds, or if he is planning at all to use the emeralds to transform into Super Trump. There is still debate in Congress over whether the president is authorized to use the Chaos Emeralds with only an executive order, or if he needs congressional approval. And there's also a pending intellectual property lawsuit against the U.S. federal government by a musical group Supertramp over whether the name Super Trump sounds too much like Supertramp. Now, are you thinking anything about the war news this week? Any thoughts come to mind here about these stories? Do you see a trend like, the U.S. is trying to carry out a whole lot of wars all at once? What do you think? Is the U.S. capacity for warfare endless? Or is it a piece of shit socialized thing that, is barely held together with duct tape, that spends way too much money all the time and doesn't? They have like a few thousand guys, including janitors. I think that I think the U.S. might be spreading itself a little thin militarily. So that's something to keep an eye on, I suppose. And does anyone even care about the peace board? The Gaza peace board that the U.S. is talking about, don't even get me. I don't care. Okay, let's just ignore it for a while. Maybe next week something funnier will happen with that, and I'll make a joke about it. Now, don't forget, folks, about this advertisement that I say on the show every time, which is the Self-Liberation Book Bundle, libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. This is the best deal you could get on almost every book at Liberty Under Attack. A small library of the most helpful, down-to-earth, and fun book catalog in the world, with all sorts of Fed posts and things for libertarian edgelords, like Paladin Press and Lumpanix used to do. But this is the cutting-edge stuff that's out now on Liberty Under Attack. You get the best deal ever. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Leave a note saying Thane sent you to liberate, libate, and librarify yourself and your hearts and all that with a big fat fucking 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And if you want to officially join the Second Realm, regardless of how that sounds, okay, you can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of, just like normal everyday Joes, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane, that's THANE, to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on the first and third Mondays, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm era for Music Monday. And he's a funny guy, and he plays music. That's basically it. It's one of the best things on the P.R.N, which is a low bar. It's a low bar, but it's one of the best things on the P.R.M. He's also the most famous person on P.R.M. So you should go check it out. First and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Am I ever going to correct that so that it doesn't say Zap.stream? Probably not. You have to pay me to do that. Transportation privacy. It's already so late in the show, so that's good. I'll just be able to cut transportation privacy short so that I can talk about transportation privacy for another 4 weeks. Let me just wait okay, here we go. So I was talking about getting a ride, hitchhiking, riding the rails. The next thing is off the books drivers. Off the books drivers, what does that even mean? It basically just means some random guy that will give you a ride, mostly for cash. Every once in a while, you'll find someone that will take cryptocurrency or precious metals, gold backs or something weird like that. But most people want cash still, unfortunately. Off the books drivers can be found through word of mouth, online listings, and local business directory chats, which exist in some areas like towns and cities. They have like business directory chats, especially on Telegram, unfortunately, because I'm pretty sure Telegram's like a Mossad honeypot to spy on all that stuff. And it's done very well for itself. So a lot of people just default to Telegram. So you'll find if you can fucking make an account on Telegram, because you have a VPN, you have Graphene OS, you have an open source Telegram client, you're using a one-time SMS verification number, blah, you name it. You're trying to protect your privacy in any way. Telegram goes harder after you than anybody to stop you from making an account. It can be done with great difficulty. Not fun. But if you get there, then you get to use honeypots to find all these great resources. Most taxis will take cash, of course. Just good old-fashioned taxis. Most taxis will take cash, and they won't care much about you. For the most part, it's a load off their shoulders, merely that you can pay up front and don't want to rob them. So, being a taxi driver is not nice in every area. So if you're just like a chill guy who isn't scary and doesn't rob them or sexually assault them, and you pay them up front and you're not trying to tell them some story about how the money will be there at the destination, then they'll be happy. they'll like you and they'll still. So yeah, you can get them to break rules too. Usually, most drivers are kind of cool. Most taxi drivers are kind of cool. Big bus / and by the way, there's a gray area between off the books drivers and taxis, because there are unlicensed taxis, in some cities more than others. Big bus / train businesses. This is kind of like, it's not the most private way to travel long distances. It has its benefits, in terms of like cost or speed or whatever sometimes, but it kind of sucks too. And it's not great for privacy. You're always on camera. You have to present some kind of ID, even if it's a fake ID. You'd be surprised. You'd be shocked at how often, though, like outright fugitives will present their actual legal ID to like Greyhound or Amtrak or whatever, and nothing happens. It's not like they don't like report you. The cops they don't have like, oh, they see that someone got like, believe it or not, people seem to get away with that. So I don't know if that'll last forever, and I don't think it will, but it's not very private, but like at the same time, it's not, they don't cooperate that heavily with, they don't always have a good relationship with law enforcement, actually, because law enforcement slows them down and pisses them off all the time. And yeah, for the most part, they won't look too closely at your ID. So you can just make like a laminated Teslan ID card yourself, and whoever works at a counter at a bus or train place will just be like, oh yeah, that looks about right. Don't use a name tied to anything else that the trip shouldn't be tied to, at the very least. Ride share. Yes. Ride share stuff is fairly low cost, at least for short distances compared to taxis and stuff, but privacy is harder. These are like big tech surveillance corporations that want you to install an app and register an account and jump through hoops. It's really gay as fuck. It's very gay and not fun. But if you must, there are ways to do it in a less gay way. I mean, first of all, you want an open source mobile operating system like Graphene OS. And don't give the app any unneeded permissions. And, register the account with a VPN or Tor or something. Throwaway email address and one-time SMS number. And you may have to pay with a debit card that you bought with crypto or something. And if you've checked those boxes, then hopefully that works out well for you. This stuff is changing all the time. It's kind of a moving target, so it's hard to talk about. But like, if you try that stuff and don't get blocked or whatever, then hopefully it works out. I mean, to be fair, it's pretty common for criminals to like order Ubers and like try to rob or kidnap Uber drivers, or the other way around on rare occasion. Not really though. It's mostly people posing as Uber drivers. Now, if they want you to take shots of your face or something, maybe just tell them to fuck off. Like maybe just forget it, right? Like, yes, there are ways around it. Okay, you can fool the face scans, okay, by scanning something that, by using a video game character or whatever, like English children do. But is it worth the trouble? Is it worth the fuss? It's up to you, man. But I kind of just think these things are just it's too much. It's too much to deal with. That's what I think. Yeah, maybe I'm just gonna cut off the transportation privacy thing there. Next week I'll talk about going by water. There's your little teaser. Next week is water. Going across the water. Privately. Okay? Like Solid Snake at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid. Okay, you're swimming through the water in a wetsuit or whatever. We're gonna talk about that. going to Shadow Moses. Now, let me ask you this. Do you remember that I was supposed to do a second ad read in shows? Yeah, here it is. Remember this old callback? Do you want a more secure private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's THANE. You get a Pixel 7 privacy phone with Graphene OS, ThinkPads with neutralized Intel management engine, open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. I believe they may have tablets as well, blah, blah, blah. This information is probably outdated. It's like a year old. Ad read notes. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. If you want to ask anything about these goodies or you want them to do a custom job, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. That's SHANE at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it is not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want this done. Please save yourself the headache and buy some of Jamma's goodies at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the Second Realm, support the blah, 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 360 win. Pain Liberator. Okay? Don't let them steal my thunder. You have to use my Pain Liberator link, libertyunderattack.com/PainThane, and you're going to see this product that's unlike anything in the world. Okay? It's a little fucking amber spray bottle that has 20% DMSO mixed with colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. I think it's 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Okay, is this shit illegal? Is it legal to make this product and sell it? I don't think so, dude. I really don't think it is. And it's really effective and good. And it's like, it works better than anything in the world. There is no product like this before. Why didn't anyone think of this before? Maybe they did and then realized immediately that it was illegal. It's great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it is magical. The DMSO injects that shit deep into your tissues, through your skin. Okay, it happens in seconds. You'll notice right away. libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. Very serious product. And don't forget that PAZNIA itself has many projects to start this year to help you, boss. So check them out at PAZNIA.com/fund. And you can read there about the various projects. And you can go to PAZNIA.com/Monero for the Monero General Fund. Whatever. Of course, if you want to donate a few $100 or more, you might as well just become a stakeholder. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane, use coupon code Thane to get $25 off, and then you'll get the benefits for giving them a bunch of money. Now, let's look at the fan mail so that I don't have only 15 fucking minutes to talk about counter engineering, which is the actual good thing that I wrote. So we got a message from Thought Crime Boss with a donation. He says, have you ever read The Hitchhiker's Guide to Anonymity, and how would you rate the advice it gives? And he gives the link anonymousplanet.org/guide. The answer is no. I have not read that. Have I even heard of it? I don't think so. I when I look at the website, it kind of looks like I might have seen it before. Maybe someone brought it up before and I forgot. But I will give you my idea about it, because lately we're getting a lot of good links from people that are worth looking deeper into. So maybe in 2 weeks or so on the show for the Building the Second Realm, I'm going to do an old school fan link review like we used to do with Sama's links back in the day. And so I'll just make that one of them. It doesn't have to be crypto projects, right? I'll make that one of the links that I look into and criticize more. But I will say it kind of looks promising based on the table of contents. Though I'm not a huge deleting your information from the internet thing. That's kind of it's I'm not ready to say it's like snake oil. They are doing something, but it's like you can't really scrub information that's been leaked. You can, the real thing to do is assume that that the leak is permanent and widespread, because it is, and like just make the data out of date by, like, moving and stuff like that. And then we had a bunch of good messages in the PAZNIA radio network, people talking about interesting stuff. Oh yeah, this was Rayo2 saying, "Holy shit, look at what I stumbled across," and he links to fleetbase.io for the Department of Transportation, self-hosted, free, and open source. I'll be digging into this much more in the coming week. Once again, another thing I'd like to look into, maybe on the fan link review. And I think Shadrach or something brought this up. Working decentralized Uber, all using common primitives that can be used for package delivery and everything. A2bitcoin.io. That's ATO bitcoin.io. Looks interesting. I want to look into that further. And he also linked to github.com/AI. Yeah, which is an open source self-driving vehicle thing. And I think it might be the one that I heard of years ago, maybe. Another thing to look into. Assuming the app can be modified to deliver goods and not just people, I dig the seeming simplicity of this. Yeah. So great. I get to respond to everyone the same way, which is fuck you. I'll look into it. Talk about it later. Great. So now I have fucking like 15 minutes at most to talk about this ingenious thing. Okay. I coined a new buzzword. You ready? Counter engineering. Ooh, what's that? Counter engineering. It sounds pretty sexy, right? Well, we have counterculture, which has gotten old and needed to be restarted at least 4 or 5 times now since the word was first spoken. Then we have counter economics, which has been going strong all along. And counter economics is a much bigger deal than counterculture. But the good news is you can have both, and each one feeds the other, right? Well, there's a third thing here that feeds into counter economics and counterculture. And it's something that is both a very big deal and something folks need to put more thought into. So it's about time for a new counter word, I think. And that word is counter engineering. What the fuck is counter engineering? God damn it, Thane. What the fuck is counter engineering? That's you hitting me really hard. Yeah, I like it. It hurts so good. Anyway, that's weird. Don't do that. Well, I looked it up to see if anybody else has already said this word before. And it turns out they have. Damn it. The word's taken already. Call off the show. Of course, nobody's heard the fucking word before, so it's no big deal. But let's take a look anyway at how these other folks have defined the word counter engineering. Here, first, we have some funny little weird military strategy website. Counter-engineering strategies in a military context refer to the systematic methods employed to identify, analyze, and undermine the engineering efforts of adversaries. These strategies encompass a range of actions aimed at neutralizing threats posed by enemy technologies and infrastructure. Not bad. Now, let's look at this one. Some pinko commie sissy boy assistant professor of anthropology had a talk on counter engineering. And they have a description of the talk that says, counter engineering, the reconfiguration of engineering expertise and tools to challenge hegemonic power structures and strengthen movements for justice and equity. Not bad either. Now, let's check out this weird website made by some rando. Looks like a fucking art project, something. Says it was written in 2051. An introduction to counter engineering. This one says, counter-inductive science invents a new conceptual system, for example, a new theory that clashes with the most carefully established observational results and confounds the most plausible theoretical principles, or imports such a system from the outside science, from religion, from mythology, from the ideas of incompetence, or the ramblings of madmen. Counter-engineering builds machines from the blueprints of madmen. Now we're talking. Methods employed to undermine the engineering of adversaries, the reconfiguration of expertise and tools to challenge hegemonic power structures and strengthen movements for justice, building machines from the blueprints of madmen. Could I have said it any better myself? Yes, but I'm lazy, so what these freaks said will do. Our greatest adversaries are indeed hegemonic power structures, often called the state, and those who draw the blueprints for the tools that undermine the state and strengthen you are indeed framed as madmen by those who think they need this backward system. So I will call the ones who build those tools counter-engineers. Now, counter-engineers aren't too far off from cypherpunks. In the Venn diagram, I would say cypherpunks are all counter-engineers, but not all counter-engineers need to be cypherpunks. Cypherpunks write code, whereas counter-engineers could be building in any way. And cypherpunks are all about cryptography, whereas counter-engineering covers all kinds of technology that strengthen you in such a way that it undermines your attackers, namely the big attackers such as the state and their corporate cronies. So when I talk about open hardware projects, 3D printing guns, even so-called free energy projects, or even alternative health and wellness, all of these things and more are counter-engineering. It covers all applied sciences of self-liberation, both those systems that are practical today as well as research and development for that which could one day become practical. Furthermore, that sissy boy anthropologist said something there that was easy to miss, but it's something I had in mind all along. The reconfiguring of engineering expertise and tools, working with not only the tools, but the counter-engineers themselves. This is key. And this is something I want to talk about because the field of counter-engineering is not only about what you build, but how you build it. Namely, that you build with awareness of those who would like to stop you from building, and that this awareness leads the counter-engineer to take on the operational security that they need to keep building, hopefully without any knocks on the door from bludgies or too many other such hiccups. Now, I don't have as much time as I'd like to talk about this because I actually find this to be a really exciting and important subject. But I wrote a quick little counter-engineering framework that is, it's literally just like 7 principles I pulled out of my ass in like a rushed way, but they seem pretty good. Counter-engineering framework, just a suggestion from little old me for counter-engineers everywhere. Here's your 7, I think it's 7 Chaos Emeralds. No, 7 counter-engineering framework. Framework 1, shut the fuck up. Okay, the first rule of Fight Club, don't talk about Fight Club. Shut the fuck up. This rule is all about security and privacy. Don't leak unnecessary information. You don't use your legal name. Okay, use a pseudonym as a counter-engineer. You use end-to-end encryption, etc. You don't leak things you don't need to leak. Principle 2, share your findings far and wide. Okay, post your source for hardware, software, whatever it is you're working on. Post your sources, post your research, spread it far and wide, and use P2P protocols, darknets, and mesh nets and distributed data stores so that it's hard to take down, it's hard to get rid of. Share that information. 3, don't play intellectual property games. You don't use licenses, you don't acknowledge licenses. You do not acknowledge intellectual property or play that game, not even a cute one like the Bipcot license. This is kind of new, okay? This is me saying something that people don't really do. Just don't use licenses and don't acknowledge them. Principle 4, break all the state's laws, okay? Reverse engineering, closed source software, right out in the open. Using information that was hacked or leaked, confidential information that was illegally obtained. Just use it right out in the open and publish it. Getting materials that are illegal to build. You would get some enriched uranium, building, selling and operating without permits, building radio hardware without certifications, break all the laws. Principle 5, stack that cheese. Get paid early, get paid often. Monetize everything. Private and decentralized payment is a must in the 21st century. Principle 6, be ready for anything. Stock up. Stock up on materials that you're going to need. Electronics, parts. Have extras. Be ready. Have off-grid power systems and have backup communications. This is another thing that's kind of new. Okay, that not enough people talk about. This is a counter-engineering playbook, okay, for the 21st century. And finally, 7, last but not least, have fun. Having fun is not just a matter of counterculture. It's more than that. It's part of the reason you're here. It's part of what you're here to do. You're not just here to fucking change the world or whatever for its own sake. It's fun. And there are many ways to have fun, whether it be outwardly mocking people and throwing the laws to the wind, or like kind of trolling people and acting like, you know, you're serious and legitimate and kind of just ignoring it when people point out that what you're doing is illegal. Confirm HBO star Jason Henza is tuning in today. Wow, that's so special. That's really, wow. Everybody advertise your products. Sorry. What products do HBO star Jason Henza like? We need to start advertising that shit. This is targeted advertisements. Free real estate, Jason. Anyway, I should definitely talk more about counter engineering. This was just a little thing. It's a new word I made. Hope you like it. In the second edition of Insurrectionary Aggers, I'm definitely going to add a part about this. Whatever. I guess we can go to break now. You can play the stupid robot jokes. And we'll be back with our guest, Dave, formerly of Start 9.
There are those who blaze trails, whose actions tip history scales. They endure pain and frustration to prepare for the coming devastation. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. The pioneers are in charge.
Pioneers are in charge.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Because that's really the issue that we're dealing with these, ghost phones, ghost pads, whatever, is that there's no way that you can organize with other people and have these distributed tribes if you have a snitch in your pocket all the time. People are literally wearing wires all the time. They have a snitch in their pocket and they're trying to do clandestine things. That's never going to work. You know, I'm focused on this project now because I really see how the unfettered flow of communication is what really has prompted this, you know, shift in consciousness. And that if this can't continue this way and people can't communicate freely with each other, then all the distributed networks that have formed aren't going to be very effective, and they're not going to be able to do what they could do. If you can't communicate, especially when you're basically part of a dispersed tribe at this point, if you can't communicate without being monitored, it basically hamstrings anything, you know, anything going forward.
Step up your privacy and order a ghost phone today. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/ghostphone. Again, libertyunderattack.com/ghostphone. And make sure to keep a lookout for more ghost pads, privacy tools, freedom boxes, and more. libertyunderattack.com is the website. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
"2048", the second volume in the Brushfire thriller series, takes place in the not-so-distant future. In the second half of the 21st century, the War of Ideas took place. The creation of second realms and individualist decentralized freedom cells spread across geographical regions, and the practical ideas of liberty, voluntary interaction, and peace took hold. The Free Society in 2048 is loosely based on Samuel E. Konkin III's Phases of Agorism, in which the destruction of the state would be realistically accomplished through the establishment of pockets of free individuals, black and gray markets, and the spreading of the ideas of freedom and liberty, until the demand for an overarching state was no longer perceived as essential, and individualism and voluntary interaction prevailed. The original creators of the Freedom Cells who led the world to a better place are still scattered about, living their lives, including Maxine, the late Henry Tucker's love, and the now washed-up but stubborn punk rocker Warren, still reside in the Appalachian Mountains. Maxine's nephew, Vince, and his boy Tommy, who had been band nomads ever since Tommy's mom left to pursue a materialistic quest for fortune in the never-ending rat race, went to visit Auntie Max on her homestead on Jim Mountain Road. Although Max is very happy for the visit, she has an ulterior motive. Her close friend she met during her revolutionary days, Isaac Hopper, is trapped in a geographical area previously known as New York City, now known as the State Zone. The State Zone is one of only a handful of remnant states where an overarching power-hungry government rules over its citizens with aggressive force. Together, Warren, Vince, and Tommy team up and use their knowledge, including advanced hacking techniques, low-tech ciphers, IRC encrypted chat, and cryptocurrencies to infiltrate and evade the authorities in the State Zone and bring back Isaac to freedom. But their mission, the rescue of Isaac, Auntie Max's close friend and confidant, isn't going to be easy. They're up against a powerful authoritarian Hydra state, a massive surveillance apparatus, a relentless and murderous police state, and a propaganda arm that will not stop until extremist terrorists known as the Trio, Warren, Vince, and Tommy, are brought to justice. Will the trio pull off the rescue of Max's longtime friend Isaac Hopper? Will the forces of good, free individuals, prevail against the sadist forces of evil? Find out in the second volume of the Brushfire thriller series, 2048, available exclusively via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/2048. Again, libertyunderattack.com/2048, or snag them both in the Brushfire bundle. libertyunderattack.com/2048 bundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Another one that you didn't want and can't afford, whether you like it or not.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hi. The robots have made the sounds, and now we're back. Don't forget, boss, in a half hour we'll be taking call-ins, and I believe our guests will be here for their call-ins. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call2 in a half hour when we start taking call-ins. If you'd rather talk to us through text, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio to get into the chat room. Today our guest is Dave. Who the fuck is Dave? Dude, tell him about yourself, Dave.
Yeah, man. My name's Dave of the Croissant family, or it's my Cesta KV Trust, or whatever the fuck that is. Are we allowed to curse on here?
No, you can only say nigger and talk about having sex with children, but it can't be a joke.
Damn, okay. Well, I do have to say I'm a fan of the show. I like the cut of your jib, Thane. You say the right things. And I appreciate that.
And having sex with children?
Well, I'm, typically referencing the content that you speak
violence.
about in general, but,
calls to violence, terroristic threats, insurrection, sedition. That's good. So what the hell's the Croissant family?
It's we come into this earth and we're given these certificates of birth by our parents who don't really understand. They're informing on us with the state, and that's a whole rabbit hole that I'm, somewhere down, but trying to figure that whole situation out. I don't know how far down that one you are.
Oh, is the Croissant family like a family?
So this is my family name, yeah. So we would generally say first name, last name, right, as the government wants us, which is our legal fiction. But I try to differentiate myself since I'm a man and not a dead legal corporate body.
So you say Croissant Dave?
I mean, it's kind of it's every man's choice how he wants to present himself, right? So we can be first name, last name. We can be of the family name, of the family clan, of you can call yourself Polka Dot Bob, whatever you want to be.
Isn't that kind of gay though? Like guys presenting themselves.
if that's how you want to think about it, I guess.
You said something else besides Croissant family. I didn't really make it out.
The Cesta KV Trust.
The hell's that?
So this is the that is the question. Now it's actually kind of difficult. I'm not going to be able to explain this to you, and I don't claim to be an expert in this area, but what I can tell you is that there is a notion of what's known as a Cesta KV Trust, which was started, from what I can tell, after the Great Fires in London in 1666, which is an interesting number. And the gist of it is that this is when the laws of the waters, the maritime law, came onto the land for the first time, such that the crown could start. The excuse, at least, was because there were so many dead, and their property needed to be held in a state so that heirs and so forth, so on and so forth, could be found. And so this is the first time that the commercial law, or the law of the water, was applied on land to men and women who traditionally are not subject to, and in all reality are not subject to commercial laws. And we've sort of had a increasingly worse problem with what people commonly call the law, but what is really, statutes, codes, and things of that nature, other legal fictions and sorcery, ever since, for the last 300 and something years now.
It sounds kind of like Freeman on the land stuff.
Yeah, and again, men will present themselves in different ways, so some might call them free men on the land, some might call them, I just like to call myself a man. That's
well, trusts are the new thing. I've been hearing about that lately.
Yeah, this is something been around a long time, and my favorite way to understand and explain this is that trust law is essentially another way to explain natural law, universal law, karmic law, the golden rule. All these things are basically the same. They have tons of names. They're taught by every major philosophy and spiritual school, around the world in some form or fashion. And the idea is if we think about it, my favorite way to think about it is like with a car salesman, right? So we typically think of, or we have this idea, at least where I'm from, of this kind of scummy car salesman. And the reason is that you are going to this car salesman because you're looking to purchase a product, and you want to have a good product for a good price. And what often has happened, at least in the modern world, is that the trust has been reversed. So the trust is being placed by the purchaser in the salesman to help them get what they're looking for, and the salesman takes that trust and uses it to their advantage to make money on that sale, when really they should be helping them to find the product that they need at a good price, and then the benefit will come to them, via the win-win side type of contract, right? So the basics of a trust is there's generally three parts. There's the trustee, the grantor, and the beneficiary. Okay, so every trust is made up of those three things. Even in the legal world, they generally are explained in the same way. The grantor is the creator of the trust, and they will provide that trust with property. Okay, so for example, maybe I say I want to put into trust a piece of land, okay, and I want the beneficiary to be, say, my grandkids, okay, and I will place that land in the trust for the trustees, my kids or the parents of those grandchildren. Okay, so there's three parties. The grandchildren are the ones for whom the trust is just a contract, and it can, it's a spiritual contract, but it's often also written down for clarity. And humans like to be able to read things for understanding. And so this contract is between these three parties. The grantor is wanting to give this property for the benefit of the grandchildren, who are the beneficiaries, and then the trustees, the kids/parents, are the ones who maintain and control that property, despite the fact that they do not own it. So the property actually belongs to the contract, the trust. And then if you're in what's known as the United States of America, the Article 1, Section 10 says that private contracts are sacrosanct. And so this should be, and is in the spiritual world, but is maybe not so much in the practical sense a lot of the time, completely above any authority claimed by the state. Okay, so trust is a much deeper and more meaningful, in my opinion, at least, and from what I can tell, this is based in the fabric of reality, kind of contract or way of treating each other and maintaining property.
Whoa. That's like, it's like Gnostic stuff. Neo sees the code of the Matrix and all that crap. Truman Show. Anyway, before you were known for working for Start9 Labs, now you don't anymore, but everyone just says Dave, formerly of Start9, so it just follows you.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to do with it all anymore? Like, you contribute to their open source projects or anything?
I poke my head in every now and then. I do sort of maintain a package for the ecosystem. I don't have anything bad to say about this. Is a Monero package.
Oh,
I think I had a couple more going, but I want to say they're kind of defunct. They were just sort of playing around with some stuff, but the great group of guys, highly intelligent, some of the best people I've ever worked with. Don't have anything bad to say about them. Would be nice to see some OS updates, but I'm sure they'll get
yeah, I was going to bring that up
at some point.
Because on GitHub, I'm seeing lots of activity when it comes to putting out the so-called alpha pre-releases, but it looks like the last, I guess, stable release was like from 2023.
Oh yeah.
What is this, Debian? What's going on here?
And it is based on Debian, so it's actually, the underlying is
the new Debian stable's been out since August or something.
Right. So. Yeah. So I mean, it's a bit of a concern that they're wanting to, put this thing together, and they've sort of rewritten it again for the I think this is about the third time, hopefully
That's
the
not
last. But it's unfortunate that the users are kind of left by the wayside for the last couple of years. It's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, that's their $300 value support, lifetime support. Now, do you want to say what happened with you guys? Why you don't work with them anymore?
It was, I want to say it was a mutual agreement. I mean, we sort of had.
Oh, you were like a slave, like you needed their permission to leave?
Well, I mean, the gist of it was that I wasn't exactly happy in the position that I was in. I was hoping to do some different things, and they were not looking to have me move into that part of the
What did you want to do?
I wanted to work more in the underlying OS, so I wanted to do more Rust development, and they basically needed me to remain as head of communications and support team, stuff like that.
Oh no!
I did wear a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
can
hats.
see
Everyone
why.
there wears a lot of hats. It's a startup, but
Yeah.
yeah. So it was a bit stressful, and we kind of just parted ways on good terms. I mean, I'm technically was a contractor that no longer has a contract, so the door's not exactly closed. And like I said, great guys. They're still friends of mine. We
Right.
talk often. So
Now, tell us about what you've been into since you left Start9 Labs.
well, I went back to school. I thought it would behoove
Why?
me to become a better engineer, and I was not structuring myself well enough to put myself in that position. So I decided to go for some more structure and get some more mathematics and technical training under my belt. So that's what I've been doing. I also teach privacy and security classes with a crew called privacyacademy.com. Really great guys. Also met them many years ago at a freedom-related event down in Texas, and we kind of hit it off. And so I've been teaching some classes there, which is fulfilling while I up my skills and hopefully help to build some freedom tech going forward.
What do you teach there at Privacy Academy?
So it's I teach what we call the advanced classes, but we start, so the fundamentals or the basic classes are very introductory. So this is for anyone who's maybe even uncomfortable using a computer at all. Okay, maybe struggle just to do some basic tasks. We can introduce the tools that you would need to use your machine, and more importantly, not be used by your machine. Okay, so when we use, for example, an operating system that puts ads directly at that operating system level, that machine is using you. It is literally, so our attention, we say we pay attention, right? This is currency. How do we spend our time? So the people that are putting things like advertisements directly into your operating system where you have to see them all the time, they are, I would say they're stealing your attention, but it's sort of voluntary, right?
Yeah.
It's a fine line. It's hard to say, when something's being really truly imposed and when something is a choice. It does seem to be a choice, but
I
also,
would say, like when patents are seized for national security reasons and then like handed to a big tech corporation, or like, the state hands them property or clearly treats them in a special way or has their own agents working there. It's like that's where the force enters the equation. It indirectly affects things. It distorts like how likely people are to be using this stuff. Like these guys shouldn't even exist.
Yeah,
basically.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, and the thing is, so one thing I was hoping I was going to get the chance to say today is that the power of individual action. So, I mean, anybody at these companies who's in a position to say no could just start saying no. I mean, it's probably at the point where that's the end of your job there, but individual action is what creates all change.
Workers take over the factory.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Classic. What Now, what is your beyond the Privacy Academy thing? Like, what is your sort of how do privacy and security fit into your life and mindset? Besides that,
Privacy and security specifically, that's a great question. I mean, so the way that I treat it is that privacy and security for each and every man and woman should be the default. And what I mean by that is, so for example, if we, you'll hear people all the time say, I got nothing to hide, or I don't care about privacy and security. And then they go home and they close their blinds, right? They don't want people looking in the window, and they lock their door. Okay. Well, that's privacy and security. So clearly you care about it. And what needs to be understood, perhaps, or and I think it is more and more these days, is that the digital realm and the physical realm, while different, are certainly mirror reflections of each other. And so, I think that as I was saying, I think that privacy and security should be the default for each man and woman. And from there, they should have the choice, and they do ultimately, how they want to present or reveal themselves. You can take that innuendo whichever direction you want. But it should be each man's choice how they want to reveal things to others, share things with others that, for example, I love the example of if you take a photo, say on your phone, that's your property. Okay. You created that. You are the creator of that property. And it should not go directly to some faceless institution with whom you agreed to hundreds of pages of terms and service that you didn't read and wouldn't understand if you did read, for them to do with what they like. You're essentially just giving your property to them. Instead, we should have the complete control over that property and choose exactly who we want to share that with. For example, friends and family, with the case of a photo, maybe.
yeah, dude, these dumb boomers should just learn what end-to-end encryption is, sort of, just a little bit. But I guess that's what we're here for. I've thought about doing courses. I heard there's a lot of money in courses. Everyone seems to be doing that. I should probably do that. Anyway, is it gonna piss you off if I ask you a bunch of stuff about Start 9?
I wouldn't say so. I certainly wouldn't be the most up to date on what's going on there.
Neither are they, because their last stable release was 2023. Tell us about Start 9 Labs, because there are people who probably haven't even heard of it, who founded it, how it got its name, and all that fun stuff.
Oh man, the name one is it's not my favorite because it's takes a moment to explain. So what I would probably just encourage you to do is to go to the website where I think the about section.
It's a cool story.
Yeah,
trust me.
It's a fun story, but I've told it so many times that I think I'd rather just direct you to their website to check it out, especially since I don't represent them anymore.
But who runs it now?
Yeah, so there were 4 original co-founders, 2 of whom still are there day to day running and working. And that is Matt and Aiden, and they are both the CEO and CTO, or chief engineer, respectively. Both highly respectable guys. Again, these are really quality people. And they, I couldn't tell you dates or anything at this point, but it was, I want to say, a year before I got there. They got started basically in an apartment. And they got a little bit of investment down the road, and they've been sort of, developing this thing ever since then. Rewrote it twice. Once, right as I was getting there, we were prepping to release, and then while I was there, a second rewrite, and now this big third rewrite, which, I mean, a lot was learned while I was there.
Why?
So
why did this happen?
Why did this happen? I could only give you my perspective, and I would honestly prefer not to.
That's fine. I understand.
And the reason isn't because I have nasty things to say or anything like that. I just prefer to speak to ideas and concepts and not of people and what other folks are doing.
I kind of feel the same way.
Yeah.
So for the listeners who don't know, Start 9, they have an open source operating system called, I guess it's Debian based, called the Start OS. It's supposed to make self-hosting cool stuff easy, like whatever, fucking cryptocurrency nodes or Nextcloud or something. And they also sell servers that have them on it, have Start OS on it already, and they sell support. That's basically it, right?
Yeah.
Now, do they buy somebody else's SBC and like resell it, or is that like custom fabricated or something?
So when I was there, I was doing a lot of the hardware R&D, and when I first got there, they were using the Raspberry Pi, and
Right.
it was sort of,
I remember that.
yeah, it was sort of a great proof of concept, and we quickly ran into some serious problems when we outgrew the SD card, which was pretty quick, right? Because you're talking about Bitcoin nodes and Nextcloud storage and things like this.
Right.
We tried to, like every other, to paint the landscape a little bit better, there was Start9 Labs working on Start OS, and there was also a slew of Bitcoin node projects and companies. Start OS or Start9 was always trying to make the personal server and not specifically a Bitcoin node. Now,
Right.
as a result of Bitcoiners generally being the most happy-go-lucky to jump into this, and the existing home lab crew already on Proxmox for the last 5 years or whatever it was, 10 years, as a result, they kind of got lumped in with all those Bitcoin node projects. And so they ended up catering to those needs a lot of the time. And, developers were coming in from Bitcoin related projects and packaging their stuff for Start9. So it quickly sort of became a part of that. And I don't remember why I went on that tangent, but
I asked you if is this custom hardware that they're getting?
Oh, right.
fabricated?
So we attempted, like every other Bitcoin node project, to basically just strap HDs or hard drives to the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
And I want to say that we were one of the first to figure out that was problematic. That was causing I/O problems, especially with heavy read-write operations like syncing blockchains, right?
Why is that?
It's because the Raspberry Pi, so it was using, if I recall, we were using USB, and the controller for that was there was some finickiness. I don't know if it was in firmware or in the Linux kernel. I don't exactly remember the details of that problem, but it was.
Did you look into something other than USB? Like, I don't know, can you do that through GPIO pins or some other PCI?
So the Raspberry Pi 5 added, if I recall, a PCI lane, which I don't think the Raspberry Pi 3 had. Are we on 3 or are we on 4 or 5?
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. The latest one is a better piece of hardware for this. But regardless, they ended up moving as a result of this to essentially the Nook form factor mini PCs.
Right.
And because that was a transition from ARM to x86, that allowed the installation on basically any old machine that folks will have laying around, laptops and old desktops and things, which is really ideal for the community. And they blew up at that time.
It's good to support at least those two architectures, I would say.
Definitely.
Now, so it's custom fabricated, but it's not an open hardware project, is it?
No. So
why not?
Well, yes and no. So as you, I'm sure, are aware, open hardware is a difficult problem. None of us own a forge. None of us are even remotely close to being able to fund the production of a forge. There are garage forges. I shouldn't cut that dream down, but they are, they're making chips that are competing with chips from 50 years ago. So it is a difficult problem. Now, when I was there, we teamed up with originally with Purism, and we were using their devices. And the reason was that they were using that open bootloader. I can't remember which. I think it was based on LibreBoot. If
They're
I
all
recall.
based on Libra boot, whatever.
Far enough
boot.
down. But anyway, went
They
with
call
that
it
for a
pure boot.
while. That was that ended up being a rough relationship and shifted to.
Well, I'm happy to say something bad about them. Purism sucks. Everybody knows it.
I will say
You
that
don't
there
have
was
to
that
say it.
became a problematic relationship. Well, I'll leave it at that. And so then moved to basically just buying our own stuff off from a mass produced stuff from China, which is where it's all ultimately coming from. And now one thing I'll say, we had mentioned the two architectures, ARM and x86. This was Aiden, the CTO, is a big fan of, and from the beginning, from day one, had wanted to architecture this with RISC-V in mind, which I always thought
that'd
was
be nice.
really cool. And they are, I hope, will be moving in that RISC-V direction now that RISC-V chips are starting to kind of approach some, stability and usability at this point.
If they want a partner, maybe they should try like a Pine 64 board. They got a RISC-V board.
We did look at, now it wasn't the RISC-V board at the time. What was it?
Yeah, that was kind of.
They had a rock chip or something.
Yeah,
and we tinkered around with that. But yeah, I don't know if they had a RISC-V chip. I don't know if I'm
it
familiar.
only
with
came
what
out
you're
a few
talking
years
about.
ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't recall a RISC-V from them, so maybe that wasn't available at the time.
Yeah, it's one of their newer projects.
Okay.
But they seem like I have like a good opinion of them so far. Not that I've had the business partner with them.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the range of things they do, like trying to
They
make
put
it
stuff
open
up fast. They work fast, and they
Yeah.
make it cheap somehow.
for sure. Yeah,
I
guess they go direct to the slave shops.
Yeah, I think so. Now, how repairable do you think the hardware is that they're selling at Start 9 right now?
I mean, it's going to be about as repairable as a mini PC gets. If you have a
Right.
drive failure, you can replace the drive. If you need RAM, which I don't believe we might have had one unit the whole time I was there that had bad RAM, and we just sort of handled that as an RMA.
You need a soldering iron to replace the RAM?
No, it was not at the time. I'm not sure what their current PC offering is, but at the time, no, it was just replaceable.
Yeah, okay. What do you think are Start OS's strengths and weaknesses, relative to the alternative self-hosting things?
I think it is built properly. So I think the foundation is a lot of thought has gone into building this to be a general purpose personal server that is easy to use. I don't think, because of the cons of the current version, which hopefully they're going to work out in the next version, because of the current cons, I don't think it actually is quite easy enough to use yet. I think it is definitely easy enough to use for those who are properly motivated and willing to, read the manual, which is, not difficult to read. It's not highly technical. It's approachable, step by step. Do this 1, 2, 3. If you have some motivation, it's easy enough to use.
Well,
however,
it comes with support. At least if you buy a thing from them, or you buy support, you can just buy support from them, I think.
Yeah, and the support when I was there was top tier. I would presume it still probably is. They are probably tired of telling people that the feature that they want is still an unknown amount of time away, because I was frustrated telling people that at the time. So I'm sure that they're
tech support is not a nice job.
No, we did get a lot of praise though. We had some really incredible people that we'd talk to. You'd start with it being a support call, you'd fix the problem, and then you'd have another 15-minute conversation just about freedom or Bitcoin or whatever. So nice. It was a really great community. It's still is, but I stepped away from it a little bit just so I could focus elsewhere.
Yeah. What do you think are the best alternatives to Start OS, and how do they stack up?
Honestly, I think it's Proxmox. I think you have to.
A lot of people like that.
You have to basically build it yourself to do it better. TrueNAS would be another one. and honestly, with like the community scripts, are you familiar with the Proxmox community scripts?
Not really. I've heard a lot of talk about it these days, though.
It's really good. It can be intimidating to, lift the hood on your computer, which is what I call going into the terminal. However, they really, you're placing some trust. If you don't know how to read these scripts, you're placing quite a bit of trust in the authors. However, they are all open source, so you can put eyes on it. But they really make Proxmox just it's like a dream compared to having to sort out what all these things mean and basically become a systems administrator in order to have a home server. So the Proxmox community scripts, I think, is an amazing project. One of the coolest things in recent memory.
I mean, even when you're a good systems administrator, like that shit gets old.
Oh, for real?
While.
Yeah.
Like you want as much time savers as possible. Like maybe when you're young and you're whatever, I'll use Arch Linux for a year, and my part-time job will be troubleshooting my own operating system. Like whatever. That used to be fun once, but
yeah. I mean, the beauty. I will. I'm every day. I am both frustrated and just overjoyed with the open source world. Every day, it's just up and down. Like for example, this software that we're speaking over right now is a beautiful thing. Arch Linux is now easy to use in various distributions. So
what? You mean this was based on Arch Linux?
So, for example,
it doesn't count.
The number one consumer selling Linux device of all time is the Steam Deck, which is based on Arch Linux. So,
well, yeah.
I mean, they probably sold 1 million units or something.
That's a different distro then. At that point, though, Steam OS or whatever the hell they call it.
You could say that, but you can drop into a KDE desktop and it is for the user. I mean, they're not even going to know what Arch Linux is.
Well, Valve's done a lot of great work.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a running joke, I believe, in that community that the CEO of Steam or Valve or whatever it is, we'll just basically fix everything that's wrong with Arch and the Linux kernel at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised. And that segues into what I was going to say anyway, which is I think the source of our frustrations with the open source community, if you want to call it that, commie bullshit, or decentralized networks, or whatever, lack of monetization. That's the problem.
I think that's part of it. I think also a lot of people are more than happy to put together some slop just because they can make something work, that they take no pride in making it resilient or thinking deeply about what they're building. They would rather just use whatever framework or tool will make the widget spin on the screen. And that results in a lot of projects that last 3 months, that create hype trains and maybe even raise money, and then ultimately just disappear or are useless or get hacked in various ways.
Yeah. And that's true too of like the corporate stuff.
Totally. Yeah. That's certainly not excusing.
And that's not going anywhere. Now with AI developing, automating some of it, it's going to get worse, I think.
That's a whole, that's adding a whole new layer of slop on top of the slop that I'm continuously disappointed by. But there's, we've got all these rays of light in these other software projects. So it is nice.
What are your favorite examples?
Favorite examples. I mean, it's tough, right? So I guess my favorite example is Linux. I mean, Linux runs the internet. Nobody even knows what Linux is. If you walk into a bar and ask 10 people, they might know associate it with nerds or something, but they don't realize that they just used it at the credit card terminal and they pumped gas with it. And I think that's probably the biggest open source victory is maybe Linux. But there's all kinds of other examples. I mean, as far as popularity and bringing a useful tool to the masses, I think Signal Messenger was a big deal and is a big deal. But there's, I mean, a lot of the people that I meet that work on projects, even like smaller projects, often will, be inspiring to me as well. I'm trying to think of someone off the top of my head, but
just say me.
Well, of course, I wasn't familiar with your with your tech projects.
I don't have any yet,
but I'm sure they're stellar.
I'm trying to monetize a reticulum mesh network thing, something like that.
Yeah,
but
Reticulum is a good example. Actually, there's a project that's attempting to build things properly from the beginning and puts a lot of care into it. So that's a good example.
You ever run into many folks who install StartOS on a VPS?
We got asked about that a lot, but I'm not sure if we generally sort of told people that was not the best idea. So I'm sure someone has done it, but I'm not really familiar with how popular that is.
I feel like there's potential there because, like, if you try to, there isn't a whole lot of like retards who use servers or whatever, shared web hosting, whatever. They're like used to using cPanel and stuff. Like they need something. They need something open source that doesn't, suck, like Webmin or whatever. Like it can't be that. That can't be the answer.
And I will say that if you are not technical and you want to stand up Onion services, which is Tor hidden services, basically websites over the Tor network. Yeah. If you want to stand that up and you're non-technical, then, and that's all you care about is Onion access, then maybe StartOS on a VPS is a helpful thing for you.
I think it could be helpful. I haven't poked around much with StartOS, but I have a feeling it could fulfill a need there that, it's funny they're not talking more about that side of it because, like, trying to get like fucking Webmin or Cockpit or whatever working for somebody who it doesn't give them what they want.
Right. And the reason that we were shying away from encouraging the VPS use is that if you are not wanting to access your device strictly over Tor, the only other option under the current version of the OS is .local access, which requires you to be on the same network. And you not, as you would like to, do that via a VPN like WireGuard. Okay, and the reason is that the MDNS aliasing that each service uses to create its own onion address is it's a public key, basically. It's used on both .local and .onion. Reaching that across layer 3 is not possible, so that can't be done. You could potentially do it with something like zero tier. I don't know if anybody's tried that. I could see that potentially working, but MDNS aliasing in general, even just on zero tier, is a lower level version essentially of Tailscale, if you're familiar with that.
Oh,
so Tailscale is built on WireGuard, and I think it has 2 or 3 competitors. They're all basically WireGuard overlay networks with some friendly UIs and things like that. Zero tier is lower level, so it is creating direct links between machines and putting them on an overlay network that it creates at that lower level.
All right. Let me ask you this. What do you think? Oh, by the way, you motherfuckers can call in if you want to. PAZNIA.com/call too, and you can talk to us and stuff. And you can also say stuff in the chat. I guess no one really said anything in the chat. It was a picture of ashwagandha. U-Theory brand ashwagandha. Ted asks, is this our populist brand? The answer is yes. U-Theory is like it's like a child having sex with children dog whistle thing. So yeah, I think that is one of ours. It's a libertarian brand. Anyway, what do you think user-friendly self-hosting projects should be doing more right now going forward?
Maybe think more like the user. I don't know. It's tough because there should be an expectation that each man or woman that wants to use some freedom technology put the care and effort into learning just the basics, just what you need to understand what you're doing. Like there's this whole we've built the whole World Wide Web on this concept of you should be able to blindly and dumbly click and make the widget spin and get the dopamine, and it's and then monetize that. And that has just been horrific to watch, compared to the days when everyone was hosting their own content on their machine and then subscribing, or publishing that content and subscribing to other people's content. I much prefer that model, and I think we basically have to return to that, because we've given all our digital property and all our digital infrastructure over to institutions that just do not care about the user at all, certainly not their freedom or their right to choose. And I just go on about that for a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we need to get the user back into the position where they're the customer rather than the product. But with that said, I don't think you're ever going to stop people from being like dumb and needing big fucking buttons or whatever. I think we just need to design for that. And if we have money coming in, then we can get people to focus on that who are good at it, because they're not like totally autistic or whatever.
Yeah, I think there has to be some middle ground. I mean, you can't be neutral on a moving train, right? You can't sit around and be dumb anymore. That's not an option, or your branch of this species is going to go extinct. And, you could say that's their problem or what have you. But when there's people who actively want to encourage and accelerate that extinction, then it becomes problematic. So
sure,
I think that you're 100% correct. We do have to make this as easy as possible, but we also need to, while we're holding the hand, we need to be like, look, this is how you fish. I'm not going to give you fish because it's not sustainable. It's not scalable. There's no way that we forward the species if we don't, bootstrap ourselves. Right.
Yeah. I'm not so sure that stupid people are going to go extinct though. I think we're always going to have that. I think we're always going to have like specialization where like only a few of us are smart or like have the balls to like kill somebody to defend ourselves or whatever. But the answer is just to give the market forces the tools that they need to get the right people into place, protecting the hen house instead of the wolves guarding the hen house.
It does all seem to go back to the movie Idiocracy, right? Where the stupid people are producing 10 kids per couple, and the intelligent people are not reproducing at all. And so we end up with
it's a good movie,
completely moronic society. I mean, it gets better every year. I watch it every now and then. It just gets more and more classic.
I think that like dumb people have a use. That's why there's so many of them. Like they do all the hard work, I can't imagine being smart and being a hard worker at the same time almost. Well, actually, that's not true. But they're people who are smart and hard workers are prone to very specific tasks, like repetitive tasks. They have like obsessive personalities. Innovators are a different animal. They don't want to do the same thing over and over again. But we don't need a world full of innovators. That's just stupid. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I think it's like different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. I think stupid people have use, and they should be protected by the right people like me. Anyway, we got YouTube comments from HBO star Jason Henza. One, he thinks his buddy Chris left Start9 for a similar reason. Fascinating anecdote. Wait, what was the reason again? Oh yeah, not the right role. Yeah, I mean, shit, who wants to be tech support or something? That sucks. And comment 2, he still has his Start9 Pi. Was a fun toy for about 3 months.
Yeah, Chris is a great guy, a good friend of mine. He's working with the Core Lightning team now. He's on the.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's working with their team.
Right, he got poached by all the Bitcoin people who came in to the Start9 ecosystem.
You could say that. I think he would call himself a Bitcoin people, so it probably wasn't really a hard pull, I don't think.
Yeah. All right, let's see what stupid notes I have for this interview. Now I think now how do you think Start9's business model worked out?
I mean, as far as I understand it, they're doing even better than when I was there. So it is working
That's
out
good.
from a financial perspective. I think they're doing fine. They also are, from the get-go, we're Bitcoin native. And so if you want to look back several years at where Bitcoin was, you could take a guess at how they've done with that, keeping cash in Bitcoin instead of dollars.
Oh, right.
And then going forward, I think they have some really great ideas on how to scale and do some other things that I wouldn't be comfortable mentioning just because I don't think they're public knowledge.
That's cool. I'm glad to hear that.
So yeah, I think they're some of the most intelligent people I've ever met, and I think they're gonna do well, but it is a frustrating period for them.
Yeah. I've always had a vaguely high opinion of Start9. Why is it a frustrating period?
Because I don't like sitting around and having. So, for example, if you were to go on their GitHub, I am quite certain there are issues that were opened before I was there that were addressable, but were kicked to, like a lot of things were kicked to this idea of, well, we're going to have this big release, so it'll go into that. And maybe it does. I have seen issues closed that I opened, 2-3 years ago. I've seen issues being closed recently. So it is happening. But for the user, especially a user who depends on that technology for their everyday use, that can be very, very frustrating to see that these things that could be features and bug fixes, even more frustrating, that could be fixed being just pushed, kicked out until that next version. So I think really what the problem was, the overall, is that this was a series of betas and this was not a finished product. And I don't think that any of us really realized at what stage that was. And I think that by the time it was realized, it was too late to call it that. And so, because, they've been selling these products for years now. However, I do think that they will eventually get to a stable, production ready release, and things should go a lot smoother for them. From there.
Yeah. Hopefully the OS development side of things gets on track soon. Now I think disruptive freedom tech overall is likely a pretty big deal to both of us. So I want to talk about the whole field of disruptive freedom tech.
Okay.
What disruptive freedom tech do you think should be built right now and going forward?
What do I think should be built right now? I think that key management is super important. So the ability for someone to have digital keys and use them as easily as they use physical keys. I think that, and as securely, I mean, arguably it should be far more secure, right? So a set of car keys, for example, or house keys, is a fairly easy to lose item, let alone risk of theft. Digital keys should be easier to use and store securely, so they could be on personal devices, secured with pins, and things like this. I think key management is really big. I think infrastructure is the thing that I want to focus on, right? So the reason that I decided I need to go learn more mathematics and networking and things like this is I think that we need to build our own infrastructure. I think that ultimately things that we have become accustomed to using are going to slowly sort of get throttled and restricted and censored and slowed down.
Are you talking about mesh networking?
And ultimately turned off. I think mesh networking is a very important component to that. Yes.
And maybe distributed data stores.
Yeah. And so one thing that I would impart to folks that are listening that may not be so technical is that your home network is created by the router in your house. Okay. And that network is private to you. Okay. Or at least it should be. Now, if you have a router provided by your internet service provider, say, if it's like Verizon or Comcast or something like that, it is likely not private to you, but it should be. So this is the equivalent of letting someone else into your home, which is pretty common with like these, quote unquote smart home devices and things like this. Those are invasions of your sovereignty, never mind your privacy. So it is important to understand that the router is supposed to be the firewall of your digital life. Okay. And you can take control of that very easily. There are 100% devices, consumer devices that are inexpensive, easy to use. You basically set them up and they generally just do their thing in the background. And that is a very important component of this, is that you begin with your own network being sovereign to you, private to you, and then it offers a lot of control and functionality as well on top of that.
Yeah, I've brought up routers on the show before, but I was pretty brief with that. But yeah, you can even have open source operating systems like whatever, OpenWRT, DDWRT, whatever, fucking Asus Merlin even. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that.
So, and the reason that I say that that's so important is not only because that's, where that's your digital front door. Not only is it important for that reason, but furthermore, these devices have all the capability in the world to connect to each other. In fact, that's all they do. The internet is literally a series of interconnected routers. We just tend to depend on the routers provided by our ISP. Now, there's no reason that I can't.
It's fucking gay, dude.
Yeah, there's no reason that we can't drag, depending on geographic distance, drag Ethernet or fiber optic cables to neighbors' homes, who can drag cables to their neighbors' homes, or create radio networks. I'm less of a fan of that unless you really need to cover serious distance and you can't dig a trench. Maybe the
enemy kind of do though
in there or what have you. But yeah, we can create our own infrastructure relatively cheaply and relatively easily with just a little bit of effort. And then mesh networking can be a component there, especially for if you're at events. Mesh networking is about as good as it gets. If you are like large events, or if you're in an off-grid situation, these are really powerful tools.
Yeah, you and I are on the same page. I'm kind of thinking a lot about mesh networking lately as because to me the future, it's like mesh networking, distributed data storage, and secure distributed computing. And with those three things, you can make any DApp composed out of those three. And mesh networking hits me as like the most urgent need, because all these other great, cool, like decentralized networks and open source projects and blah, 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 they're all developed and working on top of the internet, which is not what I'd call a centralized protocol, but it's a hierarchical protocol of like fascist control. So, and it's getting worse all the time, like really fast. So like, I've been feeling like an urgent need to replace it.
I would tend to agree with that. I mean, we do see the powers that think they be want to balkanize the internet and are, they're essentially wargaming balkanization of the internet. We see this, it's sort of quiet, but you do see hints of it.
They literally had war games. It's called the cyber pandemic.
Oh, right. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Spot on there. So, and what I was really referring to is some of the recent experiments that Russia's doing to segregate themselves, that Iran is doing, where they're trying to shut down communications during protests.
Oh, they've done that a bunch of times.
Yeah.
In Iran. Yeah. North Korea's had its own weird little walled garden internet for a while. They have their own Linux distro.
I understand they have. I understand they have very few IPs. So
I would think so.
You can pretty much presume that those are all government and military.
Yeah, the normal person in North Korea can't even afford food. Well,
Yeah.
They can't find it. The
Have you
grass
seen
doesn't even grow.
They even have they have like wood burning. They've converted trucks to run on like wood to burn wood and get around.
That's awesome. And that's something
crazy. Yeah.
That's something we talk about in PAZNIA a lot, like weird combustion fuels and alternative energy. That's actually cool. That's surprisingly based for North Korea.
Yeah, and I think you will find, so people ask me, or a lot of times I get accused of being a Debbie Downer or suggesting that things may not go so well in the near future. And what I like to say is that I'm a short-term pessimist, which means I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think there's a lot coming down the pipeline that's pretty ugly that people are in no way even aware of. And then I'm a long-term optimist because I think that through that, it's going to create the incentive to actually put in the care and effort that we need to be putting in now. I think it will eventually come.
That's more or less exactly what I say on this show all the time. Like, I think World War III is kind of imminent. It could happen as early as next year. I think that could get pretty ugly, especially if like EMPs take down the whole power grid and like 80 or 90% of the population has to starve or something. That could get pretty ugly.
Yeah, and I know you're referencing more of a hot war, but I would take the opinion that World War III started in 2001 and was for the first time aimed on the general populace instead of between nation states.
Yeah, well, I think, and that's another thing I've thought for a long time, that like the real point, even when it's hot, it's going to be greatly exaggerated how much it's actually about these different little state alliances fighting each other. I think it's much more about expanding state power domestically, as well as relationships between allied states and making them more globalism, or whatever. I think that's what it's really about. But there will be a little actual fighting between, the Russia-China side and the Western side.
No, yeah, makes for good infotainment for the masses.
Right. Yeah, it'll be exaggerated. Everyone needs to look at that and not think about what's in your face.
What was it? I think it was, what's the guy's name? Is like a Zen Buddhist wino guy that it's mixed into EDM music and stuff. I forget his name, but anyway, he always used to say that it has to look like your side is in danger of losing at any moment, but they never lose, right? And that's how you rally people around the flag,
right?
Is that you have to pretend that there's this horrible thing that's constantly about to happen, and then you just never actually lose, but it looks like you're losing all the time,
right? And in my own way, that's what I'm doing, because I don't think we lose in the long run, but I do want people to be like ready. The kind of person who listens to this show, it'd be good if they're like alive in 5 years. That'd be helpful to me.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And speaking of which, how do you think disruptive freedom tech projects would best be incubated? Where can developers in this field find each other?
That's a good question. I think when you go looking for this, you find the communities pretty easily. It is a bit esoteric. So there is maybe some kind of initiation, if you will. So you have to show some care and interest. But once you find just one person, they will introduce you to whatever realm in this world that you're in, this freedom tech industry that you want to be a part of.
It's always been that way. Like at one time, just being on IRC was like kind of an accomplishment. Mm-hmm. So it created a cool culture there. So you just have to find whatever that is at any given time. Like today, it's like install I2P and get on I2PRC. Right. That's not as user friendly as I would like, but at least it creates a really cool culture.
Yeah. There. Or the point and click easiest way is if you download the Tor browser and you get on, you just start cruising through Onion sites. It's a whole different community. It is a completely different world, and some of it's pretty ugly,
But Tor IRC,
right? Yeah. So just
that's
know
easier than I2P.
It's just a completely different network of people, literally. Of people.
Totally. Yeah. Now, what do you think about the strengths and weaknesses of like fundraising a startup on one hand, or like bootstrapping by offering fucking equity to people or something like that?
I've sort of shifted my view on this quite a bit. I've come to the conclusion that incorporation with the state is an inherent problem.
Oh, so I don't think traditional
companies, meaning literally what you're doing is you are replacing. So we talked at the beginning of the show about this trust law and trust contracts. You are replacing what some people would call God, or these universal laws. You are replacing that with the state, which is their explicit goal, is to replace God. So they want to make the rules, which is why they have the complex legal sorcery. They want to dictate the terms of all contract, whereas the contract is supposed to be three parties, and that's you, the party that you're actually dealing with, and then the universe or the natural laws.
Take the state out of the equation. What I'm asking is like let's say just totally in second realms. Fundraising, raising money from the beginning from like investors versus just bootstrapping, offering like, whatever equity. This could be represented with crypto tokens. It could be whatever. It could be a fucking handshake deal. It doesn't matter. Second realms. What do you think about it?
Yeah. I just wanted to put that first thing out there because I think that is the default. And all I wanted to say is that we should be defaulting to more what you're talking about, right? The notion of creating our own institutions.
Well, yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. So now to go into your point, that's a tough one because you tend to, if you want to take investment, then you are introducing someone else to your project that you're going to in some way be beholden, right? You're tied in some way. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. But you
just gotta be the right person,
right? You are giving some control of your project now, and maybe that's fine, and maybe that's required for scalability. I have not ever gone down that road, so I don't really have any experience, and I can't speak to, what the pros and cons of that. I don't think. Now, are you asking about also? So you're asking about the difference between taking investment and bootstrapping via, say, monetization of your project?
They're both investment, really. It's just one's an investment of money and the other's an investment of labor.
Yeah. So that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to know the answer. I'm just making
sure. I certainly don't claim to know the answer.
I think there's room for both, probably.
Yeah, and I would like to kind of noodle on that for a while. Maybe I'll think of something by the end of the show, but I think that's a good question. So I don't have a good answer for you on that.
How do you think decentralized networks should be raising money for development and marketing and blah, blah, blah?
I don't necessarily think they should. I'm not saying that you do not.
Well, how should users pay? What monetization, decentralized monetization models do you like?
For lack of a better way to answer this, I would say donation. So what I'm getting at here is that I think that when you put in care and effort into a project and put that out there, and it's useful for people. So if you are useful to the people around you, that will return to you multifold, right? So I don't this is how I've always gone about things, is if I'm going to create something, I would like to benefit other people, and that service is the goal. Now, how that comes back to me, I don't know, because I don't know how the universe works, but it always seems to. And I think that that's, again, built into the fabric of reality. Now, I don't have anything against if people prefer to monetize their project in another way, but I don't think I'm familiar enough with the ways to do that, or I don't really have a strict perspective on how I think about that.
I think it's safe to say that regardless of whether someone's relying on donations or working or volunteering, or whether they're trying to monetize early or whatever, either way, the mindset should be like Einstein or something said something like, what did he say? Don't seek not to be a successful man, but a useful man.
Yeah.
Something like that. Man of value. That's what he said.
Yeah. I would totally agree with that. Yeah.
You got to give first. And then obviously that's when people will give you something back, whether you're asking to be paid or whether it's just a donation thing. Either way,
definitely.
Now here's some real shots in the dark. I got even crazier questions that you might even less know the answer. Maybe you'll know the answer to. Let's say something bad happens. like a solar flare or an EMP attack and a very big power grid goes down for a much longer time than it often does, how do you think digital networks should best ready themselves in case the grid goes down for a long time?
So I don't know if I have an answer from a technological perspective. What I would say is I'm going to have to paraphrase because I don't know the quote, but Thomas Jefferson said something about the requirement for freedom to educate the whole mass of the people. If we don't have the education, the skill sets, the knowledge bases ahead of time, basically if we're not prepared for such a thing, then it's
Right.
the problem gets worse. Now, I don't think we are prepared for that kind of a situation.
No, of course
So,
not.
for example, if you're talking specifically about like mesh network projects, the people who already have those established will thrive, and those will grow in that kind of
Right.
situation. Now, it will be, you're going to have to scrap for functional equipment, and people who prepared for that will start to hold that closer to their chest. It will be
Right.
a difficult learning curve. Whereas if we prepare now, have equipment, understand the Faraday protection, things like that, then we face an easier time if we go into that kind of a dark time.
Yeah, I agree. To be fair, the jury's kind of out on how bad EMPs will actually hurt little objects, little electronics and stuff, or
Sure,
cars
and
or
it
whatever.
depends on what.
But yeah, I
kind
mean, if you're not using something anyway and you're just storing it and it's electronic, then yeah, there's absolutely no harm in Faraday caging it. It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, and I would let me put it this way: when I think about that kind of a situation, whether it's a solar flare or a weapon or something like that, I am thinking much more about the physical world. I'm not
Yes, that's right.
particularly. I'm not.
Well, yeah.
Not that I'm not, training with ham radios and low bandwidth stuff.
Well, yeah, you have to be alive. Like
Right.
you have to not be shot by somebody.
Yeah,
to
the rice
raid
and
you.
beans is going to be more important than your IP address at that point. So
Yeah.
let me just say that that's where I focus when I think about that kind of a situation, just because I don't think enough of the populace cares about communications networks. The ham radio
Yeah.
guys are the biggest community in that regard, and I'm going to be tapped into that network if I need to be.
Yeah. I mean, well, my thinking is like, I've got like what I could have as little as a year, to incubate some shitty project to monetize reticulum or something, it's not going to be ready. It's not going to be ready. So it's like, I'm over here thinking about, how to stay alive and all that, but I've been thinking about that for decades. So now I'm like, okay, how do we keep developing with remote teams after that?
Yeah, I think the most important thing, maybe my answer to that question would be have something running and have a link to one other person.
Right.
A person that otherwise would be difficult to communicate with.
We're gonna need long range.
Yeah, it's like if it's someone that's a mile away that is a part of your network for that kind of an emergency, that's someone that you need to be able to communicate with in whatever fashion makes the most sense, and you should have that set up immediately.
Yeah, and given that the networks are going to be sparse at first, we need long range transceivers.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Any thoughts on off-grid power?
Yeah, off-grid power, good.
Good.
Again, that's a whole. Each of these is
just weird questions.
I wouldn't say they're weird. I mean, this is why I like the show, because these are important topics. It's just that each one is its own rabbit hole.
The answer may just be good.
Yeah,
that's
certainly off-grid. Certainly, the fact that you are, especially if you're in an urban area, you are almost certainly getting your power from a government, sponsored monopoly who is often not able to deliver that power, even if they want to.
Yeah, just wait till tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, let alone.
It's gonna.
Oh yeah,
southeastern U.S.
So I hear the South is going to get some things that they don't usually see.
I mean, the Texas power grid couldn't handle a little cold weather like a couple of years ago. So
yeah, I remember.
I wouldn't be shocked to hear that happens tomorrow.
Yeah, supposedly the Bitcoin mining industry went down there and was like, "Hey, why don't you create some load balancing?" And I think a lot of companies moved down there, especially after the supposed China ban. People were exiting us. There was an exodus from China of miners, supposedly. Sometimes I find a lot of news hard to believe because there's no verification whatsoever.
Right.
It's kind of hard to believe to me that we understand so little about the Chinese culture and stuff. It's not like they don't know English over there. Like, why is it so difficult for us to get information about groups like us in the Chinese world,
Because they like to stay quiet.
I mean, you got to imagine there's a Chinese Thane Riddle, right?
There's
So presumably.
there's no other Thane Riddle, unfortunately. Otherwise I'd be having sex with them. But instead of being here. But yeah, there's definitely like a bunch of cool Chinese people. And in some ways, like coolness is more common. Like when it comes to flaunting, like just throwing IP to the wind, that's like normal in China. They don't give a shit about intellectual property.
Oh, for sure.
But so in some ways the developer culture and stuff is cooler. But yeah, I mean, like thing is, like if you're an anti-state person in China, like you got to keep a little more quiet about it than you do here. Unless someone knows who you are.
Yeah, I guess I can.
And you
see
can
that
find those people in like
the
IRC and shit.
with the social credit and all that. I mean, that's moving into the Western world at this point. So
yeah,
hopefully we won't just sort of shut up and go into the dark. Hopefully we'll put up a little bit more of a stand.
I mean, it's not so much about shutting up. It's just like the stuff you say doesn't need to be tied to where you sleep at night.
Sure, I get you.
That's all.
Pick your
and
battles.
like that's part of like, and it's reassuring in a way because like people are like, oh no, what if they ban VPNs? I'm like, dude, 1 billion people live in a place where they banned VPNs. Okay, it's fine. It's already done. Don't worry. We're already working with these people. They're already using VPNs. But anyway, how about this one? Let's say the internet comes back online, but now it's an utterly totalitarian walled garden the state wants you. I feel like we already talked about this.
I think this is right around I think this is surprisingly close. This is going to shock people how close this is.
That's right.
That digital ID is going to soon be required from the state via the ISP, who absolutely will comply. There's not going to be a major ISP that does not comply.
VPNs, darknets, and meshnets banned. White market transactions done with CBDC wallets that only work with real-time biometric readings from a permanent rectal implant. And also talking about brain plants being mandatory too, coming down the pipeline. Now, what do you think are some good strategies and tactics for opting out of that?
I mean, we got to say no. There's not really an alternative. I mean, yeah, it is better to build.
You're gonna have to kill people, ultimately. But what else?
what else besides saying? I mean,
mesh network steganography.
Yeah. So, like, what I went back to. Have a way to communicate with one other person that's important in your network. Okay. Because, and then that person can have one other person and, or maybe it should be 2 people, right? So that you're both going in one direction or in different directions.
Be as many as you can. Yeah.
Well, yeah, ideally, but it's sometimes, first of all, the hardest thing to do when we're talking about any of these kind of operations is to start, right? Especially if this is something that's intimidating to you or don't consider yourself technical. I would encourage you that these things are, first of all, probably not as hard as you may think. And second of all, the people that you find that are willing to do this with you, or if you haven't found them yet, are going to be more than willing to help you make it work. So that will all come out of the woodwork. If you're afraid of this, I would say the hardest thing is to start. And then from there, obviously connect to as many people as you can, but I say the one because the first one is probably going to be the hardest for you.
Yeah, that's right. Now, earlier in the show, I talked about what I call counter engineering. It's more than what you build disruptive freedom tech. It's also about how you do it. Counter engineers should have strong security culture and privacy. They should be pseudonymous. They should host their code on fucking darknet repos, and they should openly throw the state's laws to the wind. Shouldn't acknowledge intellectual property, reverse engineer closed source software and firmware, share everything that they find, happily use hacked and leaked data, make radio hardware without certifications, blah, 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 blah. The whole 9 yards, openly advocating breaking the law. What do you think about this counter-engineering movement that I dreamed up?
Yeah, and so a lot of times when I start talking about these kind of things, people say, well, isn't it better to keep my head down and do things by the book and then build this technology that will disrupt the system once it becomes popular? And my answer to that is always the same, which is we are what we do. And the world we live in is literally what we're doing every day. So if you do things
That's
in the
right.
way that you are being told to do them, there will not be change. Okay. There is no
Yeah, you're just a
magical
sellout then.
Yeah, there's no freedom destination to this. Freedom is what we constantly do. They say you are nothing but the sum of your habits. So we have to live by principles is what I think is the most important thing here. Principles literally mean first things. So this is what we need to base all of our decision making on, base all of our actions on. And from that, even though it's going to be excruciatingly slow progress, especially at the beginning, it will bear an entirely different kind of fruit that people don't even often think about.
Yeah. Well, I think we kind of see eye to eye on a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, I told you I like the cut of your jib.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, though, like as much as I hate the sellout like side of things, and I just couldn't be one of them. I do see that some progress is made, and that there is like have you ever read Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage?
That's a great book.
Yeah. They talk in that about, whatever, I guess the sedition side, if I'm not mixing stuff up, is the more like friendly, less law breaking face of a movement that like disowns the subversion and sabotage sides. Says, oh no, they're too extreme. I shouldn't be associated with that. But they usually often are, linked to them.
Yeah, and to be clear, that's my perspective and how I choose to. That's how I want to develop myself. I do see, like you said, there's progress in doing it the other way, but I think there will come a time.
I'm not a fan of it. So
I'm not.
they don't need
like
more
it, but I'll say
apologists.
it has a place.
Yeah, they don't need more apologists and people saying, "Oh, it's okay, it's all right." No, I think they need more people saying like that's fucking gay, and you're going to die in a concentration camp, and you're going to deserve it. And I'm going to laugh, just a little bit though.
And I think ultimately because all of the, especially the digital prison, but just state authority in general, because it's all actually an illusion, right? Like the Wizard of Oz or whatever, because it's actually an illusion, the more that we cease to participate, the more power we actually take back. Like it really is a matter of just doing things ourselves for each other and not listening to how someone else thinks that we should do that.
Yeah, we need to boldly build our strength, independent, until we're fighting fit, and then we can exterminate the virus, exterminate the state virus from the earth, scorched earth, but actually fertile earth that bears fruits and so forth. Anyway, what do you think the counter engineers of today and tomorrow should keep in mind most or be doing?
I would probably reiterate like the biggest change is with yourself. So what you're doing every day, think about your interactions and your choices. And something we don't think about is the contracts that we enter. All right. So most of these we get from birth. That's the first one, is that birth certificate. We didn't ever choose the terms of that contract. It is fraudulent because you had no ability to even comprehend it at birth. So there was no meeting of the minds, which is a prerequisite to a legitimate contract. Think about the contracts you're in, and also think about the fact that your signature is extremely powerful. You have no idea how powerful your signature is, and we give it away all the time, especially on the internet when we check boxes that say I agree. Think about that signature and who you're giving it to. that's another thing that I would suggest, is be more conscientious about the actions that we take and which parties are involved in these interactions.
Yeah, I mean, contracts are pretty magical. Like even my site, my crypto and Capistan or whatever is going to be built on contracts and cryptographic signatures. They're pretty important.
Yeah, they're just agreements between humans, right? And so, and we tend to write them down, and unfortunately, it's often the case that no two humans have exactly the same interpretation of the written word. So it is more important the what they call the spirit of the law, or the contract or agreement, than the letter of the law. So that's the term, arguing the letter of the law.
Decentralized markets for dispute resolution. And
or any kind of
insurance, security, and then we can just hire the cipher mercs to kill them all. We got a couple comments. I guess it was Rayo2 said recommended networking source forum.hackliberty.org. Yeah, I guess Hack Liberty is cool. They seem cool anyway. Question from YouTube: why aren't we using Briar more? He asks, as it has ability to communicate through Bluetooth and also works through LAN. I mean, Briar is cool. I think people don't use it. I mean, it's more suited to, the mesh side of how Briar works is really the cool thing that it does, because over the internet, it just uses Tor onion services. And I feel like other stuff does that better, like probably Kutch. Which fucking good luck Googling that. It's like
CWTCH.
Yeah, it's fucking, it's Gaelic, typical open source marketing, branding.
What do you say? Naming things is difficult because every name is taken. And so everybody has to spell everything with a 4 and make it somehow unique.
Yeah, but there's middle ground. You can get clever. You have to brainstorm for a while until you find the right thing.
Yeah,
but that's for marketing guys, not autistic developers.
Yeah. Give that to an idea guy.
Yeah, that's why they always rebrand.
Yeah, Briar is great. I've used it in an off-grid situation at a Freedom event, and it was incredible because there was sort of different areas or regions. And they were sort of separated because they were beyond that Bluetooth range. And then one person would sort of walk from one of those regions to the other, and suddenly all the messages would be delivered. And so it would just be constantly syncing. It was really fun for me as a nerd to experience that. So there's like a message board style feature as well as a chats.
Yeah, and somebody could even put little old phones sitting around as relays to cover the whole festival. And you can also have Briar Mailbox. That's like a thing that sits somewhere and it grabs messages for you, and then you can come and pick them up later.
So that's
cool. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Anything else you want to talk about?
I didn't really have any kind of agenda. So I've been happy with the conversation for sure. I think these are all important topics. I think each one of them is a multi-hour show if you wanted to go down that, and that's why you're never going to run out of content, right?
Yeah, so they tell me. Always feels like I'm right, but that's just because I'm lazy. I don't want to work on the show. Now, how could we best use technology to stop Karens from bothering us about all that age of consent bullshit? That's the one question on libertarians' minds.
I mean, currently the easy way is to just be somewhere else in the digital world with a VPN. Eventually, that probably will become.
I'm not talking about age verification. I'm talking about age of consent.
Age of consent. I mean, so from my perspective, there are natural laws around that as well, right? So.
That's interesting. What do you think? What do you think that is?
Well, biologically, we certainly go through changes as adolescents that allow us to perform the acts of reproduction, right? So there's that's an absolute minimum. However, on top of that is the mental component, and since today, most 40-year-olds walking around are mental children, I don't think that they are able to consent. They literally don't have the mental capacity to be reproducing. So I think there's a mental component as well, and that's something that is just known at a deeper level between two humans. And I think any adult that's trying to break that trust is going to reap the consequences of those kind of actions by preying on folks that are not their mental equal, not their physical equal, things like that.
Yeah. What about the 40-year-olds? Think about the 40-year-olds, people. We got to protect them. I agree. I guess that's it. Plug yourself. Where can people follow your things that you want them to look at?
Yeah, I'm not
Privacy Academy, right?
Yeah, I'm not a social media guy. You can find me on Privacy Academy. That is a membership situation, so I'm not going to tell you that it's right for you, but if it does seem like a good fit, then you can find me there teaching the advanced classes. I do have projects I'm working on in the background. I'm not really ready to pitch yet, but hopefully I will be more forward about those in the coming years.
Yeah, we're here.
But yeah, other than that, I mean, if you need to find me, I'm sure you will find me. I'm not you see.
Oh yeah, just put Dave into a search engine.
Yeah, just throw Dave into any popular search engine. You'll find that I'm everywhere, and there are many of me doing all kinds of wonderful things. And
yeah, because of King David.
Yeah. Presumably that's where my name ultimately comes from.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
He's
a popular one.
Does seem to be biblical.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm a privacy expert and consultant. You can give me money too. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD because you can't find the Chinese Thane Riddles. They're hiding. So you're going to have to go with the premium version because the Lord knows they'd undercut me.
Absolutely. Stealing your IP, no doubt.
Yeah. Next show, I'm going to talk about transportation privacy for the umpteenth time. And I'm going to finish the memetics topic. And we're going to have another guest. What? That's crazy. The 2 guests in a row. It's going to be jamming again. It's just going to be my mom and Jam and Baconic. And I'll leave you with a few verses of a poem by Oscar Wilde. If I could find the fucking where I had it. Just give me like 15 minutes to find. Here it is. Poem by Oscar Wilde, excerpt. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. But this I know, that every law that men have made for man, since first man took his brother's life and the sad world began, but straws the wheat and saves the chaff with the most evil fan. This too I know, and wise it were, if each could know the same, that every prison that men build is built with bricks of shame, and bound with bars, lest Christ should see how men their brothers maim. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still, and should be a good one this week. Amongst your P.R.N deprogramming will be the Bitcoin Bugle ad block, something called Letters from Keonne. Keonne Rodriguez is the Samourai wallet developer who was kidnapped and is now being held against his will in the minimum security federal prison near Morgantown, West Virginia. Probably pretty easy to break into. Then at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, there will be a new Vonu Podcast live with guest Kat Bonadin, who'll be talking about the Greenbrier Internet Intentional Community and Acapulco, the need for vetting and accountability, and more. Don't forget, this will be live, so there will probably be call-ins and chat reads, unlike my show. Lots of good stuff today, so don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans. And of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors, what better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin. There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, and we are here on good on Jitsi, good on OBS. But all right, wow, guys, nothing better than ripping a fat dab and jamming out to Samourai. That song was called "Purple Dream." I use it a lot in pretty much a lot of P.R.N. stuff. But yeah, amazing music. And fun fact, I actually interviewed the vocalist Jordan Ibarra a while back on Liberty Attack Radio. That would have been back in like 2016 or something. These dudes are cool as shit. They are. I mean, you heard the music. They're super talented. But when they started playing, they were like just high school friends, like 15, 16, 17 years old. So yeah, amazingly talented. And they work in some. I guess it's a subgenre of metal. It's kind of politicore in some ways. They've got a song called "Harp," for example. Weather control, that sort of stuff. So they're awake. They're aware. Super cool dudes. I'm not even sure if that episode's still available, but yeah, if anyone's interested, let me know. I can dig up that archive. But anyway, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, our weekly self-liberation Saturday transmission. Though I do hope you've been here since we began way back. Seems like way back at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, with Thane Riddle's Cloak and Dagger, followed by James Cordner's Voluntarist Academy. It's a wonderful Saturday here at Veritas. It's been raining all day. First good rain in a long while. I've got the side door open in the studio, and let me tell you, this fresh rainy air has really added a quite incredible relaxing effect to the day. I hope you're finding some peace and joy on this Celebration Saturday. Wherever you happen to be tuning it from, or I guess building. If you're listening to this and building or doing something, hopefully you're whatever you're doing. If you want to keep up with what we're doing here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, if you'd like to host your own show here, make a donation, or view the full schedule, you can find everything via the same link, PAZNIA.com/radio. I would say the Vonu Podcast feed too, but I'm way behind on podcast archives. If you're looking for those, you'll have to head over to Rumble, Odyssey, or YouTube. Cloak and Dagger is almost always the first show you'll hear. And I definitely recommend YouTube. We won't be permitted there much longer. So yeah, obviously go to places like Odyssey or Rumble or something like that. Hopefully we'll have our own PeerTube instance set up at some point in the near future, and other cool solutions. But anyway, yeah, if you'd like to call in tonight, you definitely can. We'll say like a half hour into the show, give us a call. The link to call in is PAZNIA.com/call. Actually, we'll just go straight to the source here. The actual link for tonight is PAZNIA.chat/P.R.N. Again, PAZNIA.chat/P.R.N. Hopefully I don't confuse that, later on. But yeah, give us a half hour or so to, let Chris, let like our guest today introduce himself and, get into some stuff. And then, yeah, we're happy to, to hear from you. Anyway, tonight on the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, I'm joined by a fellow freedom fighter who I've known for nearly a decade. I mean, I don't know if it's 7 or 8, 9 years, whatever it has been. But this is Chris Jansen, host of the End Evil podcast over on Mark Passio's podcast network. Back when I was younger, unmarried lad with absolutely no planned future, other than maybe van nomadism if I could afford it back then, I was lucky enough to stumble across the idea of mastermind groups. Small groups, weekly meetings, wherein we, highlighted our wins, tackled our goals, and sought out advice from folks that we trusted and appreciated. After a year or two, that petered out, and we all kind of went our own separate ways, at least to my knowledge, at least I did. But Chris and I have stayed loosely connected since then. He was a guest on this podcast a few years back, and I've been on his show too. But it's been far too long since our paths crossed, and he has a lot of really awesome stuff going on. He released a book. He's still doing the podcast. He's been putting together some putting together and or participating in some great digital freedom events, featuring names like Joey Phipps from the Library of the Untold, who was the second to last, live guest here on our Self-Liberation Saturday evening. Yeah, and obviously he's been doing a lot more. Now it's interviews like this that I really, really enjoy. It gives me a full circle reminder of kind of where I started back when LUA Radio launched on February 8th, 2015, and along with everything else that's transpired since then. Many of the things we discussed then were mostly theoretical, mesh networking, building semi-permanent autonomous zones, etc. But now we've left the realm of theory, and it's a beautiful thing. These sorts of interviews also remind me of those other principled long-term freedom pioneers. Not the folks who jumped in, did a podcast for a year or two and just went back to the servile society. No, like these other principled long-term freedom pioneers who realize that this path of liberation and consistency is ever important, even if it comes to the points of great sacrifice. Marriage, children, etc. In my current past lifestyle, I can't fathom being in such a position and being under such immense pressure, but still holding true to what you know is right. This is one of the many reasons that I'm thankful for my wife and my situation, in our free marriage setup. Of course, no relationship is perfect, but I know for a fact, and she does too, that we would never involve the state or do anything nefarious at all. So that's good. We've got POAs and wills and stuff. Private contracts between individuals work too. But in regards to self-liberation, Kyle and I, Kyle talked about this a lot. He becomes more and more right every single day. But that past personal decisions can be the biggest enslaver in the present. And these are harsh truths, but it is what it is. The path of self-liberation is the path of taking responsibility for those things that you can in your life. I guess rambling aside. I guess just to bring that to a close. Yeah, many people today are enslaved by decisions in the past. I see it. See it with many PAZNIANs. Again, this is one reason I'm so happy to have Chris here today. Life didn't necessarily work out the way that he expected, but he's taking it. He's taking it by the horns and transmuting it into something great and beneficial for himself and for humanity. At the end of the day, it's always just good to connect with a brother. So let's not waste any more time. Chris, my friend, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. How are things going? What's going on? But anyway, now that audio's here, technical issue thankfully sorted out. How are things going? What's going on this evening?
Well, it's been pretty exciting here at the End Evil studio. There's been a lot of changes in recent weeks, but a lot to talk about. It's a good time to catch up, actually.
Yeah, right on, man. Right on. So I guess in most cases I would just ask, for something like this, just ask a generic question like, who is Chris Jansen? But in this case, I guess, like I said, we know each other for a long time. We've been into these things into these ideas for a long time, much like myself. Give us a bit of insight of how you got into these freedom ideas, as well as what transpired over the past handful of years or so. A lot of very tumultuous. So I guess tell us a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's, I guess, coming to a big realization. I'm one of those people that had pretty stark awakening experience. Sometimes I call it midlife crisis. Sometimes I call it spiritual awakening. Probably both, all kind of hit me at the same time. I started looking real deep into 9/11, September 11th, back in like 2011, 2012. And then I started going through various podcasts. Someone introduced me to podcasts, and I just fell in love with podcasts. Doing maintenance work, carpentry work. At the time, I was actually working for the Superior Court of in North Bay in Sonoma.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And so that was kind of like when we met.
I remember we talked about you quitting your government job before. I remember that came up. Because I talked.
Yeah,
that
was
one
one
of
of the
podcasts. Yeah, we had many conversations.
One of our episodes, exactly. Yeah, so I talked to a lot of people in my interviews since about freedom, people in the community and such, and it seems like a lot of people always kind of came from this background of being rebellious and I guess I was in some ways, but in terms of realizing how drastic the situation is with statism, the state government being, like one of the most primary evil aspects of our world, was a hard realization for me. And the things around 9/11, September 11th, and then that led me into looking into geoengineering and weather engineering, and really just turned my world upside down the more I thought about that and the longer I thought about that. And then meeting folks like yourself, Liberty Under Attack at that time you were doing, and various other podcasts, What on Earth Unhappening, obviously turned out to be a really big, made a huge impression on my life. And just realizing that, like, my gosh, stuff is really messed up in our world. I need to be part of the change and do something about this. So that started my whole career of becoming a content creator in terms of podcasting and trying to get the message out there for people to kind of recognize what's really going on around us.
Yeah, certainly. No, that's great, and I really appreciate Mark Passio. And that was he wasn't a big part of my development. I really didn't look into this. I got into all of this through conspiracy, through like 9/11 and Bill Cooper. But I very much switched and devoted 120% of my effort to solutions. So I really didn't even think, I didn't look into anything beyond just like physical self-liberation. But obviously with Passio and that, I guess one kind of be a theme of tonight's discussion, I think, is spiritual self-liberation. It's not just physical liberation; it's physical, spiritual, and mental. It all plays into it. It's all highly relevant.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I guess that's how you got got into all these freedoms, this freedom stuff. And I guess when did I guess it was COVID, right? COVID was a breaking point for a lot of people, a lot of relationships, a lot of families. Something similar happened with you around that time, right? I guess give us some context and fill us in.
Yeah, 2020 came around. That was such a strange timing for me because I was on the brink of releasing. I had been creating a 6-part series that was intended to be the launch to my podcast. I'd come up with this whole idea. I had once before, when you and I previously met, done this other podcast that was kind of loosely based on conspiratorial jibber jabber mixed in with making up music, which was kind of fun. That was called The Scrit Show.
Yeah.
But what I learned from doing that was, you really need to have a plan if you want to go out having a podcast that reach more minds. So I came up with this whole plan to do the 6-part series. It was like a video series, put that on YouTube, and then already have I remember listening to Nathan Frazier's advice at the time about podcasting secrets, releasing like this whole series. And anyway, all this is just kind of coming to its fruition. I'm getting ready to put it all out when all this scamdemic starts hitting us in various ways. And from where I'm at in this state of mind, it's just like from day one, super obvious. Like, oh my gosh, this is some kind of combination of propaganda mixed with a false flag type real-time event thing. I was seeing all the signs right away, and so I was speaking out like from the very beginning. And my ex-wife at the time had been studying to become a nurse, and she was a nurse, and granted, she did notice a lot of inconsistencies, one of which is funny to look back at. In the beginning, they weren't wearing masks at all at Sutter, where she worked in Santa Rosa, and even months into the scamdemic, they actually weren't allowed as nurses to wear masks because they were afraid it was going to scare off their clientele. And no one was going to the hospital at all. Everybody was afraid to go. So there was these weird things that happened, but it created a huge conflict point between her and I. I refused to wear the masks from the beginning. I even made, you can look back on my website's endevil.life if people want to check it out. And if you scroll back to 2020, you'll see, I always forget what I called it, 15 reasons to refuse to wear a mask. And that was one where YouTube put me on timeout. They didn't quite give me a full strike, but they put me on timeout, which it did not go against their rules. I've watched their little training video since, and
I have too.
confirmed I was good. The way I presented, I was saying, hey, this is my opinion. Here's 15 good reasons you should refuse to wear a mask. You make your own choice. It wasn't medical advice, and there was no medical advice in it. Dust masks, as I made the point in the video, were never made to be a medical device in the first place. A surgical mask is a different thing for a different reason and a different context. But anyway, yeah. Oh man, there's so much in that whole story, but I wound up splitting up from a wife of 17 years and leaving my teenage daughters home because I just could not jive with seeing my kid go to school wearing a mask. And they had these Nazi-esque rules they were going to impose where my daughter's going to be sent to a special room if she coughs on some. And I was like, no, I'm not having this. But the thing is, she was all into it. And my daughters were old enough that I decided it was time for them to make their own decisions. I gave them my best advice: stay away from the needlecraft. And I wound up leaving town and starting a new life, basically, and seeing them every month since. And our relationship has been going great. But yeah, I broke up with my family because of differences largely around the scamdemic.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where to go with that. But what I will say in the meantime for the listeners is we do have, we're keep this right around an hour because I think you have a stream coming up after this, if I recall from our previous conversations. So we got to keep.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we won't rush too much then. But yeah, I guess. Oh gosh, so you moved out of town, and I guess tell us a bit more about I guess what you're doing now. Tell us. I guess start with your podcast, if you would, like give us an update on
Sure.
what you've been talking about there.
Yeah, so the podcast is in the End Evil podcast, and I'm on just about any podcast player you can find. And the website is endevil.life. And I chose to kind of base the whole podcast around this book. It's written by this guy named Jeremy Locke. Nobody seems to really know who Jeremy Locke is. Maybe it's a pseudonym. I haven't found any real confirmation on that, but it's an amazing book, The End of All Evil. And I actually have that book for sale on endevil.life. If you hit the little menu in the top corner and go to the store. And but that book you can find for free. The PDF's all over the internet. If you just look up The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke, you'll find it, and you can check it out. It's a quick read, but this book really lays it down in simple terms. A different way to kind of define evil, and I think that's, to me, try to get people's attention a little bit. Like most people, if you say end evil, they think, oh, you can't end evil. Evil's like good. These are things that are, everlasting, like the yin yang, right? There's light and dark, right? And so what I'm doing is trying to put this in a different context and say, okay, yeah, that's true. There's light and dark. There's yin and yang. There's universal principles. Absolutely, that's true. That being said, what I'm talking about is evil in terms of us being human, in the context of us being beings that can do harm to one another and that can steal from one another, right? And that's really the point of a lot of what's going on in our life and our experience is, are we doing wrong to one another or not? Are we stealing in some form or another? And so Jeremy Locke really wraps it up good by saying evil, destruction of freedom. And I've just thought about it over and over in so many ways. That simple phrase really explains what Passio is saying so well too, is that evil's all these forms of stealing: murder, rape, trespass, coercion. You're taking something, even lying, right? You're taking the truth from someone, the opportunity of truth, robbing it from someone when you could be giving them the truth. It's forms of stealing. It's trying to make reality what reality doesn't necessarily want to be. It's trying to bend other minds to your will. And stated as like one of the worst viruses, disease, terrible versions of that, because it's an ongoing torture and what can they get away with when you have these entities that become worldwide powers and can have unlimited sources of funds that can do things as heinous and wild as poisoning the whole sky of the planet or all the oceans of the planet, trying to control the very ozone and atmosphere and wavelengths that we think on or breathe on, right? But that's the type of thing that you start finding out the more you look into things that this leads to is people getting a hold of this ring of power of, and it all comes back to what you're saying. And that's honestly, Shane, I've always loved your work and I've always looked up to you and what you do because you're so solution based, pragmatic, and when we first met, you were kind of like going to school and you were questioning the colleges. Why were they like broadcasting different versions of communism? You're like, what the hell? And like when you were actually reading a lot of books and digesting them, thinking about them for yourself, and then having those awesome conversations with Kyle. And that all affected my process too, hearing you guys going off on that stuff, and it's hard stuff to swallow for someone I know who comes from very much outside of this field. But when you go through the progression of questioning things and really asking, okay, things are all messed up. There's these evils in the world, which is humans that are stealing from other humans, doing it in a massively cooperated, organized way globally. What do I do about it? Well, there's not a lot you can do at that point. We're already in the form of slavery. We're already prisoners in a slave system. Assuming we recognize we're prisoners, then we're no longer just slaves. Now we're prisoners. But what do? We can't just escape. It's not that easy. It's something that would require many of us recognizing and realizing this truth that we are all sovereign beings together at once in unison in cooperation. On a much larger scale than we're currently doing, to actually change the tide of reality, and to actually see that what freedom might actually feel like, because we haven't actually experienced it, because we've been in some form of slavery ever since we've existed, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I know I've mentioned this on podcasts before, but it's like no one, even the most free person today really has no. I mean, the concept of freedom like today it was so like I don't know, like they're everyone grew up like, I mean, if you think about the the servile society, from birth to grave, everyone's bathing in the propaganda. Everyone's everyone is. So like what's and if it's not like it's kind of that self-government aspect, where that self-government isn't I think that's like a that word's kind of a red herring. Self-government, it's not autonomy or whatever. It's where you get the slaves to police themselves through mind control, is the way that I see it. And that's so like it's if you look at like today, like I don't know, like I guess it's hard to even define what. Well, I guess we can theoretically, but I guess practically it is difficult. I guess the best way to gauge is mean time to harassment. Thanks to Rayo, I think it's the best thing I've ever I've ever come across. But I will say real quick, if any of the listeners, if you have something for the show, but you don't want to call in, you don't want AI to scan your voice or something, I certainly understand. You can go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and make a Monero donation, and we can read that message on the show. But anyway, so that's great. The podcast is still going on. Still doing things there. But I guess there's there are two bigger things. I guess we'll start with this one first. But you've been putting together and/or participating in some digital freedom events, Funnel 4, and I guess what's up to Funnel 5 now, or that's the upcoming one. So I guess tell us a bit about I guess some of those, if you could.
Oh yeah, that's pretty exciting. Coming from that same thought process where you and I met, of trying to start a mastermind type project. One of those groups that I got involved with early on became Freedom Under Natural Law. And we've done 4 successful online conferences. This February 21st and 22nd is going to be Funnel 5, which we're calling Ignite Hearts and Minds. The event that will spark truth, love, and freedom. And we generally have musicians playing freedom music, and then a series of presentations based on natural law, freedom, and truth, all under the idea that if we all are working internally and externally in our own lives towards freedom, that can spread and ignite other people to do so and do their self-work. And yeah, pretty excited about Funnel 5 coming up. Got to start cooking on my presentation. But my biggest news is a book I recently wrote that I wanted to talk a little bit about. I don't know if that's jumping forward, but
no, go for it, man. Go for it. That was the next thing. So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, people can check out freedomundernaturallaw.com to learn more about that. And yeah, as far as my work, I've had this long time dream to write a book. And my buddy Will Keller has kind of mentioned to me he's been a fellow organizer for the funnel conferences. Like, you've talked several times, man, about writing this book. You better write this book, And right after the last funnel conference, another friend, Sarah Cross, was telling me about how she got her book published. And so I had a goal. I was going to do it this year. As of 2025, I was going to get this book written. And I really wanted it to be kind of like Jeremy Locke's book, The End of All Evil, just sort of a little short compendium of the wisdom that I've learned in my life of what I would like to share with my 17-year-old version of myself if I were to meet that person on the street. How could I have learned all these huge lessons that took me 30 years of hard knocks to get, and wrap it up in a bow and give it to someone 20 years ago? Maybe they don't have to go through some of that friggin' struggle I did.
Oh yeah.
And so that's what the book is intended to be. And the title points towards this deeper truth that I want to share with people, that I am changing my life by choosing to write a book called The Book That Changed My Life. When thought and ideas meet action is when we set an intention in our mind, and then we build ideas and hopes on that intention. And then we start actually taking actions in the world, whether it be typing on the keyboard or playing notes on your guitar or speaking into your microphone. When you start connecting these things up, that is how we manifest. That is how we change the world, and that's how we change our own life. And by changing our own life, we in effect will affect those around us, and they will change their own lives accordingly. The harder and the more we try in that effect. So I really, motivation and inspiration are what I feel like I've been driven and told deep down from my spirit to share with people. And so I try to, yeah, it's all a bitter pill. Yeah, it's all hard work. I'm telling you, in this book, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough stuff if you go down this road, just like climbing a mountain. If you're a mountain climber, it's not going to be easy to climb a mountain, but it's worth it. It's worth it to be a mountain climber. And by that allegory, I mean the mountain of your life, of getting over all the things that are holding you back from being the person that you could be, and treating people out in the outer world more and more, not in an evil manner, but in a manner that we know deep down at a soul level is what's good.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, that's been, that's something that's been on my mind lately. So it's I guess back in like 2018 to 2019, I guess it was 2019, summer of 2019, I think. I, for like 3 months straight, I would go to my, I call it at that time a not real day job at the distillery. I'd get home by like 1 or 2, and I'd just sit outside and write until it got dark, until I went to bed. And there is something to be said about like obviously concentrated intention, and when there's nothing more I guess to me there's nothing more that requires more concentrated energy than writing. And and I guess the other part of it too is that it's one reason I'm really into freedom fiction or agorist fiction or whatever. It's one of the things we specialize in at Libertarian Type Publications, and it's because there's that notion of art imitating life or life imitating art, and if the answer is yes, obviously, but there's also that concentrated attention part of it too. That mind precedes reality. The thought has to come before the thing in physical reality. It's I think there is something magical to fiction, and especially in terms of in terms of like the stuff that we discussed. But anyway, any thoughts on that, or we can move forward if not. But I want to give you an opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. That brought so many thoughts to my mind. Well, first, how focused you've always been ever since I've known you. It's always been pretty impressive. I remember in our masterminds, you're always listing all the things you got done each week, and I'm like, dang. And even looking back, like some of the things I wanted to do way back then, like actually get a product on my website. I'm just getting to like whatever you said, 8 years or a decade later. Like I feel pretty slow. But I had my own paths I was going down of learning and discovery, and but no, you've always been impressed to me. But like moving like an arrow and having a direction leads you to all these wonderful things on the way, and synchronicities happen, and amazing things happen, and life unfolds in ways you would have never dreamed of when you do find some meaning and purpose in life. And I think that's the overriding win, even though there's so much struggle. Like I said, it is a mountain climb.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I've realized is it is like mental gymnastics. Like, for instance, philosophy. I've got a book by Immanuel Kant last year, and just started reading through it, and it's like, my gosh, like you get a few paragraphs in, it's like, man, this is thick, heavy stuff. I got to think about that one paragraph. Yep. It hurts the brain, at first. And I've come to realize that a lot of the stuff that we take for granted and talk about, those of us that have already studied a bunch of philosophy and looked at a bunch of different, Lysander Spooner and some different writers and speakers on all these topics and statism, we have all these nuanced. But for someone who this is all kind of new to, it's mental gymnastics. It's like crazy, complex, deep ideas that require exercise. It does really take time to build up our fortitude to be able to think these thoughts through logically, step by step, to like Trivium style, and come up with some really good, confident, that place where you can like move like an arrow and have meaning in your life because you've really thought it out carefully. And I don't know, something you said really made me think about how much of a struggle it's been to learn to think and to have a thought process that actually goes through a progression,
Oh no, for sure. And I guess to bring it into the physical realm, I mean, you're basically reprogramming your mind. You're disconnecting the those neuronal pathways of programming, that we've whatever those are, and however long that's been. For me it was basically 18, 19, 20 years of like unconscious programming, and then having to untangle that, I guess remove those neuronal pathways and recreating them. And yeah, it takes a lot of time, and especially, and I'm thankful for. Well, I guess it's like I guess it's getting harder to find information, but I guess what I'll say is like I'm thankful, like from like 9/11 on, pretty much everything is out there. Like a lot of the truth is out there. It's super hard to come across, and you do have to like it's the information's out there, but it's the other part of it too is 50% of what you come across is maybe truth, and 50% of it's total bullshit. So yeah, it's like or I guess there's probably some nuance there, but you kind of get what I'm saying. There's the
oh man, I've always thought
a tough process
since like 2012, 2013, with all that talk around that back then about the Mayan calendar. And that was kind of when I was really coming to realize a lot of things. And I was looking into that Mayan calendar thing.
2012 was when I started looking at 9/11. It was probably around that time.
I've met a lot of people who've said that, who I've interviewed over the years, and I think there was this sync thing happen in the universe where a lot of us were like, wait a minute, and I think, obviously it wasn't the end of the world, the Mayan calendar. No, it's talking about like a wheel turning and looking at things from this different perspective. Maybe.
Yeah, no, it's possible. I've thought about that too. Like there were some strange things that happened around that time in my life. Like the year before, I had a grand mal seizure at a metal show, and was unconscious for 2 days.
Oh man, that's scary.
And like I got in. I haven't dug into a lot of this stuff as of late, but there's a guy, Howdy McCoskey, and he talked about like initiation by illness or whatever. And after, like before that, I'd kind of been like, I don't know, I'd kind of been, not going down a necessarily great path, and wasn't, super selfish, kind of an asshole, as most people are, most men are, when they're 17 or 18. But at least from my, it's what's been reported to me. But but after that, like, something happened. I don't know if I had an out of body experience that I remember or something. Been trying to work through that, but I have no idea. But yeah, it's something something might have happened there too. But anyway, that's personal. Don't know.
Hey, one thing I really appreciated about a lot of the podcasts I listen to, like when some people do get personal and tell you like, hey, here's what I'm going through in life, it like makes it more real. It's like, and that was one thing I loved about podcasting too. It could be just any guy, in his garage or in his car or whatever, or gal, anybody could make their own show. And a lot of times you could tell and feel from the way someone's doing it that they're not supported by some corporate structure. They don't have a bunch of money. They're just doing something because they really do care about it. And that to me is like one of those tools of discernment when, like you said, what I was trying to get to that I forgot to say was that I feel like that period of time was like the opening of Pandora's box.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Just like that allegory. And all of a sudden now it's like the dust settling. There's been enough time since the opening of Pandora's box back in 2012, 13. With the internet, everything was out there. You could find anything. You just type it in. But since then, yeah, it's all kind of been filtering, and whoever it is, the evil ones in the realm are going around trying to scoop up anything that's shiny that might get them in trouble, right? Mm-hmm. Or, we kind of saw that in our experience. We saw that explode, and then now it's changing. But it's all still out there, and it's just so much, like you're saying, BS, that now it's more about developing the tools of discernment to be able to seek out and find things that are valuable and that are worth looking for,
Yeah. So I guess along that same line of thought, and it's a question I outlined, but it's a good one to transition to. We've got another topic or two, but it's a very good transition point. So I guess what sorts of topics are of most interest to you at the moment? I guess anyone in particular, any schools of thought, truth pursuits, etc. And I guess what I'm getting at here is like one of the ways I've found very, very helpful is I have a mystery school mentor, which helps. But he turned me on to someone, G.I. Gurdjieff, and I was turned on to Walter Russell before him. But folks like that where like like a Rudolf Steiner type, something like that, where it's impossible to know what the percentage of accuracy is necessarily, because it takes a whole lifetime of study to even understand. I guess probably to fully understand and take in everything that they've said and experienced. Or is there anyone like for you? I guess to rephrase the question here, is there anyone for you like Gurdjieff and Russell are like day to day? Like I've got Russell's posters all over the house. His periodic table of elements. Gurdjieff books are always like I always keep them right around. I've found that I read a lot of books in the first like 4 or 5 months, and then I'm way too busy in the summer to do it. Like I guess winter reading is when I read. But is there anyone like that for you that's like again, like in terms of like verifying truth, it's kind of impossible to verify that, but resonance is a big thing for me. Like you can kind of listening to somebody, like there are times like I get 30 seconds or a minute into a podcast and it's like nope, can't do it. Just something's off. So like, is there anyone like that for you that you've been immersed in for any time? I guess Jeremy Locke might be one, but it sounds like there might only be one book. But is there anyone like that?
Oh man, for a while I've just listened to so much books over the years. I did a lot of Audible, but in more recent times, my life has just become so physical and experiential. I haven't been doing much any reading or listening for the past year and a half. But what's really interesting is on the physical world, through a strange turn of events, wound up getting into training with self-defense, martial arts. Nice. Which for me, like you're saying, coming from the philosophy background, and like I really loved Rudolf Steiner, by the way, and looking into Rosicrucianism, I found to be particularly interesting. But coming out of all that philosophy, and then like also the freedom stuff, it kind of pushed me into the world of realizing that, like, okay, in the physical world, how far can I actually go? Am I just pontificating all this stuff? But in the real world, when something goes wrong, what am I going to do? Call the police? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm in a tough spot, and well, eventually the onus, the responsibility comes back to me. And so I wound up being in this interesting position where, because of 2020, I was with this group of people, and we were all kind of doing like a freedom cell type thing. We had some meetings every week. It was like 10 families involved, and we were like doing skill sharing. Like, we were making lists of what skills we all have so we could share. And the one guy had a whole history of being like a bodyguard, self-defense guy. And so he started doing this little Tai Chi and like gun defense class, and got me started on a few things. And everybody else eventually kind of petered off the class, and then he was going to move away. And he said, I don't want you to stop training. You're doing really well. Let me introduce you to this other guy. And he brought me out and introduced me to this guy out in the woods, who turns out to be just amazing self-defense, martial arts, self-protection guy who has studied this stuff his whole life and trained with many famous people in the, many well-known martial artists, let me put it that way.
Okay.
And been getting this like really close one-on-one every week, self-defense, hands-on training, weapons training, stick fighting, knife fighting, and restraints, disarms, like amazing. Like, and this has become part of my mental, not just physical practice, but mental, like trying to understand how to deal with aggression, how to respond before something gets worse, how to deal with my own temperament. All these things has been quite. I mean, I know I'm not exactly answering your question, but I guess that's what I'm most excited.
Self-defense was the next segue. The next topic. So yeah, we can get into it, and to be weird, like, I guess to read a script or something cliche. Because I wrote up something last night, because it's not. I was thinking about the self-defense thing, and I was going to introduce topics some way, but I think like in the terms of self-defense. This is important, but yeah, on Liberty Talk Radio, way back in the day, we made it a priority to discuss use of force issues. Like, we talked about assassination politics, we talked about argumentation ethics from Hans Hermann Hoppe, and his concept of dialogical estoppel, that once someone has violated the autonomy of someone else, they can't claim responsibility, they can't claim autonomy over themselves. Kind of the ethical, I guess the ethical or the ethics sort of argument for it. So like we've gone super deep into a lot of these use of force issues. Violence and coercion exists in the world, and to not defend your person, property, and family is a disgrace and biggest sin. Sin in this case literally being defined as missing the mark, or my preference, falling short. That is, falling short of your responsibility for defending the body that's been granted to you in this incarnation. So I guess this I remember one podcast in particular, where it was right around the time of Brexit, and everyone was like all gung ho about secession again, and like we did like a 2-hour episode, and I had Gary Hunt on too to discuss the legal. He's a constitutional scholar of sorts, uncredentialed scholar, I'll say, to talk about secession. And we honed in on Texas specifically, because Texas, everyone talks about Texas seceding, but in Texas, as of like 8 years ago, there were so many federal and military installations in Texas, and I was trying to make the point that if you actually are arguing for secession, like, are you ready to pick up the guns? like that's what it comes down to. Are you ready for that? Because people don't think about that. Like, what do you think the federal go? Oh, well, Texas is ceding. I guess we'll just cede that. What, like $100 million worth of federal military installations, whatever. Throw out a random number. I have no idea, but it's not cheap, right? Nothing the federal government ever fucking does is cheap. So yeah, it's like so yeah, and I guess the other part of this too around Brexit, it's like the other and obviously begging those who falsely imagine themselves to be your rulers to secede politically. Is just it's not gonna work. I'll put it that way. But I guess this brings to mind, and I haven't talked about this. I don't talk about recent events on Vonu Podcast or anything, but the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't know much about the dude, other than when I was in higher level indoctrination. Turning Point USA posters were like the only semblance of like sanity, going through the halls of Illinois State University. So, he seemed like a good dude. Like it's like the way I just like the label I put on most of these folks. Most of these folks are just like a generic Christian conservative. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I interact with them every single day, and they're great people. But they're just programmed in one way, in one direction. I guess anyway, to get to the point, obviously no non-coercive human being deserves that. Like I shouldn't have to say that. Like it was, obviously there are a lot of theories going around disregarding all of that though to get to the point of this self-defense topic. They stopped showing war footage soon after 9/11 because could moral human beings, have a serious reaction to seeing that violence outright. It's why like Manning, like when this stuff is leaked, they don't like it that much. They don't like their atrocities to be broadcast on TV anymore. Higher tendency for someone to be anti-war, and that's definitely not what they want. So like the positive, I guess the positive I see here, like it's a reminder, obviously there's some, like there may be a trauma-based mind control angle to this too that I'm not overlooking. So I'm not overlooking that, but just in terms of the self-defense thing, like being reminded that like it's an important idea to defend, like home, hearth, and community is like, yeah, it's a good thing that was brought to the forefront regardless of how it was brought about. And I'm trying to look on the glass half full type of thing here. Because like there's Bill Cooper talked about it in the 90s, like there's been like civil wars coming, and like the negative aspect of that is many right wingers were basically calling for like hangings in the streets of like leftists, and it's like, well, I guess I guess we're kind of getting into this. I guess it's good that the idea is being introduced, but this is kind of maybe a little scary. But anyway, I said a lot there. I think that's why.
Yeah, and so many people are looking at things from a Hollywood point of view at this time in history where, what do you say? Hard times make easy people, soft people, right? People become very soft in the time we're in, making these big claims, and making a really big deal. I mean, look at this. I mean, like you said, I didn't even heard of this person's name before. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about this person's name who got shot. I'm thinking to myself, how many kids probably got kidnapped today in the United States? How many humans got trafficked from, the borders of this country and other countries around ours? How many humans are being treated like cattle in some other smaller third world country right now by our government? Supposedly our, I say that in quotes because I don't call it mine. I didn't ask for it or create it, and I've been trying not to contribute in that type of function for a long time. And it's like, where are we actually putting our energy? Like, are we just picking the random name and face that everybody's talking about right now, or are we recognizing that that represents probably hundreds of little children that got mistreated today? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Where's our attention and time going, and why? And how productive is it to get caught in the lame stream? We're just getting tossed around like the waves in the sea by whoever's got the money to put the big names on the TV. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not to say if somebody got shot, that is terrible, right? But is it really someone we know? Is it really something we're going to be able to do something about, or is it something that everybody's just going to talk about at work tomorrow and then go on about their business?
That's exactly what it's starting to turn out to be, pretty much. Yeah, it seems like. But
and then
right,
creating these deep emotional divides between people that see it differerly, and then talking about it at the coffee table. Oh, so and so said that Kirk, what's his name, Trump, Fitty Kirk, ate a cookie today. It's like, whatever. Now all those minds are all kind of set against each other in the context that was created by this lamestream propaganda machine. So yeah, I mean, like, I agree with you. Like, we try to find the silver linings in all these various things going on around us, and I try to keep my focus and mind on like all the children, all the kidnapping, all the human trafficking is one of the things I use to drive my mind towards getting back to podcasting, getting back to talking about truth, finding out really what matters the most, which is our meaning in life and our purpose, and understanding the difference between right and wrong, and trying to walk that line as best we can in a very, very topsy-turvy, upside-down realm.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that being said, like if someone shoots you, there's really not a whole lot you can do. It doesn't matter. You could be the most awesome martial artist in the world. If someone walks up behind you and pulls the trigger, there's nothing you can do at that point, But there is a lot we can do to be prepared for a lot of different scenarios and situations. And as my self-defense teacher puts it, the question for the listener, whoever's listening, is whose job is it to protect your life? Whose job is it to protect the lives of the innocent children and family members around you? If you have to really ask yourself that question, whatever your beliefs may be about various religious institutions or government institutions, at the end of the day, whose job is it to take care and protect your own life?
Yeah. So I'll add, an example here from PAZNIA, Vonu Fest. Well, beyond Vonu Fest, but we've got a pseudonymous Pat Henry, who he's been a firearms instructor for basically ever. Every time he comes, he brings Tanner out. We have some explosive gun fun. It's a great time,
that sounds
including
fun.
I think last time me and him trained,
the last
time he and I trained, which would have been Vonu Fest, I guess maybe Vonu Fest last year. Like 500 rounds in 3 hours pistol training, 9mm.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, pretty intense, and even like mobile, like shooting from the back of the rhino. Fun stuff. And yeah, obviously it's I don't he lives he doesn't live in the state. He only usually comes out once or twice a year. But yeah, anytime he comes around, I make sure to try and get something in with him, even if it's like an hour, just as like a refresher, to make sure the form and all is right. But no, like and that's something we've offered. Yeah, at every Vonu Fest that he's at, there's always some shooting. So always some training and stuff. So no, I'm with you. I think it's critically important. It's critically important, and I guess just getting back to general servile society and kind of again, like the reason these things are so traumatizing for some people to see now is the violence they see if they aren't desensitized by by movies and such. It's oh, I'm just looking around. I lost my train of thought. But that's okay. That is okay. I was going to close out a loop there and get on to move on to something else. It's an idea that popped into my head that when you mentioned earlier your construction experience and all, because this has been I guess one of the reasons I've been reading as much and I guess doing some things is that I've been doing construction, working for a guy doing construction for the past 3 or 4 months. And like it's not like obviously 3 or 4 months ain't shit, and like it's a lifetime, a trade is a lifetime sort of thing. But it's been really huge, and I guess kind of synchronistic in a way. I'll keep details out of it, but some folks came out last I guess it was early September. The guy had been he'd been around intentional communities and built like composting outhouses and such, and he was gung-ho to take on the project and something and got started on it and had to leave pretty quick. So like a year ago I would have been fucked. I would have been totally fucked. But again, there's a million little details that I don't know about construction, but just like speaking in terms of like the trivia method, like it's just like there was there are a million grammar points, and all it takes from then is just coming up with the the solution. And we came out with a really nice the toilet's not done. We prioritized we ordered a porta potty and prioritized the outdoor shower. And the outdoor shower works great. I think it looks pretty damn good because all the wood we used was that's true. All of the wood we used, all the metal sheeting. There was some stuff we had to buy, but most of it was made with with stuff on the property. So
nice.
It was a cool little first construction project, and now I'm kind of like gung ho to just keep building.
That's awesome.
Kind of do it
Well,
right.
feel free to hit me up if you ever need some carpentry construction advice. That's my gig.
Yeah. No, that's great. No, like I see so much value. No, I see a lot of value. Like Joey Phipps, for example, he's a tradesman. I don't know. I think what he
Yeah,
basically-
glazier, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what he's done for. Yeah, I guess what he's doing and always done.
Yeah,
so,
that's
like,
cool.
there's
You interviewed
something-
Joey too. Right on.
Yeah, and he was gonna come out. He intended to come out to Vonu Fest because he lives. He's
No
like an
way.
hour. He's like an hour and a half away from me. He's not far.
Dude,
away,
I'm
not far
gonna
away.
make it. I think next year I want to make it a priority. I want to make it to Bonnie Fest.
You should, man. You should. But yeah, he was gonna. I'm a metal drummer, and he was gonna bring out
No
his guitar,
way.
and we were gonna jam. And I reached out the week of, and he was like, "Oh shit, like yeah, it's not gonna happen." Like, but yeah, he wanted to. So like, yeah, next time, hopefully, next Bonnie Fest he'll come out. And it'll be lots of stuff. Like he was gonna give a talk or a workshop or something, and yeah, we're gonna do some jamming. Because I haven't jammed with anyone. It's been probably like 2017 or 2018 since I've actually jammed with with anyone. And it would be a
Oh
different
my
experience
gosh.
jamming with Joey.
That's crazy because I've been just having like a little revival with my guitar and songs and stuff. My old time friend I used to do music with has been working with me recently, and we busting out the guitars and the drums and stuff, and it's just been like, wow, I haven't done this for so long. It's so funny that you would bring it up in that way.
No, and it's interesting too because my mystical mentor is a metal guitarist too, and Joey was the one that
Wow.
mentioned it. He was like, "Well, we should start a band." And I was like, "Motherfucker, right? Let's do it."
Yeah, I love his music. I think
Oh,
it's great.
It's great. No, like I jam. I should jam more of it. But
Avoid
I
Stairs
only have.
Back.
I
I
only
love
have
that name,
yeah,
too.
I only have Carnet. Carnet's my favorite one. It's a nice. Sometimes I'll toss it on. As like the outro song, like the 9 or 10 minute outro song.
Right.
No, it's amazing. It's amazing. He's a one man. No, I appreciate it so much because his production quality is so high. But
I like that track you were playing in the beginning of the show too. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, the Aristia. They're great, but they're definitely not as much into. They're definitely not as far as. Well, I guess I can't really speak to that. I guess I'll talk to Jordan Navarro when he's like 21. So, who knows what he's up to at this point? But no, Joey's Library of the Untold is the YouTube channel we're talking about. If you check out the
Yeah, definitely worth checking out.
It's amazing. I think he releases like a super high quality video every Friday. I think it is, but there's so much great
At
stuff
least
on there.
it seems like one a month on the
Once
big
a
ones,
month?
maybe.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think I don't know that
Maybe
it's hard for me to keep up.
I've actually gotten like a month or two behind on his stuff, but that's okay because if I get any time, well, I work out in the homestead. I've got hours to listen. But
Yeah,
no,
like
there
when
was
you
a-
have construction to do on your own place and your own show to create, it's like sometimes it's hard for me to even find time to listen to stuff the way I'd like to.
Yeah. No, the intake's definitely slowed down. It's more about more about output now.
Yep.
In many ways for sure.
Many respects.
So yeah, I guess we'd be going for about an hour. We don't really, I don't really have too much more. There's plenty more we can discuss, but I'll mention here for anyone listening. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio if you got a message before we close out. You can also give us a call if you got a question. You want to just drop in, share a personal experience or whatever the hell it is. We don't care. PAZNIA.com, or actually, sorry, PAZNIA.chat/PRN. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN. That'll drop you into our self-hosted Jitsi platform, and you just have to modify audio settings and start talking. But yeah, man, it's been great to reconnect. I guess was there anything else that we missed that has been top of mind for you that you'd like to discuss before? Yeah, give another.
No, man, we talked about everything. I was pretty fired up. I just wanted to tell people about my book.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I forgot to mention Will Keller, who I mentioned, wrote the preface to my book about the Renaissance man, and I thought he did a pretty nice job on that, an awesome bang-up job. And people could check that out on endevil.life, and then there's little tabs in the corner where you can find the store. And so, yeah, thanks so much, Shane, for having me, and we'll get together again before long. I'll have you on my show or vice versa, and always like great to have you out there, another beacon, a strong beacon of light and truth. And I'm very proud to call you a good friend. Thank you.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, brother. I really do. And no, I feel the same about you. No, it's like I said early on. There's not. I I communicate with a lot of people, interviewed a lot of people from February 2015 on through 2017. I had two live shows a week, essentially. So I talked to pretty much everyone in the libertarian anarchist community, and most of them have dropped out. They don't do anything anymore. I don't know,
Right.
and it's not to say they're not still, on their own spiritual, mental, passive self-liberation. They might have just, gone dark, which as a privacy-minded folk, I appreciate, I respect, but a lot of them just dropped out. It's kind of like that controlled schizophrenia that Rio talked about. They get into it, they realize how hard it is, and they just sink back into the system because it's easier and more comfortable. Or speaking back to the personal decisions things, it's like it made it more difficult for me because I didn't have 10 years of I was going to go a 4-year university for genetics or something early on, and I probably could have made good money, but I would have been so indoctrinated and so programmed. It'd be a huge opportunity cost, but I came into it very very early on into these ideas. Again, 2011, 2012, I was 18, 19, 20, whatever old I was back in those days. But it's very easy to just drop out. So I appreciate folks like you and not only pursuing those paths, but then also feeling the need to, I guess, do the rhetoric portion of the trivia method and try to talk about it and share the ideas. So no, it's great. It's definitely great to reconnect and hope we do it more often. But yeah, anything else before I close her out? I don't think we'll have any callers. I'll refresh XMR chat once more, but I don't think we'll have anything. So that might be wrapping up.
No, that's all good. Thanks so much, Shane. Much appreciated, man.
Hey, cheers,
Good
brother.
chat.
Yeah, for sure. So for everyone else,
All right.
thank you, Chris. Yeah, you can drop out if you
We'll be
like.
in
I'm
touch.
gonna close out, but yeah, thank you, brother. Until next time. But as for the rest of you, Celebration Saturday will continue for a little bit longer. Not live, but we'll have plenty more for you. I gotta pull up in Zara Radio and actually figure out what we got here. So we got a couple programming notes, and then we'll close out with some Bill Cooper. It's one of my favorite clips from Bill Cooper. It's called "Knowing Where You're Going," and from what Chris and I talked about tonight, I think it's kind of fitting. I kind of had a feeling it'd be a good fit. So with that, thank you so much for tuning in. PAZNIA.com/radio is the main link for everything PAZNIA Radio Network related. The last thing I'll mention is we've got a new release via PAZNIA. That's PAZNIA.com /calendar. And we actually have a close out Jitsi real quick. We actually have let's see if I can pull up the ad. It'll skip through, but you'll be able to see the calendar. It's pretty big. It's a big, good sized calendar. Freedom holidays are in there, so like Labor Day is Agorism Day. We replaced the status holidays with freedom holidays. There's some other stuff in there too on the calendar. And then the pictures are great. There's some that are very entertaining, comical, some that are serious, some that are educational, whatever. But there's a theme for every single month based on the holidays. Like there's a raw milk day and there's a cool picture there. But anyway, PAZNIA.com /calendar, or just go PAZNIA.com /shop to check out everything that we have available. Honorary stakeholder memberships are available there too. And if you want to make a one-time donation via Bitcoin, Monero, or Fiat, that is available too. But with that, I will turn you over to PAZNIA Deprogramming. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please enjoy as we close out.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like Fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code VONU to help support the PAZNIA radio network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is VONU. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com for your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines. The Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all 3 of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever. A PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Hey Pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz, and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Greaser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, it is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity, as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case, likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz & Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
Liberty Under Attack Publications. privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account, and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost: $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1: when balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2: fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic worth and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called "The Circle of Life." And if you listened to the lyrics, and if you have studied the other symbolism being presented to the American public, especially within the last few years, and escalating exponentially as time goes by, you will recognize much of what you have been seeing and hearing and watching, and what has been being inculcated into your subconscious in this text. With the 48 constellations, that's right, constellations. I'm not talking some weird astrology stuff. This is out of the mouths of the occult masters of those who are making a bid for the world. They are at the point in time that they have been striving for throughout history, where finally, if no one foils their efforts, the pearl of great price is within their reach. All of their machinations have been brought to fruition.
All right. Let me see here, make sure we are good everywhere. All right, and welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. This is our weekly Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, and I'm programming coordinator Rayo 2. I guess Rayo 1, he wasn't the coordinator. He wasn't the coordinator, so I guess I am just coordinator Rayo. Coming to you from Veritas, coming to you from our Veritas studios. And what a lovely Self-Liberation Saturday it has been. Hopefully you've been here all day and enjoyed Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle, which kicked off at 4 Eastern. He was joined by Dave, formerly of Start 9. Always a pleasure to hear from Dave. He's been out here to Veritas a couple times, but he hasn't been able to stay for very long. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to see him a lot more in physical space and time this year at Veritas. Now, before we get into our main event this evening, there are a couple of announcements to attend to. Firstly, I have to give a huge shout out and thanks to the folks who have already made contributions to Second Realm and PAZNIA projects for this year. With that and Monero's recent pump, which it's a little bit of a a decline now, but still definitely up, and we're on the verge of completing a big few infrastructure projects for PAZNIA. But the simple fact of the matter is, the more funds in the PAZNIA Monero General Fund, or I guess silver or whatever, the more funds we have, the more we can do, the more we can build. So if you could please take a moment to head on over to PAZNIA.com/fund. There you can view the most pressing items, my top 5 per se, or the the first 5 that came to mind that we can get done and that need to get done and we can get done quick. Yeah, you can find ways to contribute there. The QR code for the Monero General Fund is at the top of the page to make it easy, but you can also head over to PAZNIA.com/shop. PAZNIA.com/fund. It's PAZNIA.com/shop and make a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat contribution. If you've got silver, gold, or whatever, we'd be likely be able to utilize that as well. You can always reach out to me privately, coordinator at PAZNIA.com, or DM on SimpleX. There's also xmrchat.com /PAZNIA Radio, which goes straight to developments for the PAZNIA Radio Network. But let's get on with it. My guest tonight is Kat Bonadin. The past year, I've had the opportunity to present digital talks for various Anarchapulco Nonconformist series events. The first one was on Vonu and the Free Republic of PAZNIA, and this most recent one on ways in which cryptocurrency can liberate the individual, the Second Realm, etc. One funny note that I've noticed the past couple during these couple talks is that it's become relevant as of this morning. But yeah, someone in the audience always signs up folks like Tom Woods and big name folks to my email list when I'm doing my talk. And woods@Mises.org read the email I sent promoting Self-Liberation Saturday. He clicked through and he didn't unsubscribe. So Mr. Woods, the goat of email marketing, if you're here, cheers and welcome. Please consider giving us a call sometime. PAZNIA.com/call2. This also led to a discussion on the Anarchapulco channel with Laura and Kat Bonadin, or Laura and Kat, wherein I got to learn more about her background, Kat's background, and experience within the libertarian and anarchist community, and where our experiences overlap. Since then, it seems she and the Anarchapulco community have taken vetting to heart and are turning this once quite chaotic event, which was put on full display to the world via the HBO documentary The Anarchists, into a great tool for physical, spiritual, and mental liberation. And I will note on that, HBO star Jason Henza was in attendance earlier. Not sure if he still is, but he was. Anyway, in her personal life as a mother, Kat now plays a big role in the Green Biointentional community. Homeschool, unschooling PAZNIA families. This one is for you. Stick around to learn more about this long-standing intentional community, a potential opportunity, and maybe some ways to collaborate within the overall PAZNIA network. Beyond diving into the aforementioned items, I also envision a discussion on the importance of accountability within the libertarian and anarchist communities, and maybe even into some dispute resolution if we get there. We'll just see where the conversation goes. Near an hour through the transmission at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, we'll take our only ad break for the evening. But when we return, if you'd like to give us a call, you most certainly can. The link to join is PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. Alternatively, you can leave us a message along with an XMR donation at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. But anyway, let's get on to it. Kat, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. How are you this evening? Oh, I'm not getting audio.
Okay, hi. How are you?
Perfect. I'm doing
Am I
well.
unmuted?
Yep, perfect. Yep, how's it going, Kat?
Awesome. Very well. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing very good. Been man in the studio, or man in the producer chair back here for the better part of the day, but it's a great time. Nothing better than tuning into the best self-liberational media on the internet. Not that I have a vested interest or anything, but but yeah. Anyway, yeah. I guess let's go ahead. I've been familiar with you for quite some time. Knowing a lot of people in the anarchist libertarian community. But some folks here might not. And like I said in the introduction, you've had even more experienced path of self-liberation than I have. You're actually, doing it, living it, before I even came to these ideas. So yeah, I guess tell the listeners a bit about your background, a little bit about you, and kind of your path here. Keep it as as brief or as long as you want to.
Okay, sure. Well, my name is Catherine. Some people know me as Catherine Bleish, or my married name is Bonadin. I go by Cat a lot. And I am a very seasoned, old school, retired activist. And I now produce Anarchapulco. And I live at the Greenbrier Intentional Community. I'm a teacher here, and I'm on the board of directors. So I've worn many hats over the years when it comes to anarchy, libertarianism. And I would say I really first got involved because of Dr. Ron Paul. In 2006, I was interning at the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, and I was sitting in a cubicle, and our cubicles had open backs to each other. And one of my colleagues, we would talk about political things. The Obama election was happening. Ron Paul was running, who I didn't know yet of him. And one of my colleagues, he's like, "You are not a liberal, you're a libertarian." And I'm like, "Oh no, I'm anti-war. I am a liberal." And he's like, "No, you're a classical liberal. You are not a modern liberal. Every single thing that you are describing is not modern liberalism. This is classical liberalism, libertarianism." And he said, "I would like for you to watch this speech by Dr. Ron Paul." And he emailed it to me. It was a speech that Ron Paul gave in Congress, and it was an anti-war speech. And that was when the left-right paradigm came crashing down for me. And I had this realization that, okay, a Republican can be anti-war. What does that mean? What is liberalism? What is classical liberalism? Who am I? What do I believe in? And I went down the rabbit hole. And this was a really fun journey of exploration for me. I did say that shattered the left-right paradigm for me, but there were other paradigms that needed to be shattered as well, right? So I went all in on Ron Paul. Like, I had buttons and my yard was covered in yard signs, and people would pull up and be like, "Is this the Ron Paul headquarters?" And I'm like, "No, it's my house, but I'm headed there now. Follow me to Ron Paul's office." I mean, I was all in. I was like all in. My whole life revolved around trying to get Ron Paul elected. And I was so all in that I ended up cashing out my 401ks and financing my own activism for many years that way. And when I got to the Republican National Convention, because in the state of Missouri, we actually did the delegate process, and I made it through the county convention. I made it through the state convention, and I ended up at the national convention, and my heart was broken because Ron Paul didn't speak and they didn't give him a voice. And when his campaign found out that we had planned to put duct tape over our mouths with his name on it, they essentially told us, "If you do that, we will not associate with you ever again. So if you want to still be in Dr. Paul's good graces, you cannot be that radical." And so I showed up to the Republican National Convention. I had a peace sign ring that I wore all the time, and I hid it in my pocket because people were so aggressive toward the Ron Paul candidates that I found myself kind of afraid to reveal myself, right? And being there in that experience and having the media, they had us delegates sitting on the floor, and the media was on their knees at our feet. There were people with cameras all around me, touching me, touching my legs, touching my arms. They just swarmed in. And they actually handed us these chant cards where they told us what to chant after each speaker. And they wanted us to hold up signs when John McCain was speaking that said peace. I was like, peace? John McCain, he's a warmonger. This is 1984 doublespeak. I had the realization that I was living in an actual manifestation of what George Orwell spoke about with doublespeak. We're holding, war is peace, freedom is slavery, like it was that was heartbreaking for me, because I not only found out Republicans can be anti-war, and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a liberal, I'm a philosophical libertarian. Well, then I found out that the whole fucking thing is rigged, and there was no way that we were actually going to make a difference going through that route. And so my heart was broken at the 2008 Republican convention. And I went through a process of trying to figure out how to be in the world, because I had gone so all in, listening to Dr. Paul speak. Even now, I've been watching some of his videos lately because, there's a lot of things going on in society and culture, politics right now. And he's popping up in my social media. And so I started listening to him again recently. And I mean, he's just so spot on with the philosophy. And so I decided in 2009 to go to the Porcupine Freedom Festival. And that's where I was introduced to the concepts of minarchy and anarchy. And I had never really studied these terms before. I didn't really know what they meant, but I was listening to these debates taking place. No government, minimal government, government only to protect, voluntary only, consent-based until and unless, and there's all these conversations going on. I'm just listening, and I'm listening. And I spend a lot of 2009 working on 10th Amendment legislation in the state of Missouri. And still, I was a political activist at the time. And, we believe strongly that the 9th and 10th Amendment make it very clear that states are to self-govern. And the only authority delegated to the federal government is what is explicitly articulated in the Constitution. And so I'm, very proud of the fact that Missouri, you have an option to get a Real ID compliant driver's license or not. And I have a not Real ID compliant driver's license, and I worked really hard on that. And so I ended up, 2010 legislative session, really in the state capitol, and I went back to the Porcupine Freedom Festival a second time. And I was involved in, they call it Soapbox Idol. It's like a rant off. You get 3 minutes to give a rant about anything that you want. And I was on stage, and I was ranting about the centralization of the Ron Paul campaign, because I realized that this tendency to centralize is possibly innate in humanity, and we have to find a way to kind of, resist it. Because even within the freedom community, it was, no, don't start your own organization. It needs to be branded Campaign for Liberty, and it's got to follow these rules, and it's got to be da-da-da-da-da. And so I'm giving this rant because I'm like, even in the Ron Paul community, we are centralizing ourselves, and, this, blah, blah, blah. And I had this realization, and I realized I was an anarchist. And so the end of my speech ends with, I'm a motherfucking anarchist. And like the whole crowd watched me have this realization in real time. So of course I won Soapbox Idol that year, right? Because it was like this big thing that happened. And it was really fun. And that is essentially how I became a philosophical anarchist. And so from that point forward, I began to engage in what the Austin area community was calling post-political, right? And so we were trying to teach people how to live a free lifestyle, farming, getting off the grid. I started having children in 2011. So homeschooling, home education, community, not coercion. That was one of our taglines. And that was really how I got started as a Liberty member of the community. And I got arrested several times standing up for people against police. And one of those times I won a pretty big settlement. The other one, I was found not guilty in court. I had four police officers testify against me. One of the scariest experiences of my life, right? Because they literally kidnapped my body and put me in a cage and then like made up charges to justify what they did. The first one, the charges were dropped, but the second one, I had flown out to New Hampshire for court, and they postponed it for another 6 months. And so I really struggled with the fear of being put in a cage again. And I think I developed some PTSD with law enforcement, and it was really, really hard. And I'm so grateful that I started a family and had children, because that changed my path. And I no longer engaged in confrontational activism. I was no longer out videotaping police officers. I won't get into all the stuff we did, but I mean, we visited like 20 some odd Department of Homeland Security fusion centers. And the speeches that I was giving at the time were, I had a presentation called Understanding the Mechanics of the Police State, because we had done enough research to see what was coming down the pipes. And in the words of Alex Jones, I have the documents right here. Like I could see exactly what was happening. And so I was trying to warn people. And so, what we see happening right now with the lack of constitutional behavior coming from agencies like ICE is exactly what they were talking about in 2010. I mean, I went to a Department of Homeland Security Fusion Center conference in New Orleans, right? I attended their conference with an Austin Free Press press pass, and they assigned me an FBA liaison, and she followed me around and my ex-husband around from presentation to presentation. And it was hardcore. I mean, we were in your face, and then you have children, the 401k runs out of money, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, now what? What do you do? And so I got involved with Brave New Books, a bookstore in Austin. Did that for a while, started writing for Bitcoin Magazine and Cointelegraph, got really into Bitcoin. We traveled all over the United States only on Bitcoin, spending Bitcoin, teaching people about Bitcoin - Ethereum when they came out. Really testing the network that was being built. We showed up to all the restaurants that we could find on coinmaps.org, and often we were the first people to ever spend Bitcoin at these restaurants. So I think we really helped build that economy in the early days. And then 2018, I ended up at Anarchapulco, and it completely changed my life. And that's my job now, and the producer of the event. And it's where I met my husband and where I found my people. And as you mentioned, there were very dark days with the event. And it wasn't just me, but I think I had a large part to do with changing the culture of the event. I like to say I put a dome of protection over it. And I had to remove anybody that had a lack of ethics or had, violence, coercion, any type of that behavior. I found it was prevalent everywhere. I mean, all in the Liberty community, it was this very contentious energy. And I felt very strongly that if Anarchapulco was going to be successful, there had to be a no tolerance policy. And now it's turned into this very abundant, very, I don't even know the word for it. It's just magical. It's magical. We come together, and I feel like every year we're opening a portal into, a freedom wormhole. And it's just the most amazing experience every single year. And of course, for me, it's very hard work, but it's very rewarding work. I love it. And I feel like I'm able to continue contributing in a meaningful way without putting myself in so much risk as I was as an activist before I had children. And so that ended up being a very long introduction. You said long or short, so I went all in. That's the thing.
No, perfect. And I want to dive a little deeper into a couple aspects. So in 2018 was kind of a big shift for me too. I started earlier radio back in 2015. I found anarchism around that time, but I was kind of stuck. I was stuck kind of in higher level indoctrination. One foot there and one foot on just like part-time bullshit jobs. And I just started an electrician apprenticeship, industrial electrician apprenticeship, and it was going to be, I had big plans for it and all. But about 6 months in, I had a co-host who lived in Austin, or he still does, Kyle Reardon. And I was like, hey man, I've quit my job. I guess I'm moving to Austin. Don't know why. I just kind of feel like I need to do that. Because I was where I was, there was nobody. Like I had nobody around me. I knew like there's New Hampshire, but I wasn't gonna move to New Hampshire. I don't know. It really wasn't a
I thought about it.
Yeah, there really wasn't much of a draw there. But I was just like, maybe I'll go stay with Kyle and see what happens. And I went and stay with him for a month and a half in Austin. I had 2 things on my bucket list, and one of them was go to Brave New Books, because I'd watched a bunch of the talks, and I'd known you and John through there. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go to Brave New Books, and I want to go to Defense Distributed and meet Cody Wilson. And then I went there, I searched all down, didn't know where the hell I was. So like, maybe I'm just not seeing it. But yeah, Brave New Books was not around at that time. And I was like, oh shit. Okay, well, can't do that one. But I did get to, get an interview, live stream interview with Cody Wilson at Defense Distributed. It was cool at the time, but Cody's kind of a shitbag now from what I've found out. But anyway, that's a good story to the next topic. But, the other part of this is, I stayed in Austin for a month and a half, and radical change in living situation. Kyle and his wife at the time were moving into it. They were renting and they found a house and they were moving into it, and it was pretty quick. So I was in Austin, 13, 14 hours away from where I lived. I had to find a different living situation. And so I spent 2 weeks living out of my car, basically tent camping at a place in Liberty Hill, Texas for like $7 a night. I did that for for a couple weeks or a month, and around that time, Henza spent 6 months, or he has for a long time spent 6 months in the States and 6 months in Mexico, and he's like, well, hey, I'm driving down to Acapulco, I'm staying in Austin. You want to come stay in Acapulco for a little bit? And it was like, well, shit, I didn't see this on my bingo card. But I guess there's no reason to say no, and there's no other possibility in my life where I'll probably be able to say yes to this. So, whatever. Guess going to Acapulco. And I think the night before we began the trip to the border and the actual real adventure, I think we stayed at your guys' house. The guy that lived there was he has like a bookstore or something, right? I donated a bunch of books.
Yes.
So I stayed at your house actually. Before we went to
Can
Acapulco.
I meet you?
No. You're already in Acapulco. And when we were in Acapulco, I was gonna one of the things I wanted to do was meet you and John. And I think I met you at I don't remember his name, but it might have been a Dia de los Muertos event at the guy that died of alcoholism, the big dude at his really beautiful house. I think you might have been there. I think we might.
I was there.
Okay, so yeah, we met.
I was there.
Okay.
Wow, I remember that. Jason had his dog, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes. Okay, so that was John's house, but I stayed there a lot. We had already split up, but I stayed there a lot with the kids. Wow. Small world.
It's for sure. So that was I was only in Acapulco for a couple months, and I was going to come back in February for Acapulco. But a couple weeks before that, the shooting happened, and I was like, I'm just going to stay here with the homestead where I'm at now and just kind of figure things out. And I haven't been back since. Maybe in the future, that's one of the conversation points. I guess as part of your path, as one of the stories here, that I want to get into, which will, I guess, tie into another story, but it's more kind of your background. You gave a talk on it on Minerotopia, and it's like I said in the introduction, it harkens to a bigger thing of accountability we have principles that we espouse and we live by, and if people espouse them and are big in the community and they don't live it, that's something to be called out, for sure. But I guess I'll start with so I mentioned I was in Acapulco with Henza. I think you and John Bush for the listeners are basically co-parenting at that point. You had different partners or whatever. I didn't know much about either of y'all except that like I said, you've been doing the freedom pioneering for a while. Brave New Books. I found this trend for like most of the folks who gain notoriety in libertarian movement. They're usually shitbags for one reason or another. I've come to find out. And before I go any further, this discussion isn't about shit talking, drama, etc. 10 years ago, I would have loved it, but not now. It gets old. But these are case studies worth examining in hopes of avoiding the situations in the future, and just as further attempts to hold folks accountable for greatly violating the principles they espouse. Although the accountability part of it is kind of fruitless, I've found. No matter how many times I've told these stories, it seems that it doesn't matter. People still flock to them, and their notoriety is their reputation's fine. Whatever. But anyway, this is your story to tell, and I guess if you could kind of just, fill us in on, kind of what you talked about in your Minerotopia talk.
Okay, yeah. So I, as an activist, was traveling all over, and I was podcasting. And I was contacted by my now ex-husband, John Bush, to come on my podcast. And I declined because I was trying to interview a different activist from every state. And I had already picked Jason Burmis from Texas. And we started talking on the phone, got to know each other a little bit in 2009. And we were both delegates from our respective states, Texas and Missouri, to the Continental Congress of 2009. So this is where I met him. And I was actively pushing back against the fusion centers in Missouri. He was actively pushing back against the fusion center in Austin. So I had never met anybody that knew what a fusion center was. And this was a major point of interest between the two of us. And so at the Continental Congress of 2009, we planned this tour, and we decided to drive all over the United States together, visiting these fusion centers. We called it Operation Defuse, and a group of activists came together, and this was our purpose, was to expose these things. And we wanted to build our own defusion center, called the PIAC, the People's Information Analysis Center, or something like that, because they all had names like that, like the Missouri Information Analysis Center and all that. And so we started traveling together, and, I was so enamored by him because the words coming out of his mouth, kind of like Dr. Ron Paul, were spot on philosophically, right? And so this was really exciting to me. And I felt like, I had found my partner in crime. And I guess in many ways I did. There were a few warning signs that popped up early on where I didn't feel safe. I got out of a moving vehicle in Washington, D.C. in 2010 because I was scared. I don't have a strong memory of what happened in the car. I just know I got out of a moving vehicle and I ran into a Starbucks. And, I think we live in a society where, some of these things are normalized. A lot of people grow up in households where coercive control is utilized as a method of parenting. Sometimes this can be through hitting children. Sometimes this can be through verbal aggression or verbal abuse. In my household, it was more, I was controlled pretty heavily by my mother in a lot of ways. And while I was never hit, and I don't ever remember hearing either of my parents raise their voice, I think the high control environment that I was in as a child left me susceptible to not understanding red flags, right? And so I proceeded forward in relationship to this person. And when I was arrested later that spring, March of 2010, I had a really hard time. This was my second arrest. This was in New Hampshire. And I was really, really struggling. I, in hindsight, should have had a therapist. I didn't have one. And there was a pretty explosive situation between he and I one night in 2010. And I did at the time say, I cannot be with somebody who has this amount of anger. It was really scary. And there's actually a photo on my blog. The blog post is titled "The Face of Abuse." And it's a picture I drew the next day of the face I saw in the window screaming at me through a vehicle. It was terrifying. I'd fallen asleep in a car waiting for him to come out of a bar. And when he came out, he was really mad. And I was so traumatized from my arrest, and then that situation happening, I really spiraled, and I tried to find healing for myself. I decided I needed to leave Missouri because I was having a hard time with the trauma of my activist-related arrest. And I made a choice. I ended up moving to Texas. I was trying to decide between New Hampshire and Texas. And that essentially brought me into proximity with him And he showed up at my house one night in October, and we got back together at the end of October 2010 and got pregnant January 3rd, 2011. So for some perspective, this relationship really, it started in a whirlwind of activism, and there were very big warning signs early on, and we got pregnant very quickly. And so that began a journey of a lot of hardship. There were some good years. He really worked hard in between the births of our two children. There's an 18-month gap where things were relatively stable, but it was not a healthy relationship. And I'm not here to point fingers and say that this was entirely his fault. I also did not leave, and I did not know how to assert myself or protect myself or remove myself from the situation. And in fact, this is where the accountability part comes in within the community. We started going to the community for help. And we did not go to professionals trained in... And a few of my therapists believe that this was narcissistic abuse. There's other theories that some therapists have had that they can't, since they're not treating him, they can't, declare with full certainty. But needless to say, there were people in our community who are leaders in our community who had podcasts like Stefan Molyneux, who we went to for help, and they made it worse. So through going through a few sessions with Stefan Molyneux, where we learned that I was being lied to regularly because this poor child trapped inside had been harmed as a child and learned to lie. And so I was essentially encouraged to forgive that behavior because it was based in childhood trauma, but I was not taught how to set or enforce boundaries. And so that began this process where I felt like I was obligated to give endless forgiveness, which I now know is a very codependent behavior. I did not know at the time. And I was essentially receiving therapy from a non-therapist, right? His wife's the therapist, but he's not. I've actually never talked about this.
Yeah,
I like
didn't
this
know that.
part.
I didn't know. That's I don't. Yeah, he's probably the last person I would ever.
I was listening to his podcast a lot at the time.
You would know at the time, and I wouldn't like. I listened to him and I actually enjoyed him in 2015. So I mean,
yeah, I love it. This was 2011. This was 2011.
So no, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but now like looking back, I mean, it's just like, wow, okay, yeah, I understand how that could have made things worse. Yeah.
It made things incredibly worse. And then we went to another activist, and I don't want to say her name. I don't feel ready to publicly talk about this person's name. I will mention Stefan Molyneux, which I've never said that part anywhere before. I don't know. I don't think I've ever publicly said that we went to Stefan Molyneux for help and that it ended up causing harm. But there was another activist who has a very unique parenting and education mindset. And when I told this person what was happening behind closed doors, they essentially were like, just fuck him, like not what an actual therapist ended up telling me when we ended up in therapy, right? Like actual trained therapists were like, this is not okay, right? And you don't have to be in this environment. And I eventually chose not to be in this environment. But I was reaching out to the community for help. I felt isolated. I felt embarrassed because my entire public identity was wrapped up. I mean, we had like a docu-reality show called Sovereign Living, which I did get my website back in court, sovereignliving.com. But he and his now almost ex-wife did try to sell my website that I owned before I got with him, before I ever met him. They tried to sell it on GoDaddy for thousands of dollars. And the judge in our divorce gave it back to me, thankfully. And so that has been where I've been posting my story and talking about my path to sovereignty and getting out of coercive control. And it was really confusing for me because we would be in the car, and a lot of the scary things that happened were in cars. Big outbursts of aggression, erratic driving, you know. And when you mention each one, they almost sound petty, but in the grand scheme of things, it was a lot. We're talking about thousands of angry outbursts and erratic behaviors that scared me and made me feel unsafe. And yeah, it was, I was reaching out for help, but I was afraid to like do it publicly because I had this cognitive dissonance. He and I were teaching people about getting out of the system. We were teaching people about non-coercive solutions to society's problems. Freedom cells were formed in my living room, and I was a co-founder of the first freedom cell that did implode. It did not survive. The first freedom cell did not last. But we are out publicly, and my identity is so wrapped up in this message, and our income, right, is wrapped up in this public identity that I didn't feel safe being honest in a public way. And so I was quietly and discreetly looking for help. I was also living in total poverty. I mean, absolute poverty. Eating at food banks. If you look at pictures of me back then, I am grossly thin and we like really, really struggling. But because we were don't use the state, you know, community solutions only. We didn't sign up for any sort of aid, right? Our children didn't even have social security numbers. We were doing the undocumented. And so what ended up happening is that I found myself with no driver's license, no bank account, no cell phone, living in a home with somebody who scared me, no access to money or resources that I needed to take care of myself, electricity getting shut off, and repeated evictions. And I was ashamed and I was scared and I didn't know what to do. And so eventually, I felt like we were losing the bookstore. We lost the bookstore. We can get into that another time. That's not a story for today, but we bought new books and we failed and we lost the store. And it wasn't for lack of trying. I mean, I gave my heart and soul to that, and I worked side jobs to bring in money to pay the bookstore's rent while I was eating at a food bank, right? Like I was this unlimited cup of giving to the community, of serving the community.
And
I even found
a valuable service that stretched much further than just Austin. I was in Central Illinois, addicted to watching. I mean, it was like one of the only places you could find some of the crypto anarchy stuff. It's kind of like one of the only places. So I understand where you're coming from. Like you want to put as much as you can into it, but eventually it's a point where it's like, an empty cup can't fill another.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it was so depleting, and I was really struggling. And one of the people that I had gone to ask for help, and so here's what's so interesting, is that when I look back in hindsight, I think I was codependent with the entire Liberty community because they were personalities. And I will name drop because these people have public reputations that are already, like, these stories are already out there. But I was really close with Adam Kokesh and Derek Brose and John Bush and, a bunch of men who had reputations for high conflict personalities and for maybe not treating women very well behind closed doors. And so when I'm turning to them and I'm saying, this is happening in my home, but they maybe are behaving in similar ways, there was zero accountability taking place, right? Mm-hmm. But one of those people, Derek, it was the last party we had at the bookstore. And I was dancing to this band that I really loved. It was my favorite band. And it was like my goodbye to the bookstore. And he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, you can go. You don't have to stay in this, right? Because earlier that day, I had kind of like trauma dumped on him. And that was when I decided to leave the relationship. And honestly, I would not need to call for public accountability if it had ended there. But that's not where it ended. We co-parented okay for several years, 2017, 2018. We traveled together with now his almost ex-wife and my husband and our children. We traveled to Mexico. We went and visited P.R.N, the community where they kicked out the cartels and they kicked out the Mexican government. And we were making it work. But then my now husband and I decided to get married. And even though John and I had a common law marriage, in the state of Texas, that's a real marriage and you need a real divorce.
Yeah, my buddy Thane Riddle got that. He got a common law. That was his situation in Texas was common law.
Yeah.
One of the few places.
And you know, the thing about common law is that I feel like it is seen as this, solution to stateless marriage, but it's not. When the state recognizes common law marriage, it also requires an actual legal divorce. And this is where my trouble started, my major trouble. And so my husband is Italian. And to get a green card, we needed a legal marriage, which meant I needed a legal divorce. And when I asked for the legal divorce, all hell broke loose in my life. And this is when my ex-husband, began using the state to literally take control over every aspect of my life.
And just to be clear, this is John Bush we're talking about. Yeah.
Correct. And I do want to say that John and I are on really okay terms right now. And until and unless the legal situation ends up rectified, I do feel that accountability is important and that awareness needs to be made within the community, because I am living under legal duress. I'm legally in a situation, even though he's not currently trying to enforce it, where I don't have freedom of speech in my home. I don't have freedom of speech with my children. I don't have freedom of speech with my children's schools. This is enforceable through the courts. I also have injunctions on my speech. I'm not allowed to talk about these things on social media. So you'll see I haven't. I've posted blog posts because I don't want to end up being held in contempt of court and being put in a cage for talking about this. So I do video interviews, I give in-person speeches, and I post on my blog where I do have legal free speech. I know philosophically and fundamentally as a human being, I have free speech. But what ended up happening is that he utilized the court system to take control over every aspect of my life. He tried to have me kicked out of my converted school bus. He demonized my job with Anarchapulco. He demonized how much I traveled, even though he traveled with me, even though he lived in my converted school bus, the Bitcoin bus. I mean, we were on Yahoo News, Fox News, all sorts of stuff for our Bitcoin bus travels and building the Bitcoin ecosystem. But once I said, I legally want to separate from you so I can marry Paolo, it became dangerous for me to exist. I had the state involved in every aspect of my life, and my motherhood became under attack. I had homeschooling taken away from me. Everything about me was demonized to the courts. And as you know, anybody listening to this is aware, the courts want children in the system. And so when there is a parent saying, and I quote from a court transcript, I want to normalize the children, and he is advocating against homeschooling, against the converted school bus, against travel and world school, they went with that. And I had a very, very long, multiple year legal battle. And when I tried to protect one of my children by going to court in 2021 without a lawyer, I screwed myself. I absolutely screwed myself. I didn't know how to introduce evidence. I had the evidence, but I didn't know the procedure. And it's very procedural. Family court is not, it's not a criminal court. There's not really laws. This is all, based on it's civil procedural stuff, and it's really up to judges' discretion on how things are decided. And so I showed up. I didn't know how to follow the rules properly. I was unable to give my evidence. I accidentally, without knowing it, waived my right to interview a very important witness in the situation, and I screwed myself. And it was absolutely devastating, because what happened after that court case is that he was allowed to enroll them in any school he wanted, anywhere. It didn't matter how close or how far it was from my house, and I was required to drive them. He enrolled them in a school an hour and 15 minutes from my house when I was incredibly pregnant. And when I would say, hey, something's wrong with my cervix, my midwife says I cannot be in a car. Think about that. Round trip, an hour there, an hour back, drop off time. We're talking about 5 hours in a car to drive children to school. Yeah. And he would threaten to have me put in jail. Okay. He would use contempt of court when I'm saying my midwife, the same midwife that we use with our children, is saying I cannot be in a car for 5 hours a day, or I could lose my baby. He would have me threatened to be put in jail. And so I lived with the threat of going to jail over my head for all sorts of things. In the end, even for teaching my son to read. And this is all written on my blog. And if you really if you want to read receipts and you want to see quotes from emails and things like that, I have a password protected blog post where I get pretty deep into it. I'm selective about what I publicize, because, my children are becoming adults soon. They're in their teens and they're going to have access to this. And so I do try to be mindful. But it became very hard for me to exist. And my life, can you imagine someone telling you, you have to drive 5 hours a day in order to see your children, or you're going to go to jail? You have no choice in what school they go to. You have no choice in the schedule of what kind of, even when I'm look.
Yeah, there are a lot of statist families I know that would think that's reprehensible, let alone anarchist.
Exactly. It's just incredible. And so I got myself twisted in this mess, because I would tell the mediators, he's bluffing. We are philosophical anarchists. He doesn't he doesn't mean any of that. It's a negotiation tactic. And then that's what he would go for in court. And he meant it. And he did it. And he and I have been working on healing our relationship now. But he did tell me everything was thought about, planned, and strategized. And he used the court system to force me to move back into the Austin area. And that was traumatic for me, because I was really happy where I lived, and I was very safe and stable, and life was really good. And this court situation forced me to move 3 hours back close to the person who had caused me harm and caused me fear, who I had very willingly co-parented with and really gone out of my way, right, to work with. All of a sudden, I felt like the only words I could use to describe it is I felt like a mouse running away from a lion, and the claws would end up in my back and dragging me back. And then I would run, and then claws in my back and dragging me back. I couldn't get away. It was horrible. Mm-hmm. And one of my children really needed help. They're dyslexic, and they're diagnosed with dyslexia. And he used the court system to prevent me from getting them help, right? So this was really traumatic for me. And I found that as I reached out within the libertarian community, I was met with a resounding silence. There were a few people, Jason Hinza being one of them, who donated to help me defend myself, right? I voluntarily went and got a psych evaluation because I was starting to feel confused if I was the problem or not. And I gave this forensic psychologist an export of all of our emails, all of our text messages, and all of our because we are now court ordered to communicate in a co-parenting app. These two anarchist activists are court ordered to communicate in a co-parenting app that we each have to pay $120 a year for, right? Because it was that toxic. And I exported all of that data. And what this forensic psychologist reported back to me is that I was in a highly manipulative situation, that this person likely, possibly, maybe has some personality disorders, but they can't tell unless they actually work with him, right? But I was living under coercive control within the liberty community, sourced through the libertarian community. This is an activist I met in the community, that I was a leader alongside of with in the community, and I was silently living in a legal prison. And right now, that legal prison still exists on paper. He is not enforcing it. For the past 6 months, he has been collaborative, and he has been treating me the way he should have since 2019. And, thank you, John, if you end up watching this. Like, I know it's hard to hear me continue to talk about this. I'm grateful that we're working together still, but my rights need to be restored. I have a right to free speech. And the last judge in Bastrop, Texas, said to him, she has a very good case. So if you come with a contempt charge against her, she has a very strong case that the First Amendment will protect her, even though the court order says she can't talk about this with her children. I have restrictions I'm allowed to talk to my children about. So, like if he tried to enforce them, I believe the judge in Bastrop, Texas here would dismiss it on the grounds of I have a constitutional right to free speech. But these are things that he asked for. He asked for my speech to be restricted. He asked for me to have my rights taken away. He wanted me to have 0 parenting time. Why? What did I do? I walked away from your abuse and asked to marry another man. That's what I did. That's my crime, right? And even at the beginning of the divorce, he told the state she's a great mom, but by the end, it somehow got flipped around, right? And so I really struggled with the fact that the community in general did not stand up for me. Now, people like Miranda Webb, Jason Hinza, the down-ass dudes of the real agorists, they speak up. But people like Derek Bros, they turned a blind eye.
So we are coming to this first break, and I wanted to mention, you mentioned Derek Bros a couple times. That's the only one I have like personal experience with. I agree with so much of that for sure. But yeah, I had Derek Bros write the foreword to my book back in 2017 or 2018, Vonu the Search for Personal Freedom, which Vonu was 100% wholly against political crusading. I mean, he even wrote it in the foreword. And then he pulled a couple political crusading stunts, and we weren't necessarily, we met a couple times, spent a night on his was it Liberate Your Mind tour or whatever when he was in Chicago. I went and stayed up a night with him there. But I remember back like when was it Kokesh who was running for office at one point, and it was a video with Bros and Luke Rudkowski, and they were basically like the arguments against political crusading to Kokesh. And I basically made the same arguments to Bros in his comment section. And it's like I'm saying the same things that you were saying to Kokesh. What's changed? Has the world changed since then? No. In the very worst part of this is that like you might get anarchists to go get a voter registration card again so they can vote for you. That's not the solution. Like that's not good. But anyway, I haven't really talked to him since then. After he's he pulled his second political crusading stunt, and I haven't called him out much or anything like that. But I got a second edition of my book out with a foreword by Ben Stone, so that situation's been rectified. But I guess I did always give Bros credit though. I was like I'm not a big fan of Bros for this, but the Freedom Cells idea was really great. So I have to toss that credit in there, but. Yeah, no.
Well, that credit goes to John and me and our living room friends.
I guess I don't have any.
But...
Yeah, I guess I don't have much. I guess much of a. I mean, Bros is again he's brought a lot of people into agorism and such. From his I appreciate a lot of his books and things like that, but yeah, it's when you get down to the action. We're coming to our first break here on Vonu Podcast Live on the PAZNIA Radio Network. When we come back, we'll get into the action stuff. Talk about Greenbrier and Anarchy Porco. Stay tuned. Back on the other side.
Around you, excellence and
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain, sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was, I don't know, it was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Get some Pain Liberator.
There are those who blaze trails, whose actions tip history scales. They endure pain and frustration to prepare for the coming devastation. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. The pioneers are in charge.
And now back to Vonu Podcast Live with host, Shane, aka Rayo2.
All right, and welcome back to Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. And I will say, as the music is closing out, back when I did Liberty Tech Radio back in 2015, it was live radio, and I do kind of miss that format. I think a break halfway through is good for the brain. But yeah, anyway, today my guest is Kat Bonadin, a longtime fellow freedom pioneer, and one of the main organizers of Anarchapulco. I want to remind any of the listeners, the call-in line is PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. That'll drop you right into our Jitsi chat if you got a question, comment, anything like that. Want to get in on the conversation. You can also go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio if you want to leave a message for us to read on the show and make an XMR contribution. And certainly understand privacy-minded folks don't like to put their, some of our audience is scared to put their audio out there, and I understand. So xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio is the place to go for the most paranoid. And I don't say that in a mean way at all. I'm pretty paranoid myself, but anyway, so Kat, welcome back to the Vonu Podcast. It's great to have you. So yeah, first I went really deep into your path and kind of I guess the big thing, where I wasn't quite sure what to expect from your Minerotopia presentation, but once it got to that part of using the state to force them back into public school, that was like that was kind of the point where it's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of that's a line. Like that's not just like a personal disagreement or something. That's a line. But anyway, I'd like to get into some solutions here, and kind of what you're doing now, and kind of how that could tie into the PAZNIA network, how we might be able to work together. But before we get into that, before we get I guess into the collaboration, you're very involved with the Greenbrier Intentional Community now, and from our brief conversation on conversations in anarchy. I heard a little bit about it, and I was definitely intrigued. So I guess tell us a bit about Greenbrier. How'd you find it? I guess when, and yeah, tell us more about it.
Yeah, so Greenbrier is an amazing place. It is 173 acres in the woods, an intentional community that runs a school. And at the school, we offer homeschool enrichment programming. So some kids come 1 day a week, some come up to 4. And it's just a really amazing place where kids get academics and socialization and time in the forest. And we really strongly feel that parents, students, teachers, staff all have an equal voice. So we go out of our way to really make sure that we are accommodating the voice of the community. And so we run our school as, a student-informed, parent-led kind of program. And so we are constantly taking feedback from the kids. This year they started a student council. We have a school body meeting once a month where we talk about any issues and we work through things. And then there are those of us who live here. Not everybody has children who attend the school. There are some grandparents who raised their children here, and there are some grandkids living here. But some of those kids moved off site and, are raising kids in other places around the world. So there's intergenerational families here. And then there's families like mine who have come more recently. Now, I first learned about Greenbrier when we moved into the converted school bus and I was looking for somewhere to live. But we had Brave New Books in downtown Austin, and this is, an hour away, and they didn't have very many kids living here at the time. This community has been here since 1968. We share a birthday, March 26th, although I was born way later. And it's gone through, an ebb and a flow of how many people are here, how big the school is, that kind of thing. And so it wasn't the right time back then. It must have been 2015 when I first reached out. And then, I was court ordered to come back to Austin. And so I made a post on Facebook and I said, I'm looking for a place where I can park my converted school bus next to a building that has a bathroom and a kitchen because our family's growing. My husband had moved in to the bus with us. We need an office for my husband. I want to bring my chickens. I want it to be in the woods. I want my kids to be able to walk to other homeschool people's houses. I mean, I line itemed what I wanted. And 4 people recommended Greenbrier to me, including Rebecca, the soon-to-be ex-wife of John. And so I called And I spoke to Dave, who's been here since 1973. He's the principal of our school, and he is the president of the board currently. And he and I talked and laughed for an hour. And this was in 2020. Everything was locked down. The world was totally locked down. And he invited us out for a potluck. So we drove from Conroe, cut and shoot, actually right outside of Conroe. It was a 3-hour drive. We came to a potluck. We loved it. We decided to come back with our kids a couple weeks later. They loved it. And so when it came time for us to move to the Austin area by the deadline that the court gave us, August of 2020, we showed up at Greenbrier, and I've been sucked into the vortex ever since. It's been really, really wonderful. And I feel like my time at Brave New Books, my time involved with the Porcupine Freedom Festival, my time with the Ron Paul community, the police accountability movement, and just living in the converted school bus. You know, we would live at different homeschool families' houses, sometimes for 9 months or 3 months. You know, we were just kind of slow traveling. I learned a lot about community, and I showed up to Greenbrier at the perfect time for me. And, you know, this is not like an open to anybody moving here thing. You've got to be vetted by the community. There's a slow process, but somehow we came to 2 potlucks and moved here. I don't know how it happened. I've never seen it happen since. Most people spend like over a year getting to know the community, and like their kids go to school here, and it's like this very long courtship. Right time, right place, right people. We just slid right in. And it has not been the easiest thing in the world. Living in community is hard work. And this is where that accountability piece comes in. You have to be willing to be held accountable, and you have to be willing to hold others accountable. Where you cannot have community, it doesn't work without accountability. And that was the realization I had when I gave my presentation at Monerotopia with John in the room, by the way. I don't know if that was mentioned.
Oh no, yeah, he was. Yeah, he was in the audience. Yeah, you can hear him a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the audience, and that worked. That was me going public and confronting the demon in my life, right? It was me like looking my aggressor in the eye and saying, "Stop! You can't do this anymore." And that was something I learned here at Greenbrier, is that you have to have accountability. You have to. You have to hold yourself accountable. You have to be willing to be held accountable by others. You have to hear feedback from people that you don't like, and you have to receive it in a way that doesn't get you kicked out of the community, because nobody's entitled to live here at Greenbrier. Nobody. And we can kick people out, and we have kicked people out. In my tenure here, I think I've seen 3 people or families asked to leave for behavioral things. And so in order to function in community, you have to work on yourself constantly. And that means that not only do you have to be willing to receive that feedback, but you have to learn how to give it. And you have to learn how to give that feedback in a way that doesn't cause bigger problems. And it took me a few years to really find my footing in that regard here at Greenbrier. I'm not afraid necessarily to speak up, but I found sometimes the way I was speaking up, even if I thought I was being professional or polite, maybe it felt too corporate to people, and they reacted like, this is community, not a business, you know? And so I had to learn how to find my voice and how to communicate in a way that didn't create bigger problems, right? Even if it was naming a big problem, sometimes the way we name things creates a cascade. And so I think what you witnessed at the Monerotopia speech that I gave was me taking those skills that I had learned here through Greenbrier and communicating in a way it didn't create bigger problems. In fact, my relationship with John has only improved since I have gone public. And the more that I speak the truth in a kind, grounded, and loving, factual way, the more traction I get in fixing this situation. When I was scared and ashamed and everything was fear-based, and I'm like, government, what do you want me to do so I don't leave my kids? You know, they could feel my fear, and that resulted in me manifesting my fear. But when you live in community and you understand what your rights are as a human and as a member of the community, and you can assert that in a way that respects the rights of other people, right? Beautiful things can happen. And so here at Greenbrier, I feel like I've had a crash course on how to do community and how to do conflict, how to do accountability, and how to find resolution. So for about a year now, I've been saying that I'm weighing the decisions I make against two factors. One, is it bringing people together, right? And holding someone accountable, it can bring you together if done right, right? A healthy marriage involves being able to speak up to your spouse and hold them accountable. It involves being able to hold yourself accountable, and that should bring you closer together, right? Same thing in a community. And so does it unify and does it create longevity? I don't want to make rash, erratic, emotional decisions. This is where I want to be. I love living here while I'm raising children. I'll probably do something else when I don't have homeschooled children, right? But I love living here. So are the decisions I'm making, are the way I'm communicating, bringing people together and creating longevity, or is it creating division and terminating something, right? And so that's what I've been really weighing decisions about with regards to Greenbrier. And gosh, I just feel like living in an intentional community has made me a better person because I've been held accountable and I've witnessed other people hold each other accountable. And it's not always a beautiful process. Like sometimes it's painful and hard and there's struggle, but in the end, what we're creating here is absolutely incredible. And I felt strongly that I needed to join a community that was not a startup project. I felt even the Free State Project at the time, when I first started going in 2009, it was so young. And who shows up to projects at the beginning of a Move Here project? It's the people with nothing left to lose, right? It's people that maybe don't have jobs or don't have stability or don't have a family or don't have a house or da-da-da-da-da. It's a lot longer of a process for very stable people to get somewhere, to a Move Here project. And so I felt that's what I needed, was somewhere that already existed, that already had policies in place, that already knew how it was going to function, how to deal with conflict, how to deal with accountability. And quite frankly, I feel like the broader libertarian community has not figured this out. I don't think that libertarians, voluntarists have learned how to do conflict resolution in a healthy, sustainable way. So I didn't want to join a libertarian community, right? I wanted to join a community that was shaped around the lifestyle that I was seeking. And for me, that was living with other homeschool families. And that's where I am now. And it is one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of. And it's a model that I think is replicatable. It is definitely not an anarcho-capitalist thing, right? It's a nonprofit. The nonprofit owns the cabin that I'm in, right? My home is not owned by me. But it's a really neat model, and it does encourage neighbors to get along and find solutions, because if you are the person causing trouble for everybody around you, you get removed. And that, I think, is what's missing in a lot of the liberty movement communities, is that there's not this removal of problem personalities, right?
And that's literally like the state uses coercion. What tools do we have for you have the soapbox, tell people about it, and then you have ostracism. You try to tell people about it so people get ostracized. The libertarian community, anarchist communities have. I mean, it's a learning lesson, right? Like I didn't realize how infiltrated like the counterculture in the '60s was. Like even the Vonu scenes. Like Kerry Thornley was heavily involved in the JFK assassination, like deep naval intelligence, and he was a co-editor to Rayo. So obviously like you got to know it. Like you can't know what you don't know, right? Like it's hard to kind of fathom. No, I guess just a couple of notes here. And so I was looking on IC.org, which is the database for digital communities, or the directory. And I don't think I saw Greenbrier on there, but I saw one in California. Just use a similar example of a intentional community that's been there since like 1970. And you've never heard of it, but it's been there. And they've been, thriving, doing the same thing they've done since the 70s. And they aren't public. They don't do a bunch of marketing. They don't do but it works. It sounds like Greenbrier is similar to that. So I'm really happy to have you here to talk about it. And I will mention, we got a message in the PAZNIA Radio Network Simple X chat. Shadrach had to dip out. He's got to serve dinner, but he's feeding him some cow that he bought here at Veritas. So I thought I'd toss it in there. Cheers, Shadrach. Enjoy your dinner to whoever you're cooking and whoever you're cooking it for. But yeah, something else you mentioned, something it was a realization I had to come to. I came to 4 or 5 years ago. Something Bill Cooper talked about back in the 90s about look, like if you want to look at what's wrong with America. He was a patriot. But he's like, if you want to look at what's wrong with America, look in the mirror. And all of my mentors, posthumous or otherwise, like that's where it all starts. And there are great self-liberators out there, great freedom pioneers, but there's so much focus on the physical when there's mental, which you're talking about, some like the traumatic child sort of stuff. There's intergenerational trauma, which is a thing. There's all of these things that are influencing our behaviors and our actions that we don't even acknowledge it. A lot of us don't even know that that we're operating from these different operating in these ways. G.I. Gurdjieff, early 90s anthroposophist, talks about it too. But it's they don't have a united conductor. And I'm probably phrasing it badly, but the person there in the morning is different than the person there in the evening. The internal work is the hardest, and physical liberation, avoiding the state, becoming mostly invulnerable to the coercion of the state. Isn't like an overwhelming task, but the internal work is definitely hard. So, and that's something I've mentioned in podcasts before, is like our vetting doesn't come from like a paranoid mindset of like, oh, government infiltrators. It's more so like I say it's like we're looking for like people who are beyond anarchy. Like anarchy doesn't really even come into it. It's trying to find people that evaluating the quality of folks in the network, and if they truly have force for the use of coercion. In your case and everyone's case, that's what it comes down to is coercion at the end of the day usually, whether it's a physical or otherwise. So I'm with you 100%. But I want to get to more kind of the nuts and bolts of Greenbrier, and I want to make sure I get the dispute resolution part. But just for the sake of the audience, what does a day in the life of a student at Greenbrier look like? And I guess a parent and a teacher too. Could you give us that kind of perspective of what a day in the life looks like, sort of thing?
Sure. Yeah, so I will tell you about Tuesdays at Greenbrier because I teach on Tuesdays. So Tuesdays, I head down to the school. I actually drive down instead of walk because I carry a whole bunch of supplies. Like I have a huge basket with all my stuff. And so I drive down the hill and I go into the makerspace, which is where my class is held. It's in the makerspace, which is this room that is just full of crafting supplies. Okay. I mean, we've got tables, we've got glue guns and paint and glitter and, just all the things, dowel rods and different types of glue, different types of tape, we've got, tutorials up on the wall on how to glue certain things or how to cut cardboard. We have cardboard cutters and wire cutters and scissors. I mean, just every kind of supply that you could think of for crafting, doing stamping, all sorts of stuff. That's where my class is. And what I teach is a program called Game of Village. And I am so excited about Game of Village. This is a way of learning for children where they get to create their own society. And this is a society built to scale. So everything is on a 1/20th scale. So it involves math. They create a peep, an avatar, a little person who's about 3 inches tall. It'd be like a 6 foot tall person. And they are given essentially a loan from the bank to build a house. And they actually, fill out order forms. They calculate the square area of the cardboard that they need to order. They do all their math. They bring it up. The banker goes through and they write a check, and then they come to the trading post and they get their supplies, and then they build it. And they each get a section of land that they get to homestead. And so everyone is given the same length of string that they then use to create the perimeter of where they're going to homestead. And this involves negotiation, right? Like if 2 kids want the same spot, what are they going to do, right? They got to figure out conflict resolution. And then, of course, this moves into, well, how are we going to run our little society here? Are we going to form a government? Are we going to use coercion? Are we going to let people do things the way they want to do things? And these children get to create their own world entirely. It is so fun. And so the theme that we picked for this year's Game of Village was Revolutionary American History. So we started in 1776. We're now in January of 1777. So these kids are learning real history, and it allowed them to choose, are they going to be a British redcoat soldier? Are they going to be a colonialist revolutionary who wants freedom? Are they going to be a native indigenous character who maybe wants to fight for their freedom or wants to engage in trade? There's time travelers. I mean, we have all sorts of characters who are in the game, but they are every week learning a little bit about history. And then they're doing math for all sorts of reasons. You know, they have to make blueprints for their house that they're going to build. So it's very experiential. That's the word I was looking for. It's experiential learning, right? And so right now,
games, it sounds like. Yeah.
Yes,
like
yes,
a tabletop game
absolutely.
sort of thing. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah, except it takes up a huge space, right? So far we actually had a battle with the British Army showed up. All the teachers had made these little tiny British redcoat soldiers, and the kids showed up to school on the first Tuesday this January, and there were little military men everywhere. And we had an actual battle where we used firecrackers, and it's really fun. It's very experiential, but they're learning about history. They're learning about culture. They're learning about society. They're learning about government. So what is a monarchy? What is a democratic republic? What is native indigenous governance looking like, tribal governance? How do they make decisions? How do they function in this world? And who do we want to be? How do we want to run our little society? And so that's how we spend our mornings, and it's so fun. And then at lunch, I have been showing the Liberty Kids series on the TV at lunch. And so about half the kids come join me. They don't have to. They can play outside if they want to, right? That's the other thing about Greenbrier, is that kids have choices, right? And we really leave it up to the family, right? If parents really want their kids in math, we're going to say, hey, look, this is between you and your mom, but your mom told us you should come to math. So make your own choice, but deal with your consequences with your mom, either way. We're not going to make you, right? There's no coercion at Greenbrier. This is very voluntary. And so the kids have choices. And so they'll come watch Liberty Kids, which is a cartoon series that's really focused on the same time period. The Boston Tea Party, 1776, all that. And then I teach a good citizenship class. So here in Texas, to homeschool, you don't have to report to anybody. You don't have to take any tests, but we do have to teach our children reading, writing, grammar, science, and good citizenship. And that is very, very vague. And so I decided this year that I was going to write a good citizenship curriculum. And I do plan to actually sell this if homeschool families are interested, because I taught it last semester and it went really, really well. And it's a good citizenship curriculum focused on revolutionary American history. So like we watched Hamilton together and the kids wrote papers on characters. And we have been really focused on the Bill of Rights and the 3 branches of government, because I want the children who are attending Greenbrier to understand how this place where we live is supposed to function, especially right now, because they're watching the media. We had a family unenroll because there's so much ICE activity here in the Texas area that she felt scared driving back and forth to come to Greenbrier, okay? So I'm trying to make sure that these children understand, what is the First Amendment? What does it protect? Because twice I got arrested unlawfully, went to court, and in the end, I was legally protected by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, right? What is the second? What is the third? And the third, of course, was really interesting when we had our little British invasion, because I did put soldiers inside some of their houses, right? So that way they got that experiential understanding. Like some of the kids were really upset. Like, why is there a soldier in my house, right? It's like, well, this is why the Bill of Rights has third. Yeah, natural response. This is why the Bill of Rights has the Third Amendment, which says the government cannot put soldiers in your home, right? You cannot be forced to house and quarter soldiers. And so this experiential learning, it's bleeding over into good citizenship, right? Where I'm doing more of like the textbook, the lecture style. and it's a Socratic style class. So these children are having conversations and they're having dialogues and they're, discussing what's the difference between a philosophy and a political party, right? What is the difference? Because obviously these kids are hearing a lot of like red, blue, Democrat, Republican, and I'm like, well, let's talk about like the philosophy of libertarianism, which is where I think a lot of our founders really kind of, resonated. And so that's the good citizenship class. And our math teacher in the morning is the banker. And so she actually sits and helps the kids, because some of these kids are like 7 years old and they're having to calculate the area of the surface area of the amount of cardboard that they want to purchase so that they can build their house. But they're also having to calculate it in 1/20th scale with mini feet, right? And so this is very math heavy, but it's fun and the kids love it. So that's Tuesdays, and that's what I teach, and I really, really enjoy it. The other days, so the kids get math every morning, whether it is in a math class or like in mine where it's more integrated into the project, right? They're getting, ELA, and then the afternoons are really about electives. And this is more of like choose your own adventure. So we ask the kids, what do you want to learn? Well, I want to learn fishing. Okay, Mr. Dave, he's going to have these kids make their own fishing poles and they're going to go down to the creek and they're going to fish together, right? I want a garden. All right, they're going to go with Miss Miley and they're going to work on the garden, make their own garden bed, build a bed, plant seeds, whatever. Some of the kids want to play Dungeons and Dragons. Cool. We brought in a D&D master and the D&D master played with the kids, right? And so we really try to shape every school year around the families that are in attendance while also making sure that we are offering the core curriculum, things that kids need to be getting academically. And so it's a really, really cool group. We have a circle up every morning and after lunch. So we all get together, the whole school, whoever's in attendance that day. And that's where we can like clear the air on something or, like, hey, kids, who's going into the makerspace and using all the Game of Village clay in between classes? Because if I don't know that it's gone, I don't order more. And then we don't have what we need to, because the kids are like using clay to make miniature people. It's so cool. So we work out these conflicts as a group, as opposed to adults coming in and saying, we are the authority, you messed up, now you will be punished. Instead, it's, hey, we found a problem. What solution are we, the school body, going to come up with together? So it's very collaborative. And, that means things move slow. I mean, when you are talking about consensus-based decision-making and when children are involved, move slow. And that's okay, right? We live in a very fast-paced world. And so learning how to slow down and let decisions take their natural process without force. That's been a really cool process for me.
Yeah. No, that's all great. It brings to mind. I mentioned him a couple of times. Kyle Reardon lives in Texas. He used to do back before he got super busy and all. He used to write massive articles, and we'd have podcasts on it. And yeah, he was in Texas, and one of them was the homeschool, basically defending like solutions for homeschooling, as well as like he lives in Texas, so extensive history on the entire debacle of homeschooling in Texas from whatever it was, whatever the organization was in the 80s that lobbied for it, where it literally was illegal. It was a black market activity for some time in Texas, if I recall correctly. But anyway, yeah, no, I'm curious. So I guess this is all great stuff. So Greenbrier's been around for a long time. I guess I'd be a couple things. I guess I'd be curious about. You mentioned some stuff about the organizational structure. So I'm curious about that because a lot of this seems like could be replicable to PAZNIA, which you mentioned before, and then also along with this, how does we'll do one at a time. So yeah, kind of the organizational structure of Greenbrier.
Okay, so Greenbrier is a 501c3 nonprofit, and there is a board of directors. There's 7 board members, and these are the people that are like legally responsible, right? If the taxes don't get paid, it's a problem. And so we have a board of directors who make sure that the things that we're required to do legally get done. Because we're a nonprofit, we don't pay very many property taxes. Most of our 173 acres are a park, and it's protected land. And there's a small 15 acres, I think, where housing and the school is, and that's what we have property tax on. So out of our 173 acres, we're only paying property tax on 15 acres, which is nice. The property is paid for and has been for a very long time. And the way it works is that the board, when they created the organization, they said the school gets to run the school and the community gets to run the community. And the purpose of the community is to make sure that the school's infrastructure is taken care of and to support the school itself. So that means that if there's a leak in the roof at the schoolhouse, as the community, we need to help figure that out, right? We build our own roads, we build our own, we run our own electrical wire, which is, don't get me started on that. We clear our own trees, we built our own bridge across the creek, and it is a huge bridge that like semi trucks, the propane truck has come over, right? And so the community is responsible for the community side of things, and the school is responsible for the school side of things. We pay dues to live here. We don't have a rental contract because this is a nonprofit, but we do pay dues to live here, and those dues are split equally between the school and the community. So that means the community dues are going toward, oh, we had a pipe leak, or, oh, the well needs a new pump, right? Because we do have a well. So the expenses for that come out of that accounting. And then we are contributing to the school by half of our dues going to the school. The school does charge tuition. So we are essentially subsidizing the school by living here. And then a lot of us work for the school, right? I work for the school. I'm a teacher. It's a really neat thing. There's, I would say, this isn't the exact number, but approximately maybe 15 cabins here that people live in. And these cabins are owned by the nonprofit. And any work that we put into these cabins is a donation to the nonprofit. So we live in a 4-bedroom cabin. We have completely remodeled it. New drywall, new flooring. We still got to do the siding outside. We built a front porch. We turned a porch into a bedroom, All of that is a tax deductible donation to the nonprofit, and the nonprofit owns the building. And so, like I said, this is not anarcho-capitalism. I don't own my house. The nonprofit does. But what that does is that incentivizes us to be good stewards of this space, because we are able to live here for a very low dues amount. To live in a cabin this size, or to buy a cabin this size out in the wild, is going to cost a lot more out of pocket for me than to pay my dues and build the cabin the way I want it to fit my family's needs. Does that make sense?
For sure. Yeah, certainly. Okay, yeah, that's no, that's great. That's great. So, I guess you mentioned the circling up in terms of like dispute resolution. And yeah, this is a big problem. There was the event at not Midfest, the one in Arizona. I don't know why I can't remember the name.
Oh, Jackalope.
There was the stabbings or whatever, and after that happened, there was a dispute resolution thing going around. Between, I got it from Mike from Midfest. But yeah, it was going through people who, had properties, had events, like any thoughts. So there is something like that around that's been floating around the Freedom Festivals, but no, I mean it's a big thing. So I guess and Greenbrier's existed for a long time, so there's something there is working. So yeah, if you could go into as much depth as you can on how you approach dispute resolution there, and how they've done it successfully for so long, and if there's any significant lessons that you know of that you could, I guess hard lessons that were learned along the way or whatever, yeah, all that'd be valuable.
Absolutely. I definitely learned some hard lessons. You know, we have a Google group where we communicate with each other. I know Google, but that's how we communicate with each other in writing. And then we have a monthly community meeting, and that's where the community shows up and we make decisions. How are we going to spend money? Are we allowing this person to move in? Is there somebody we want to remove from the community? You know, all of these things are discussed at the monthly meeting, and it's really, you pay to play. If you don't show up, you know, and decisions are made. There is a 2-week window for ratification. And so if you're out of town and the community decides to kick you out of your house and have you live in a tent, which they wouldn't do. I'm just getting a dramatic hypothetical, right? There's a 2-week ratification process where you can respond to the meeting minutes and say, no, I veto this. This is not cool, right? And it takes one no to stop something. We are a consensus-based community. And so that means all decisions require the agreement, and if not the agreement, then at least the I disagree, but I'm not going to block you of everybody who lives here. And so that requires a lot of communication. And where I messed up initially is that I would send emails out to the whole community if there was a concern that I had. I didn't know that the proper thing was to go knock on that neighbor's door first and talk to them about it directly. I would just send out an email to everybody. And so the culture here is that you have heart-to-heart conversations first. That is the first thing. And so that means if you're making a proposal for something, you don't want to show up to a meeting not having talked to everybody about it, right? Usually, by the time you get to a meeting, unless it's a really hot topic, you already know if it's going to pass or fail because you've done the groundwork and you've had the conversations, right? And so I think what I've seen is that, especially, you know, new families come in and the dynamic shifts and then we stabilize, and then a new family comes in and the dynamic shift and we stabilize. There's a learning curve for this, and every community is going to have its own communication culture. But here at Greenbrier, it's talk to the person first, go knock on their door, have a dialogue about it. And if they're not willing to take steps towards you, or you're still in disagreement, then, you know, go start letting people know that you need mediation and that you need support. And I have been a mediator for conflicts here in the community. I have paid a mediator to come into the community and help us. We've paid for a nonviolent communication expert to come in and give us a training. So, you know, it's first one-on-one conversation. Second is mediation. Third is obviously trying to pass something through a community meeting. If the community is unable to figure it out, and so here's an example of what happened here recently, is there's somebody who has an issue, for lack of a better term, I would say, with hoarding and bringing things in that are taking up excessive space and not really in alignment with our we want to live in nature kind of vibe, right? Mm-hmm. And the community set a deadline. You need to have this stuff cleaned up and removed by this date. And the date was missed. The community was unable to enforce this. So the community then went to the board of directors, who does have the enforcement ability, right? And said, look, we cannot get this person to pick up all of this. And it's not like little bits of trash. I'm talking about, like, you know, rain barrels and stacks of wood and not in use, just piled up everywhere, right? Like not good stuff everywhere.
Probably looks like a lot of my neighbors' houses around here.
Maybe so. And so then the board then intervened, because the board has said, community, deal with your own stuff, right? But sometimes people aren't willing to work with the community. And so that's when the board comes in and says, hey, listen, we're giving you a new deadline. And if you don't get this stuff cleaned up, we are taking over the project. And what that means is we're going to bring in dumpsters and we're going to throw all your shit away. So if you want to sell this stuff, because a lot of it's like metal collecting, waiting for the price of metal to go up to make some money, you know, this kind of stuff. Well, that's not what we are. We're not a recycling center for metal. Right. And we are not a junkyard, and we are not a whatever. We are a school. And so then the board has to come in this case, and say, if you don't comply with this because the community spoke up, the school spoke up, and you're still not, then we're just going to remove it all, right? And so sometimes conflict, does get escalated in that way. But generally speaking, when the community comes together and says, okay, this person's been yelling at people and we don't want to live with her anymore, that's when the community comes together and says, you need to move out. They don't need to get the board involved, right? They're asked to leave and they go. So there's very rare cases that I've seen it escalate up to the board. But the first line of defense is to always talk to the person. Go to them directly. And I have found a shocking amount of people, including myself, weren't always aware of that first step. The new people will show up and they'll send an email about a concern. Well, have you talked to them yet directly? No, I haven't. Nobody wants to open their inbox and see an email that's gone out to everyone they live with complaining about them, right? Especially if they don't know. Now, if you know, it makes it worse. It creates drama. And so this is something that we've really been working on here is how do we de-escalate situations? How do we come together and create long-term solutions, right? We want longevity. We want to come together and unify. We don't want to be dividing, and we don't want to be, now obviously, if there is a rights violation, if there is somebody who's causing harm, in order for the rest of us to come together in unity and for the rest of us to be making long-term decisions, we do have to remove people sometimes, because those people themselves are the source of divisiveness, or those people themselves are the source of things that are going to end our experiment here sooner than it should, right? So those are people that need to be removed. And that's what we did with Anarchapulco, and that's what we do here with Greenbrier. Totally different structures, right? Anarchapulco, Jeff hired me to run it, and I have the authority to kick anyone out. I don't have that authority here. I have to convince 30 people, not that I have advocated to kick anyone out, but if I were to, right, I have to convince 30 people, which means you better have a good case. You can't just convince 30 people to kick someone out because you don't like them. They are going to have done something pretty effed up, right? And so generally speaking, when it comes time to ask someone to leave, the community is pretty well unified on that before it comes to a meeting. And there have been conversations, there have been attempts at mediation, there have been attempts to resolve this. And so generally speaking, I would say that's the process. Talk to the person first, get a mediator second, come to a community meeting third, and if that doesn't work, go to the board of directors.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. So I feel like there's a lot more we could get into with Greenbrier, but for the sake of time, I want to make sure we get to a little bit Anarchapulco. Make sure we get that in the works. But so to be frank, Kat, 7 or 8 years ago, I honestly probably wouldn't have envisioned any involvement or promotion of Anarchapulco. But you, Lily / Miranda, and the rest of the team have really done a hell of a job, a hell of a total rebuild of the event. And you've talked a little bit about, I guess vetting and accountability being a part of that. But just, I guess, a general question here. And then promote the event for this year if you'd like. But from when you kind of, I guess, from the Anarchist documentary on HBO to when you got involved, I guess. I guess what's that experience been like? From where you're at.
Well, I was living in Acapulco while they were filming for the Anarchists, and I lived there when the murder happened, and I was up in the middle of all of it, right? I was hanging out with everybody, talking to everybody, listening a lot, and I didn't know who to trust, and I didn't know what was safe or what was not safe. But I had been called down there in 2018. I didn't know why. I just had this feeling I had to go, and I showed up. And I was just absorbing everything that was going on. I could tell there was a lot of chaos, but I wasn't surprised because, the Free State Project back in the day had a lot of chaos. The Ron Paul community had a lot of chaos. Police accountability community did. So I was not unfamiliar with this type of dynamic. And I was just watching and observing. There were people, from all over the world, lots of different countries. I was very United States centric at the time. And so I watched and I listened. And I think I made really smart choices. I made safe choices. I did not associate with people that I could tell were violent or unethical or engaged in businesses that were not safe to be engaged in living in Mexico, right? And I did not invite those people to my house. I did not spend time at their houses, I didn't associate with those people. And I listened, and I really, really listened a lot. And I saw Jeff Berwick, my boss, be held accountable by the community for some of his behaviors. He was drinking a lot. There was some stuff with women. They were speaking out. And he publicly apologized in 2021, which was the first year I was the producer of the event, on stage. And it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. He took full ownership of his behavior. He apologized. He named names because some people were there, right? He apologized. And then he held a moment of silence in front of everybody. And you know what? His behavior changed. There's not been one complaint of him behaving that way ever since. And so I'm watching that take place. And I'm watching people like Miranda go through these incredible transformations, right? Where they get out of these very volatile situations. She watched her partner be murdered and she rebuilt her life in this incredible way, right? And I'm like, these are the people I want to do life with. Yeah. I want to do life with people who can say, I screwed up doing it that way, and I'm going to do it differently moving forward. I don't expect everybody to be at the end state, to have accomplished the goal state of being in order to be around me, but I expect us to be moving in that direction on different places in the path, right? But if we're moving in that direction, I feel like I can do life with you. And so I started out volunteering, and then I was a stage manager, and the woman that I worked for was just thrown to the wolves. And these people were vicious to her. People who call themselves voluntarists were very much so using verbal aggression, and they were not nice to her. And she started the process of setting boundaries. And in the end, she quit. And she quit because there was an individual that she had set a boundary with. No, you cannot come to the event because of this behavior. And Jeff, who didn't know that she had set this boundary, ended up letting this person into the event. And she said, look, you didn't have my back. You didn't come to me and say, why was this person disallowed? And I quit. And I found that he has 100%, he learned from that, and he has 100% supported every boundary that I have set. So when there is somebody who has misappropriated funds or stolen from another organization or has a track record of being violent, yes, there are violent people that were attending these things and these events, right? You mentioned the thing at Jackalope Freedom Festival. There's a reason I went to that event one time, and I never went back because I saw the complete lack of accountability. And so Miranda and I, we worked really hard to just slice and dice anybody who was toxic out of the organization. And that wasn't easy. Some of those people had deep tentacles really far embedded into things. And in one way, we were blessed by the lockdown of the 2021 event in February. We pushed it back to March of 2021. The world was still locked down. We only had 140 people on site, right? And we decided to set the energetic tone from that moment forward. And we don't work with people that cause drama. I don't care how famous of a speaker you are. If you don't treat my staff well, you don't have access to this event. And Jeff supports that decision when we've had to make it. He has been so wonderful in that regard. And he has learned, in my opinion, I'm not going to speak for him, but watching his actions, he has learned the value of accountability, right? And he's hired me to be that person to hold others accountable and protect the organization. And in doing that, it has allowed us to create a space that is incredibly abundant. I mean, the people that are showing up are amazing. They are doing the coolest things all over the world. And these are people that would not show up when there's drama and infighting and murders taking place, right? Because that's not the vibe. That's not freedom. You can't create freedom through aggression and coercion and theft, right? Like, that's not freedom. So if you want to build a free world, you have to be a free person. And to be a free person, you have to have accountability and control over your human faculties, which include your relationships and how you treat other people. And so we teach all of our speakers, and we ask them to agree every year about the 4 agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. We ask them to commit to be impeccable with your word. That means tell the truth, even if it's hard. That means don't gossip about people. Say it to their face, right? This is always doing your best, and our best is different, at all times, right? Sometimes we're tired, and it's okay to say, I'm too tired to do this. My best is to say no right now instead of doing a bad job at it, right? And so anyway, we've got these practices that we have instituted for ourselves and that we request from our speakers. And so we have orientation at Anarchapulco every year, and I take everybody on a tour of the whole venue, and I go over these social, emotional, cultural things that are important to us at Anarchapulco. It's important to us that you be kind, even if you're upset or stressed or hungry, right? It's important to us that you own it if you weren't kind when you were stressed and hungry, right? And it's important to us that we are coming together and working toward a common goal. And it's important to us that problems are discussed early and often. And that is what we have found has completely eradicated drama from our There's no drama. We don't have drama. Because if there's a problem, we talk about it early and often, which allows us to resolve it before it turns into this huge thing. And in doing that, we are attracting literally the world's coolest people from all over the world are showing up in one place. And then they're taking this energy that we create while we're there. It's a pop-up community in Anarchapulco, right? It's a 2-week experience in Mexico. And then they take that home and it disperses all over the globe. And I've never been a part of something as magical as either Anarchapulco or Greenbrier, and I get to do both at the same time. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. No, that's amazing. I've looked over the speaker list for this year, and it looks really, really great. But I guess I'll give you an opportunity. It might be a little too late to promote this year's Anarchapulco since it's a week or 2 away. But if there are any self-liberators in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta area, or if you feel like hopping on a plane and heading to Mexico, making a quick trip to Mexico, Anarchapulco is happening very soon in Puerto Vallarta. But I guess tell us a bit about promote this year's event if you could.
Yeah, this year our theme is Genesis. We're trying to kind of start from the very beginning here, a new world, a new life where we don't have to coexist in the coercive state anymore, right? Where we can build our own thing. And we have moved to Puerto Vallarta for the first time. This will be our 12th event. And we decided to move to Puerto Vallarta for multiple reasons, but we were just being hit by hurricane after hurricane, and it was becoming very difficult to even fly into Acapulco. And half the restaurants we wanted were knocked over and flooded, and hotels were ruined. So it was just really hard in Acapulco. So this is our first year in Puerto Vallarta. We're in the Puerto Vallarta Convention Center, so it's going to be in this huge, amazing space. We're running 2 stages simultaneously. Both will be live streamed. So even if you don't have time to travel, if you buy a virtual ticket at anarchapulco.com, click on tickets, you can watch 2 live streams happening on 2 different stages at the same time. And this is the first year that we are recording some of our workshops so that we can actually put those workshops that people are attending in person with our speakers up online. And this becomes, evergreen content that's there forever. Whereas it used to be, you could only do that if you were there in person. And so now, if you see a speaker you like and you realize, oh, they have a workshop, you can watch that virtually this year for the first time, which we're really, really excited about.
Yeah. I think folks can enter coupon code Vonu and maybe save a little bit and help me out. I think that's the coupon code. If not, then that's my mess up. But I think that's the coupon code. But I guess the other question here, see the nonconformist series events are digital ones, virtual events you guys put together. The last one finished up around the new year. What's any of those scheduled for this coming year?
Yeah, we're gonna have 3 this year. So the first one will be after the event, probably in May. It takes us a while to, shut down everything from the event. But what I love about the Nonconformist series is it allows us to gather virtually throughout the year. We do 3 of them. We also have Liber Poco, which is an in-person event in Serbia in August. It's a partnership with Liberland. But the Nonconformist series are great because it gives us an opportunity to find new speakers. And after watching you, I was just like, you've got to come to Anarchapulco, and I don't know without the even though Jason Hinza has talked about Vonu since I've met him, I hadn't really got to know you very well until the Nonconformist series. And then I'm like, all right, we are getting him down to Puerto Vallarta, hopefully in 2027, if things align, right? So yeah, the Nonconformist series allows us to find new speakers and new people, and it's one of my favorite things every year. But we have a whole library of 7 Nonconformist series episodes, I guess, if you will, up on our website at anarchapulco.com.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. No, it's been great to hop on to be able to do those talks. And yeah, the weird side things too, where I get like 7 new email subscription signups. I don't know who the hell's doing that. I appreciate it, but whoever is just tossing in like 7 or 10 Tom Woods type people into these things. I appreciate it, whoever you are. But yeah, no, this has been great, Kat. I again, like it's hard to find. I mentioned in recent interviews that I've been doing this since 2015. Very very much focused on after my Austrian economics path and finding out that violence is not the answer, surprisingly. Right? It's like, well, what are we going to do to build this free society? What are we going to do to find freedom now? I've it's hard to find even folks I interviewed back then, anarchists or whatever. A lot of them have dropped out. They don't really do this stuff anymore. So the fact that you've been doing it for longer than I have is, definitely of note. Yeah, it's appreciated. You've over those years you've connected with a lot of people. One person turns into 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You never really know. So, yeah, I appreciate your efforts there. And yeah, with Greenbrier, looking, hopefully sometime in the future we can, dive much deeper into some elements of Greenbrier. And yeah, Anarchapulco and 2027. Yeah. Hopefully, hopefully so. Hopefully so. We're making, yeah, we're
I hope so.
we're getting in the mental space now. So, anyway, yeah, this has been great. We'll have to get you back on, here in a few months or so, and go deeper into Greenbrier and maybe into Anarchapulco too. But anything else for the listeners before I let you go? Anything to plug? Any closing thoughts?
Well, I just want to say thank you. It took me years to be brave enough to share my story about what I went through. So I want to say thank you for bearing witness and acknowledging the importance of sharing such stories and for promoting the beauty of Greenbrier. I love it so much. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Oh, of course, Kat, of course. So at this point, I will close out the Jitsi stream just the way I have things set up now. There will be no post show or post chat. But so I'll close this out. Kat, thanks so much. We'll get you back on here in the near future. And obviously, as far as PAZNIA collaborations, that's something else we have to get into because, want to learn more about see what we can actually, do to work together, and help each other out.
Yes.
But,
yes.
Yeah, that might be.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to get it, but yeah, we'll talk about that privately maybe. And yeah, again, public conversation for PAZNIans who may be interested in whatever opportunities we discuss and come up with. But yeah, I'll let you go. You have a great rest of your Saturday evening, and yeah, cheers.
Thank you. Ciao.
All right, see you later, Kat. All right, one moment, folks. Let me. Things switched over here. All right, and there you have it, Kat Bonadin here on the Vonu Podcast Live, streamed on the PAZNIA Radio Network as part of our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. So I'll keep this conclusion brief. And then turn you over to the short remainder of tonight's transmission. First off, again, PAZNIA.com/fund. We've got a number of big infrastructure projects underway. A couple that are, I guess, nearing kind of completion now. We're getting closer. And then one I just came across today in regards to our logistics, Department of Transportation. I'd mentioned in previous ones, like, there's got to be like a like a code base for like a logistics app where we could set up like a white market. PAZNIA, Department of Transportation. Well, I found one today. I found two. Oh, I found one and was made aware of two other ones. Thankfully I've got with this coming week off from the distillery because there's a lot of work to be done. I'm very excited for it. And again, we're working on these, but there's a million projects that need to get done. Got to prioritize, and any funds that we can get in that direction, help us. Helps us a lot. So head on over to PAZNIA.com/fund. Check out the top 5 list of projects. Again, that's not all of them. And consider contributing to a project in particular if if you're really, really super hyped about one thing, then send me a message. Let me know it's earmarked for that, and we'll make sure it goes towards that project in particular. But if you want to make a general donation with Bitcoin, Monero, or Fiat, visit PAZNIA.com/shop. And again, thanks so much to those who've already stepped up to help us bring these projects into fruition. And thanks in advance to those of you who will do so in the future. It seems for some reason January it seems like the PAZNIA map and directory got done maybe not last January, maybe the January before, but yeah, it seems like a lot of these projects get done around this time. I'm excited, and I'm very much looking forward to making more of those details known. But libertyattack.com is the place to go for the best freedom books, from Agorist anarchist fiction to strategy guides to old Vonu zines, from wellness products to privacy tools. We truly offer it all. Head on over to the newly redesigned libertyattack.com website and consider placing an order today. I had time to redesign the entire website this past week too. Very much needed. Very much needed. Looks a lot better. Anyway, PAZNIA.com is the main link to learn more about this burgeoning parallel network. That's the main site. You can look at our department directory. You can learn about all the basics of PAZNIA. And then VonuPodcast.com is the main hub to keep up with everything going on. Eventually all of the Self-Liberation Society archives will go on there. Eventually all of the Cloak and Dagger archives will go on there. All the Vonu Podcast stuff goes on there. Most anything PAZNIA goes on there too. So again, VonuPodcast.com. Keep up with everything going on. And we'll get caught back up very soon in the future. Anyway, that's it for me. Enjoy the rest of the deprogramming, including a new letter from Keonne Rodriguez, aka SW, one of the developers of Samourai Wallet, currently serving a 5-year kidnapping sentence in a government dungeon. And he has received a few copies of Libertarian Type Publications books in prison. It's the first time I've ever sent our books to a prison. But I've done it. I've gotten confirmation they've arrived, and I guess I'll hear. And I've also sent a letter to a prisoner now. So there is that. We'll see if I hear back and if he's actually received the books and they weren't confiscated. I don't think Amazon tracking information will update me on whether or not they throw the books away for seditious contraband or something like that. I guess we'll find out. We'll all wait in suspense. But cheers, my friends. Wishing you a liberated weekend from Veritas. Enjoy the rest of the transmission. We'll be back next Saturday for another one. It shall be a great one. Have a good one.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Support PAZNIA. Support the Second Realm this holiday season. Featuring Thane Riddle.
Let's talk for a second about giving this Xmas season. We all give stuff to people sometimes, feeding and clothing the needy. We know that libertarians need to be watched very closely when it comes to giving to needy orphans. I will remind you that a thong does not count as clothing, and cat ears are a dubious choice unless at least they have earmuffs for warming the ears. Feeding needy children, libertarians are pedophiles. Watch out for them. Just accept their Monero donations, and that's it. Speaking of which, Second Realm projects need your funding. Okay, there are many ways to give this Xmas season. And give Monero and cool shit like that to cool stuff. Okay, whether it be the good old fashioned stuff or the less good old fashioned stuff. Good timing. We've got PAZNIA.com/fund. That's PAZNIA.com/FUND. Emphasis on the FU. You'll find that it's a new page where we've got specific projects on PAZNIA that are seeking funding. We got PAZNIA Radio Network, low bandwidth audio only feed needing to be funded. It doesn't take much to fund that. I think we're going to reach that goal. VPS for Mumble server so that we can have audio chat rooms and shit. VPS for PAZcraft. That's the PAZNIA mind test server, Luanti, whatever the hell they're calling it. It's kind of like Minecraft. That project's going along. Overall troubleshooting / upkeep. That's not a sexy item on the list, but it's a big one. PeerTube instance, which is like a video hosting thing. And they have an off-grid wellness shed at Veritas they're trying to fund. $5,000 is pretty low, really, for what it is. They must have a lot of the gear already. And that's a big one. Don't let the big price tag on the wellness shed scare you off if you want to earmark your funds, because there are PAZNians, vetted PAZNians that can go to Veritas that need healthcare and that are fucked up with weird problems. Okay, that happens, and we need to invest more in our second realm healthcare. That's kind of a big deal, folks. It's kind of a big deal. There's other shit. You don't want to give us money. You think we're a bunch of lazy pieces of shit. And half your money is going to go to Dabs for Rayo 2. I assure you, he pays for them with his own parents' money. That's just a joke, kids. I don't know how he gets his money. He's probably selling pictures of his dog in precarious positions or whatever weird libertine things he's into. Don't ask me. I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But if you are interested in pictures of Naomi, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Monero community crowdfunding system. Ever heard of it? Monero CCS. This is another thing you could give to if you're interested in funding Monero development. There's 5 things needing funding right now. I see on ccs.getmonero.org/funding-required. We got VT Nerd working full time. We got we're researching bulletproofs. That's going to make shit more efficient and private and enable more features on Monero. Website redesign. V1.Q47 is doing a Russian localization of a Monero conference. Ever Odd and Even doing Monero Python maintenance. Cool stuff. Okay. There's also magicgrants.org. They do some other Monero shit. If you want to give to a charity that's not, because you're like, okay, yeah, I like funding second realm stuff, and that's cool and all, but I also want to actually, fund to normal ass charities or other projects, but just do it with Monero. You could check out kuno.an.media. That's kuno.anne.media. Anyone can list their fucking fly-by-night scam charity project there, so check that out. And if you want to give to a normal ass charity, but you're like, oh, none of them take Monero or they take crypto through Gemini and it's fucking gay, why don't you try out silentdonor.com. They'll donate to a charity on your behalf. You give them Monero, you can tell them to donate to any charity. They support pretty much anything. You type it in. And I'm going to tell you again, because I have bias here. Don't forget us. Okay, boss, PAZNIA, give us money. Give us your money this Christmas season. For you, it's about giving. For us, it's about taking. Go to PAZNIA.com/fund. Give the gift of an honorary stakeholder membership to your dog this Xmas season. PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE. If you want to donate to P.R.N, the PAZNIA radio network that you're listening to specifically, you could try xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio or Zapathilly on Nostr. Your market for Thane if you want. Anyway.
Letters from Keonne, aka SW from Samourai Wallet. Keonne Rodriguez, also known as SW to the Vonu Podcast, reported to prison on December 19th for a 5-year sentence. Bill, co-founder of Samourai, reported soon after. Herein, Keonne writes up his first report from jail, essentially the first day and getting settled in. Credit goes to The Rage for publishing it. If you're unfamiliar with Bill and Keonne's case, please visit the website billandkeonne.org. Again, billandkeonne.org. This is Letters from Keonne.
Letter number 3, Notes from the Inside. January 21st, 2026. Since my last letter where I tried to explain the underground economy of FPC Morgantown, I have been struggling to come up with an idea of what further information you may be interested in. In modern life on the outside, we are also used to immediate feedback on everything we do. We write and publish an article and almost instantly comments start to roll in. You push to Twitter and the peanut gallery chimes in and has their say, and you as the content creator have an immediate idea of the general sentiment surrounding your work. It takes some getting used to not having that modern feedback loop, but on the other hand it is quite liberating as well. All that said, I have decided that today I am going to write you about the food situation at FPC Morgantown. I hope this letter will be interesting to you. Feel free to write me a letter with your thoughts and suggestions. My address will be posted at the bottom of this letter. One of the things I have been doing regularly since arriving at FPC Morgantown is keeping a daily journal. Usually towards the end of my day around 8 p.m. I sit at a desk flanked by chess tables and write a summary of the day's events. I write about any thoughts I had throughout the day or any incidents that have occurred. When I first got here I only had some blank white printer paper and a very uncomfortable pen, thanks to Omar who provided me with these supplies. Now, after a shopping trip to the commissary, I have a wide-ruled notebook and a slightly more comfortable pen. In any case, around the third day of journaling I realized a great majority of what I was writing about was about food or at least somewhat tangentially related to food. I now make an effort to avoid writing about the food in my daily journal as it gets repetitive. However, it got me pondering why so much of my energy went to writing about the food served in the chow hall. The conclusion I have come to is that so much of a prisoner's day revolves around the 3 main meals and food quantity, quality, and variety in general, that it becomes a naturally big part of our daily life. At 6 a.m. a crackling static hiss fills the empty hallways and the sleeping rooms of the housing unit. A loud announcement proceeds from the overhead speakers embedded in the ceiling. Attention Bates unit, main line is now open. This is our first call to food of the day. Mainline is some BOP lingo to mean mealtime. Most prisoners avoid the 10-minute walk to the chow hall at this call to breakfast, myself included now. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday there is supposed to be a hot breakfast which could be pancakes, always stodgy and undercooked, served with a brown liquid in a condiment package that is apparently margarine and another brown liquid in a condiment package which is some sort of syrup, French toast, actually pretty tasty, served with the same margarine and syrup, or biscuits and gravy. Biscuits are good. Avoid the gray soup that is less gravy and more dirty laundry water. Each of these is served with oatmeal or grits, both quite tasteless and reminiscent of wallpaper paste. Though more often than not we do not get any of those things, we get something they call spice cake, which is a giant piece of cake, without icing, where the batter is mixed with cinnamon until it turns brown. It doesn't taste terrible, but one starts to resent the taste of cinnamon cake when it is served every morning, and again for lunch if there is any left over from breakfast, and there always is. Every other day is what we call cold breakfast. This consists of some sort of bran flakes so stale it is reminiscent of eating cardboard. Even the most stoic prisoner who attends every breakfast will otherwise avoid the chow hall on a cold breakfast day. I do not remember if I told you about the multitude of ducks and geese who live on the compound. They were supposed to migrate south for winter at some point in the past, but instead they found such a hospitable environment among the prisoners who happily feed them leftovers, against the rules by the way, that they decided to forego the instinct to migrate to warmth and stay here year-round. They reproduced in the way only animals can, and now there must be hundreds of geese and mallard ducks that waddle around the entire compound. These prisoner waterfowl know the food schedule just as well as us human prisoners do. They wait by the exit of the chow hall for altruistic prisoners to throw them a few pieces of bread after every meal, quacking and squawking demanding their fair share. On cold breakfast days, throw the fowl the bran flakes and each one will refuse to eat them. That should tell you everything about the universally hated bran flakes. In any case, the 6 a.m. breakfast is the only time you have access to milk. You are offered 2 small cartons of fat-free skim milk, which appears to be closer to water than milk, that is often several days expired. Usually the milk is still drinkable, sometimes however the carton swells so much it appears it is about to explode. That is a good indication the milk has soured. If you are given a sour milk, tough luck. The breakfast main line closes somewhere around 20 minutes after it is called, so you scarf down your cake and oatmeal, you drink your 2 cartons of skim milk, or more commonly you pocket the milk to bring back to the housing unit for later use, which by the way is against the rules and may result in disciplinary action for contraband, with a more appetizing cereal you purchased from the commissary. You make the 10-minute journey back to the housing unit to await the next break in the monotony of your life. Mainline lunch call. Lunch mainline is called around 10:45 a.m. Calling it lunch is quite generous, really it is late breakfast. Indeed, we often get breakfast for lunch, which is quite universally hated on the compound. Cold scrambled eggs are usually on the breakfast for lunch menu. You really never know what you're going to get at lunchtime. They post a menu for the week in the housing unit, but from experience that appears to be more aspirational than factual. Some days you will receive a massive portion of chicken fried rice, which is neither chicken or fried rice. It is turkey and some vegetables with some rice, but it is quite tasty, and somewhat nutritious. Other times you will get an overcooked tiny hamburger patty that appears to be a piece of leather recycled from our issued work boots on a stale and occasionally moldy bun with a few onions, a tomato slice, and some iceberg lettuce. We had this yesterday in fact, and it put a damper on the mood across the whole compound. As I put it to my cellmate Mike, when the onions, tomato, and bun are the star of the show instead of the beef, that is a bad burger. Portion sizes vary wildly. If the kitchen workers serving that day are black and you are black, you likely will receive a bigger portion, maybe a second shoe leather patty. If they are Hispanic, they likewise show favor to those of their heritage. I am not black, and while Hispanic, I do not speak Spanish and I look like a gringo, so no extra portions for me. Besides portion size disparity, there is also a massive gulf in seasoning reliability. There are times that so much salt has been added you need a gallon of water by your side to replenish your fluids as you eat. Other times it is as if salt is the equivalent of gold and must not ever be used on something so trivial as food. Lunch ends around 11:15 and off we are sent to carry on with our day. Dinner mainline is called around 4:45 p.m. I would consider this a late lunch, but I do recognize that many people, my dear wife included, consider this an acceptable supper time. Again, the general rule is to expect anything. It may be something delicious or something inedible. You may get a double portion if you are the right race or a half portion if the server doesn't like the look of you. It may be over-seasoned, under-seasoned, not seasoned at all. It may be listed on the calendar and it may not be. You never know what to expect, and that is my entire long-winded point as to why the food is such a popular thing to discuss among the prisoners here, and has taken up so much of my energy during my daily journals. Our entire day is couched by calls to eat food. 6 o'clock, 10:45, 4:45, and each and every time it is called it is entirely unpredictable. Every other aspect of our lives here is extremely regimented, extremely predictable, very monotonous. But heading to the chow hall 3 times a day, that is throwing the dice of fate, that is an unknown variable in a well-known equation. That is something different every day to talk about. You see the same people over and over again in your unit. You run into the same person 50 times a day, and frankly you run out of things to say. You can only talk about how fucked up the feds are, how you were shafted by the prosecutors, how your judge was a bitch, so many times. The unknown variable of chow hall 3 times a day injects new blood into what could become a very stale social situation. Shared disgust at a horrible meal. Incredibility at how delicious the chicken parmesan was. Complain at breakfast for lunch again. The shared ordeal of meal times maintains a common social order. You may have gathered from the above paragraphs that the food quality generally is quite low. Most ingredients are supplied by vendors who can get away with selling expired and close to rotten ingredients to the prison system. I have heard from kitchen staff that many boxes arrive in the kitchen labeled not for human consumption. Our potatoes are moldy, Are canned vegetables long expired? Are protein suspicious? You couldn't legally give this quality of food away on the outside, but you can legally sell it to the BOP who will use it to feed the adults in their custody. Besides low-quality ingredients and bland to actively disgusting recipes, the nutritional value of our meals is extremely low. If you are a die-hard disciple of the USDA food pyramid bunk nutritional science that everyone but the slow-moving feds recognize as a national tragedy, responsible for the exceptional rise of obesity rates, then yes, I suppose we are getting, on paper, the required nutritional value out of every meal. The on-the-ground results of a prolonged diet like one we are subjected to does not lie. I have spoke with many different prisoners, several of them doctors, who have come into the prison system as healthy adults and after several years of custody have developed chronic health problems. High blood pressure and high cholesterol seem to be the most common problems reported. Almost every prisoner is on some sort of prescribed medication for some ailment they developed whilst in custody. Because of the problems I have described, many prisoners do not bother with the mealtime calls to chow hall. I have met several prisoners who never go to the chow hall and only buy prepared food or cook for themselves. This is also not an ideal solution. The food items the commissary sells must be shelf-stable, nothing that can spoil without refrigeration. This naturally means nearly everything is packed to the gills with preservatives and salt. On my first commissary day I purchased 10 pouches of chicken breast, several bags of quick-cook minute rice, several pouches of dried mashed potatoes, small bags of shredded mozzarella cheese. There is no expiration date on the cheese, so I suspect it is more preservatives than cheese. 10 pouches of tuna, mayonnaise, again, no need to refrigerate, so quite suspicious. Hot sauce, vital for making the chow hall food more palatable. Salt, pepper, onion flakes, garlic powder, soy sauce, jelly, peanut butter, individually wrapped bagels, dried milk, and frosted flake cereal. Next time I plan on buying granola, oatmeal, protein shakes, and tortillas. The food I am able to prepare is tastier than the chow hall, but I am not yet sure if it is healthier. It is also quite difficult. The only cooking tools legally available to you is on-demand hot water, 190 degrees Fahrenheit, in a half-gallon plastic jug. It takes some trial and error to cook under those conditions. It is a lot of hassle and expense, which makes cooking for yourself prohibitive for those prisoners only relying on their prison jobs. Almost everyone on the outside who hasn't been to prison themselves or have a loved one incarcerated does not think about the basic needs that individuals have in custody, or how those needs are met. The food and nutrition in the system is woefully inadequate. We need higher quality ingredients, fresh fruit and vegetables, and far more protein. We need better options for cooking our own food within the unit, something more than hot water. We need access to refrigeration so we can keep fresh produce and items not filled with preservatives. Thank you for reading this letter from the inside. I do not mean to use this opportunity writing you to complain. It is prison after all, some of you will say. It is not meant to be nice. Anyway, complaining isn't in my nature, and it often does nothing but make you and everyone around you miserable. I don't write this letter looking for sympathy or condolences. I write to simply inform you of my reality, and the reality of countless number of people in the custody of the BOP. Happy New Year, dear reader. I hope 2026 brings you, and me, great opportunities. Sincerely, Keonne.
You've just heard letters from Keonne, a coming somewhat regular installment to the PAZNIA radio network. Though, we at P.R.N. would love for the series to die following a full pardon. Nonetheless, if you're unfamiliar with the Samourai wallet case or just want to learn more, please visit billandkeonne.org. Again, billandkeonne.org.
The following is an audiobook teaser from Paul Rosenberg's amazing work of freedom fiction, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. This is an essay by James Faber, one of the main characters, discussing the servile society backlash from the development of a free digital economy. A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and Paul's newest book, The Breaking Dawn, are now available via Liberty Under Attack publications. You can purchase individually, or get the bundle and save. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/Paul. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Paul to secure these 2 critically important, inspiring books.
Away from Coercion and Into the Free Digital Economy. Essays by James Farber. It began with Arab traders and the merchants of Venice. They really didn't know what they were building or how it would work. They merely struggled for the betterment of themselves and their families. It began to break out when the deep superstition of the Middle Ages cracked open under the strain of new philosophies and religious ideas. It found room to grow wherever new and wild vistas were found. It found fresh growth with each discovery of far-off new lands. It found a home everywhere the old order was broken up and fresh starts were being made. It took a firm root in America and flourished there for over 100 years. Never again, where history is recorded, will there be any question as to whether or not it works. It is the great discovery of the modern era, the positive sum game. It is the liberation of human energy to do its appropriate job. It is the operation of creation using the only counter-entropic force we have, free human energy. You can see it work everywhere from the research lab to the front office, to the construction site. It is what drives the entrepreneur to develop and produce a new product or service, and it is what gives the construction worker pride when his skill overcomes a difficult problem, making a way for his blueprints to become a functional structure. Why is the construction worker proud, and why does the entrepreneur exult? Because they have done the one thing that all humans have the impulse to do, to create something good that would not have been otherwise. Human energy is the great creative force in the world. Without it, things tend to entropy. As the second law of thermodynamics states, closed systems tend to entropy. Without active and creative human energy, everything goes back to an animal level of existence. This human energy does not function by obedience and compulsion. It cannot, no matter how many rulers wish it were otherwise. Look at the command economies of the dead socialist world. Within several decades, their occupants were reduced to an animal existence. Look at the millennia, when constrained people lived at the pleasure of their kings, seeking permissions from their rulers to live and work. They continually starved and died. It was only when a few freelance merchants began living according to their own minds and breaking away from the permissions of their rulers that things began to change. When human energy is free to move, creativity goes wild, as do motivation, happiness, and the accumulation of wealth. When it is restrained, the descent to animal existence takes over again. The discovery of this fact is what differentiates us from the Middle Ages and not much else. Do you think the people who lived in those dark times were inherently less intelligent than we are? They were not. You and I are their direct descendants, not many generations removed. We are essentially the same. The term positive sum game signifies that this system creates more than the sum of its parts. The only real magic, human energy, creates more than it started with. Take some raw materials that are of themselves or of little worth, and when you add human creativity, you can create vehicles, computers, and spaceships. The materials themselves have been around since the creation of the Earth. If they could have turned into something great of themselves, they would have done it a long time ago. But they cannot. It is only when humans manipulate them according to their own ideas that they gain any value. Thus, $5 worth of materials becomes a product worth thousands of dollars. They who do not play the positive sum game instinctively fall back into being motivated by envy. Ultimately, they find reasons to feel that there are only so many pieces of the pie. This is the seed of destruction. The next thing they say is, if you have a bigger piece of the pie, then someone else has to have less. That is a zero-sum game. The idea that nothing is really created, just moved from one hand to another. Not only is it false, but it is also the credo of every envious looter who speaks of fairness and equal distribution of wealth, but who secretly hopes to get a share of wealth held by others. The real controversy of our time is this. Is human energy allowed to work in the world, or will it be tied down? The miserable experiment of communism has taught the world's rulers that the positive sum game is necessary. So, their plan now is to allow human energy to work, but to siphon off as much wealth as possible without killing it altogether. We productive people are carrying the governments of the world upon our backs. Are they worth half of our efforts? Half of our lives? They take half of our earnings away from us continually by a vast web of taxes, fees, and regulations. For what benefit? To help the poor, they say, and clamorously infer that if you disagree, you are a heartless and dangerous person, and further that all will despise you. But if our money is forcibly taken from us, is not the state robbing us? Any dictionary will tell you that this is so, but it is considered poor form to say so, even to consider it. And are the poor better off? Certainly, some of our money goes to the poor, although most is eaten up in the bureaucracy. This feeds their bellies insufficiently while at the same time locking them to a life of dependence that wages an unending war upon their souls. Is that a good thing? Or are the poor better off for this robbing of producers and living in a state of dependency? Many of you will gasp and reel in shock that I would challenge the respectability and honor of your tradition, and you fear to let yourselves consider my case. You have come up against someone who does not share in your conspiracy of compliance. You must either turn away from these subjects or face the prospect of becoming a radical and of people saying bad things about you. Are you angry? If so, it is not because I am wrong. If that were the case, you would simply walk away. You are angry because I am ill-mannered enough to bring up subjects that you wish to avoid. My ideas bother you. When they come up, you divert your mind to pat phrases like, "This is the price we pay for our society." You dodge reason and shun your thoughts away in order to keep your mental comfort level. You do not face these ideas head-on because you are afraid of them. You are afraid that you might have to agree with them, and then you would have to face the choice either to be a hero or to be a coward. I stood one evening in IBM Plaza in Chicago looking over the riverfront skyline as the sun sank in the southwest and realized that the towering monuments to human effort in front of me were the result of the positive-sum game run only at half speed. Chicago was wild and open from the 1830s through the 1890s. Then, slowly, the curbs and limits were imposed by a do-gooder government and collectivist types. These inevitably slowed the workings of a city that had been, as one writer said, geared for giants. But the restraints were not enough to stop the positive-sum game, only enough to slow it down. The Chicago skyline I watched was the result of the positive-sum game being played at half speed, yet its results were awesome. I thought about what might have been if it were allowed to operate unfettered, and then I thought of the greatest example of the positive-sum game during my lifetime, Hong Kong. It went from rice fields to the grandest city of the East in one generation, an explosion of unrestrained human energy. What glorious accomplishments aborted and stillborn. And now our recent explosion of technology has become the target of bureaucrats worldwide. Where will we go from here? Will the positive-sum game once again be strangled, or will it migrate to open and new lands? But moving to a new land will be a problem, won't it? There's no land on this planet that is not claimed by some gang of rulers. So, until cheap spaceflight is achieved, there's only one new country to be found: cyberspace. So escape there we shall. And there we will, and must for our own sake and for the sake of our descendants, establish the positive-sum game without restriction. Toward that end, we have built a private free market. We used our own money to do it, and we've broken no laws that we are aware of, save laws that outlaw privacy. Now the rulers are trying to stop us. Why? We want to run an experiment and see if freedom really is better than servitude. Why won't they let us try? Are they interested in the betterment of mankind, or are they really interested in monopoly powers? All we want is to be left alone and try freedom. Why is that threatening? And why do they wish to imprison us? James Farber.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Paul Rosenberg's amazing work of freedom fiction, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and Paul's newest book, The Breaking Dawn, are now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. You can purchase individually, or get the bundle and save. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/Paul, again libertyunderattack.com/Paul, to secure these two critically important, inspiring books. See you in the second realm. See you in the free digital economy.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code VONU to help support the PAZNIA radio network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is VONU. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.